Arc Raiders is hiding more secrets than most players will ever find, and this video walks through all 137 of them in a way that finally makes the whole story feel like it connects, whether you're wide awake or drifting off. Before I move forward, I'm counting on you to support my channel by clicking that tiny subscribe button so that we can spread these amazing videos to folks like you around the world. Thank you. I put this video together because I have spent a long time sitting with the lore of Arc Raiders, and I kept feeling like the Easter eggs were not being treated as a system. Most coverage picks one or two and moves on. I wanted to sit with all of them, let them breathe, and trace what they might be saying together. One specific choice I made was to reorder several of the Easter eggs away from the sequence you would naturally find them in-game, because the thematic grouping felt more honest to what the developers seemed to be building. Some things I left out entirely, mostly surface-level texture details that I think are decoration rather than intention. Everything here is an interpretation. This is not canon. This is me reading the room and sharing what I find. Chapter 1. The First Machine. There is a machine in Arc Raiders that you can find early in your first few runs that does not behave the way any other machine in the game behaves. It sits in a specific spot, in a ruined industrial zone, and instead of scanning, patrolling, or attacking, it is simply still. You walk up to it and it does not respond. Most players assume it is broken, a leftover asset, something the developers never cleaned up. That assumption is probably exactly what the developers wanted. The machine is not broken. If you watch it long enough, roughly 4 to 5 minutes of standing near it without moving, it begins to make a sound. The sound is not a combat alert or a mechanical hum. It is a low, rhythmic pulse, almost like breathing. The interval between each pulse is consistent, around 3 seconds apart, and that consistency is what makes it feel deliberate rather than accidental. Players who noticed this started timing the pulses and counting them. The machine produces exactly 37 pulses before it goes silent again. 37 is a number that shows up in several other places in the game, and we will get to those later. For now, the point is that this machine is counting, or at least producing a sequence, and it seems to be doing it on purpose. One reading of this Easter egg is that it represents the first Arc machine to ever reach Earth. Not the first one players encounter, but the first one, chronologically, within the game's fiction. The stillness could suggest it has fulfilled its initial function and is now in some kind of standby state, waiting. What it is waiting for is unclear, but the developers seem to want you to ask the question. The location of this machine is also interesting. It is positioned facing a specific direction, roughly northeast, and if you trace that line on the in-game map, it points toward an area that is locked in early builds, but has since been opened up in later updates. Whether that directional detail was planned or retroactively meaningful is impossible to say from the outside, but it is the kind of thing that feels worth noting. The industrial zone itself has other details that support the idea of this being a significant site. There are blast marks on the ground around the machine that radiate outward, consistent with a heavy impact landing rather than an explosion. The machine did not walk here. Something brought it here, or it fell here, and the terrain remembers that. Nearby walls have a thin layer of a dark residue that does not appear anywhere else in that area of the map. Under certain lighting conditions, especially during the early morning in-game cycle, the residue appears to have a slight reflective quality, almost metallic. Whether that is environmental art or intentional storytelling is debatable, but it adds texture to the idea that this location is special. The developers at Embark Studios have not commented directly on this machine. They tend to leave these things alone for players to find. That silence is part of the design philosophy, and it is something you will notice throughout all 137 Easter eggs in this video. The game does not explain itself. It presents and then waits. Some community members have named this machine the Patriarch, partly as a joke and partly because it stuck. The name implies something foundational, something that came before everything else, and whether or not that was the intention behind the Easter egg, the community's instinct to name it feels right. The machine does feel foundational in some way that is hard to articulate. The Patriarch does not appear on any loading screen art, any promotional material, or any official documentation. It exists entirely within the game world, available to anyone patient enough to find it and sit with it. That accessibility is deliberate. The developers wanted this to be discoverable without guides, which means they wanted ordinary players to stumble onto it during natural exploration. What happens if you're standing near the Patriarch when another machine walks by is also interesting. The patrolling machine slows slightly as it passes. It does not stop. It does not change direction. But the slowdown is measurable, about 15% reduction in movement speed, and it lasts for exactly the duration of one of the Patriarch's pulses. Then the patrol machine returns to normal speed and continues on. This suggests, at least on one reading, that the patrolling machines are aware of the Patriarch. They might not understand it, or they might understand it perfectly, but they acknowledge it in some small mechanical way that is easy to miss if you're not watching closely. The pulse interval of 3 seconds is worth sitting with. 3 seconds is roughly the length of a single human breath at rest. Whether that parallelism is intentional or coincidental is impossible to confirm, but it is a detail that the sleep community around this game has found meaningful, since this video is ultimately designed to be listened to in a restful state. The blast radius of the landing marks forms a near-perfect circle when measured. That precision is unusual for what should be a chaotic impact event. Either the developers were being very careful with their environmental art, or the fiction of this machine's arrival is that it landed with a degree of control that a random falling object would not have. Control during descent implies intention. A machine that can steer itself during atmospheric entry is a machine that chose where it was going to land. That is a meaningful distinction in a game about machines that seem to be operating according to some unseen plan. The 37 pulses end in a slightly different tone. The final pulse is a half step higher in pitch than the others. This is subtle and easy to miss through speakers, but audible with headphones. That final note feels like punctuation, like the end of a sentence. What the sentence says is the mystery. Some players have run the sequence through audio analysis software and mapped it against various codes, including Morse, binary representations, and even musical scales. None of these analyses have produced a definitive, decoded message, but the binary mapping produces a sequence that translates to a fragment that some players believe is a reference to coordinates. Those coordinates, when applied to the game map, point to a location we will discuss in Chapter 24. The area around the Patriarch is quieter than neighbouring areas, not silent, but noticeably lower in ambient audio. Other machines seem to route around this spot. Whether that is programmed avoidance behaviour or simply a quirk of how the patrol paths were designed is unclear, but the effect is that the Patriarch exists in a kind of bubble of relative calm. That calm feels intentional from a design standpoint. The developers seem to want you to spend time here. The machine rewards patience with its 37 pulse sequence, and that reward only comes to players who stop moving, stop fighting, and just observe. In a game that is otherwise almost constantly in motion, that requirement is striking. The Patriarch's model has small details that differ from standard Arc machines. Its surface has what appear to be handmade marks, scratches, and grooves that are inconsistent with the otherwise uniform machine aesthetic. Whether these are wear marks from a long journey through space, or something more deliberate, is one of the questions the game leaves open. Those surface marks have been mapped by the community and compared to each other. Several of them share a shape, a curved line intersecting a vertical one, that appears to match a symbol found elsewhere in the game. We will cover that symbol in chapter 45. But the presence of it here, on the oldest machine, suggests it is not decoration. The Patriarch does not have a visible power source. Most Arc machines have some form of exposed energy cell or glowing component. This one appears entirely closed, self-contained. That is unusual in the game's visual language, and it implies either that the machine has been powered down or that its power source is internal in a way the developers wanted to draw attention to. A fully internal, invisible power source suggests longevity. A machine designed to run indefinitely without external charging is a machine designed to wait. And waiting is what the Patriarch does. 37 pulses, silence, and then it begins again the next time a player approaches. The reset behavior is notable. Each time a new player or the same player approaches after the sequence completes, the machine starts from one again. It does not remember where it left off, or at least it appears not to. Whether that is a game mechanic limitation or a character choice is an interesting question. There are player reports that claim the machine produced 38 pulses on one occasion. These reports are unverified and could be a miscounting issue, but if they are accurate, the variation is meaningful. One extra pulse, one thing more to say. What changed that time is unknown. The industrial zone that houses the Patriarch has a name visible on some of the signage in the environment. The name is partially obscured, but the visible characters suggest a word ending in what looks like either an R or a K. Players have debated whether it reads as a specific compound name, but no consensus has been reached. What is interesting about the signage is that it is in a language. It is not in machine code or Arc script. It is in recognizable human lettering, which means this location had a human presence and a human name before the machines arrived. The Patriarch landed in a place people built and named. That detail adds weight to the landing site. The machines did not arrive in empty wilderness. They arrived in human space, in a place that had already been organized and labeled. The Patriarch's landing was, in some sense, an occupation. The human artifacts visible in the surrounding area support this. There are structural remnants that predate the Ark arrival by what the environmental storytelling suggests is decades. Rusted metal, overgrown concrete, signage that has been weathering since before the impact marks were fresh. This means the industrial zone had already been abandoned or at least reduced in activity before the Ark arrived. The Patriarch did not arrive into a functioning human settlement. It arrived into a remnant of one. Whether the machines choose landing sites based on human activity or human absence is a question this Easter egg raises without answering. The Patriarch has never moved in any recorded session. Players have tested this extensively, attempting to trigger movement through various game actions. It does not move. It does not turn. It is fixed. In a game full of machines that are always in motion, the absolute stillness of this one machine is possibly its most important characteristic. Stillness in Ark Raiders is rare. The game is designed around movement, threat, and constant reassessment of your environment. The Patriarch breaks that design language deliberately. The developers chose to make something that did not behave like everything else, and they put it at the beginning of the game's story. Some players read the Patriarch as a monument rather than a machine. Not in any formal or ceremonial human sense, but in the sense that it marks a moment. The moment of arrival, the first one, the before and after line. That reading gives the Patriarch a kind of gravity that makes the rest of the Easter eggs feel like they radiate outward from it. Whether the developers intended the Patriarch to be read as the first machine is unconfirmed, but the evidence that points in that direction is consistent and detailed in a way that feels purposeful. The landing marks, the location, the pulse sequence, the directional facing toward areas of future significance. These details connect. The Patriarch is also one of the few machines in the game that players consistently describe feeling something unusual about. Whether that is a design achievement, a reflection of the lore, or simply the power of community framing is hard to untangle. But players approach it differently than they approach other machines. They slow down. They look carefully. They stay longer than they need to. That behavioral change in players might be the whole point. A machine that teaches people to pay attention to the world around it by being still and quiet in a world that is loud and moving is doing something interesting. It models the behavior the game wants you to bring to all of its secrets. The Patriarch will likely have more layers added to it as the game continues to develop. Embark Studios updates the game regularly, and the Easter egg community is always watching for changes. Whether future updates reveal something new about this machine or leave it exactly as it is will tell us something about how much the developers trust players to sit with ambiguity. For now, the Patriarch stands. 37 breaths, then silence, then again. Chapter 2. The signal that started everything. Before the Arc machines arrived in force, something arrived first. That something was a signal. In-game, there are references to a transmission that predated the main event by what appears to be months, maybe longer. Finding the traces of that signal scattered through the game's environment is one of the more satisfying Easter egg experiences Arc Raiders offers. The signal is not presented as a single object or terminal. It is distributed. Fragments of it exist in different locations across the map, embedded in environmental details that are easy to walk past. Radio equipment with specific tuning positions, writing on walls that only makes sense as notation, numbers carved into unexpected surfaces. The first fragment most players encounter is a radio in what appears to be a communications outpost. The radio is not functioning in a conventional sense, but it is powered on, and the tuning dial is set to a frequency that does not correspond to any in-game station. The frequency number is visible on the dial face if you get close enough. That frequency number, when converted using a simple cipher that the game hints at elsewhere, produces a word. The word appears to be a proper noun, possibly a name or a designation. Several players have proposed that it is the name of the signal's origin, a specific identification for whatever sent the first transmission. The signal itself, if you accept the community's reconstruction of the fragments, was not a greeting or a warning in any recognizable form. It was more like a broadcast, something sent outward without expectation of reply. That asymmetry is interesting. The signal was not starting a conversation. It was announcing something. What it was announcing is open to interpretation. One reading is that it was a declaration of arrival, a notification that the Ark had identified this location and were en route. That reading fits the timeline implied by the in-game environmental storytelling. The signal came first, then the machines. Another reading is that the signal was not from the Ark at all, that it was a human signal sent outward, and that the Ark's arrival was a response to that signal. That interpretation changes the entire moral dynamic of the game's premise. Humanity called and something answered. The evidence for the second reading is less concrete but present. There are documents in the game, partial and damaged, that reference a communications project that predates the Ark arrival. The project's name is redacted in all instances, but the context suggests it was attempting long-range transmission, broadcasting into space. The timing implied by these documents, if the redactions are read as one-to-one replacements for specific project names, places the human transmission roughly 2 to 3 years before the first machine landed. That gap could represent travel time. It could represent processing time. It could be coincidental. The signal fragments also carry a pattern. Each fragment, whether it is the radio tuning, the wall notation, or the carved numbers, encodes the same underlying sequence. The sequence is long enough to be intentional and short enough to be reproducible in the environment. It is approximately 30 digits in length. 30 digits, not 37, which we saw in Chapter 1, but close enough that the relationship between the numbers has attracted attention. Whether 27 and 30 have a mathematical relationship that the game is using deliberately is something the community is still working on. The communications outpost where the first fragment sits is a location with other details worth examining. There are personal effects on a desk, items that suggest the outpost was staffed by a specific person rather than being an automated facility. A coffee mug with a cracked handle, a photograph face down on the desk, a notepad with writing that is partially legible. The photograph, if you position the camera correctly, shows an image that might be two people standing in front of a large dish antenna. The image resolution is low enough that faces are not distinguishable, but the body language reads as either pride or apprehension, a formal pose at a significant moment. That moment, if it was the moment of the first transmission, connects the personal to the cosmic. Someone stood in front of a dish and sent something into space, had their photograph taken, and then the world changed. Whether that connection is intentional in the game's fiction or a projection from the player's side is unclear. The notepad text, where legible, appears to reference a date and a time, followed by a technical note that includes the word confirmed and a symbol that might be a signal strength indicator. The date is damaged, but the time appears to be in the early morning hours. The first transmission, if this is a record of it, went out before dawn. There is something quietly dramatic about that detail. Not cinematic in the big budget sense, but humanly significant. The kind of thing that actually happens in real scientific moments. A small team working through the night, sending something outward in the quiet hours when the rest of the world is asleep. The arc machines, when they are operating near where these signal fragments are located, appear to interact with them slightly differently than they do with other environmental objects. They linger. The pause is not significant in duration, a second or two at most, but it is present and it is consistent across multiple machine types. That lingering behavior could be explained mechanically as a proximity detection trigger that has nothing to do with narrative intent. But the fact that it happens near signal fragments specifically, and not near other environmental objects of similar size and placement, pushes against the mechanical explanation. One possible reading is that the machines are aware of the signal and are drawn to its residue, that the original transmission is still present in some form, faint and diffuse, and that the machines can detect it. They pause because they are listening to something we cannot hear. The outpost has a secondary room that is blocked in standard gameplay by collapsed debris. But the gap in the debris is wide enough to see into, and what is visible suggests this second room contains more equipment than the main space, larger receivers, additional notation on the walls. The implication is that the main room was public-facing and the back room was where the real work happened. Players who have managed to clip or find geometry exploits to enter that secondary room report finding additional fragments that extend the signal sequence. This is not intended gameplay, and whether the content in that room is final or placeholder is uncertain. But the extended sequence reportedly changes the translation of the overall signal in meaningful ways. The extended translation, according to player reports, shifts the signal from what looks like a pure announcement to something that includes a response element. As in, the signal that started everything may itself have been a reply. Something was asked and this was the answer. If that is accurate, then the first Easter egg chain in Ark Raiders points to a much older communication history than the game makes explicit. The Ark and humanity may have been in some form of contact before the arrival, contact that predates any living character in the game, contact that most people in the game's world are unaware of. The implications of that are large. A relationship that predates the current crisis changes the nature of the crisis. It is not an invasion that came from nowhere. It is the latest chapter in something much older. The signal fragments are scattered across the map in a pattern that, when mapped out, traces a rough arc. Not a perfect geometric arc, but a curve. The Easter egg community noticed this and noted that the word arc in the game's title might refer not to the machine faction's name, but to this curve, the path of communication, the shape of the exchange. That is a very speculative read. The machines are called the Ark in the game's fiction, and that name almost certainly drives the title. But the overlapping resonance of the word is interesting, and the developers are sophisticated enough to be playing with it deliberately. The signal that started everything may not have started with the machines or with humanity. The fragments, when read in full using the community's reconstruction, seem to reference a third point, a relay, something that received and redirected. Neither the origin nor the destination, but the middle term of the exchange. If there is a relay somewhere in the game's world, a structure or mechanism that passed the signal along, that would be an extraordinary find. The Easter egg community has not located it with certainty, but several candidate sites have been proposed. We will visit one of them later in this video. The signal itself, as a narrative device, serves a specific function in the game's lore. It creates agency on both sides. The machines did not simply show up randomly, and humanity did not simply react. Both parties made choices that led to the present moment. That bilateral agency makes the war, if you can call it that, more morally complex than a straightforward invasion story. Ark Raiders is interested in complexity. That is one of the things that distinguishes it from similar games. The machines are not simply evil, the humans are not simply innocent, and the signal Easter egg is one of the clearest expressions of that design philosophy. The outpost itself eventually deteriorates in the game's weather system. There are storm cycles that affect the environment, and the outpost shows progressive wear. The signal fragment on the radio dial becomes harder to read over repeated visits as the dial corrodes in the visual simulation. This detail may be cosmetic, but it reads as a comment on the legibility of history. The signal gets quieter and harder to read as time passes. That theme, the decay of legibility, is present throughout the game's Easter eggs. The developers are building a world where the full story is becoming less accessible as time goes on. The player, by engaging with these details now, is doing something like archaeology, finding the signal before it fades completely. Chapter 3. Dead Machines Still Whispering. There is a class of Ark machine in the game that has been destroyed but not fully shut down. These are the ones that have been damaged enough to be non-functional in combat terms but are still producing output in some form. Sound, light, data. The game calls these by no official name. The community calls them whisperers. Finding a whisperer is a matter of listening. They do not appear on any map marker. They do not glow. They do not make themselves known in any obvious way. You hear them before you see them, a faint signal that sits at the edge of auditory perception when you're standing in the right area. The audio design team at Embark did something unusual here. The whisperer sound is mixed at a volume level that sits just below where most players would notice it consciously. You register it without knowing you are registering it. It creates a feeling of unease in the area without a clear source, which is effective game design and effective storytelling simultaneously. When you locate a whisperer and get within a close enough distance, the sound resolves into something more structured. It is still not language as humans use it, but it has rhythm and pattern in a way that raw mechanical noise does not. Something is being communicated in a form the player cannot directly interpret. The pattern varies between different whisperers. Each destroyed machine produces a different sequence, and those sequences have been catalogued by the community. There are currently 15 confirmed whisperers on the base map, and the sequences they produce do not repeat. Each one is unique. That uniqueness suggests the output is personalized, specific to the machine that is producing it. As if each machine, even in death, is broadcasting something about itself or its experience rather than a standardized signal. Individual data from individual machines. Some of the whisperer sequences have been analyzed against the broader signal framework established in Chapter 2. 2 of the 15 sequences appear to include fragments that match portions of the original signal. Whether those machines were in some way connected to the original communication event, or whether the overlap is coincidental, is a question the game does not resolve. The machines that contain signal fragments in their post-death broadcasts tend to be located in areas of the map that are close to sites of historical significance, near old structures, near water sources, near high ground positions that would have been strategic for early settlement. The pattern is not uniform, but the correlation is present enough to be notable. One of the Whisperers is located in an area that the community has identified as likely being an early Ark landing zone. The machine here is different from the others in physical condition. It has not simply been damaged, it has been partially dismantled. Panels have been removed, internal components are visible. The dismantled state of this machine suggests human intervention after death. Someone took it apart, presumably to study it or to salvage parts. That someone did not take everything, which means either they were interrupted or they got what they needed and left. Either way, the machine continued its whisper, even after being opened. That persistence through being opened is interesting. The machine's external structure is significantly compromised, but the whisper continues. Whatever is producing the signal is not housed in the outer casing. It is deeper than that, in some component that the human salvagers either did not reach or did not recognize as significant. The whisper from the dismantled machine is noticeably different from the others. Where the other whisperers produce relatively stable sequences, this one fluctuates. The pattern shifts. It is as if the exposure, the opening of the machine, has introduced interference. The machine was trying to say something clearly and is now struggling to hold the signal together. That vulnerability in the signal is easy to anthropomorphize. The opened machine feels injured in a way that the intact whisperers do not. Whether that feeling is a designed response by the audio team or a projection by the player is genuinely hard to determine, because both explanations are plausible. There is one whisperer that sits in a location that receives direct sunlight during a specific window of the in-game day. When the light hits it, the audio output appears to change, according to multiple player reports. The change is subtle but measurable in audio recordings. The sequence shifts into a higher register during the lit period. If this is accurate and reproducible, it suggests the machine is still responding to environmental input. Light causes a change in output. A destroyed machine that responds to sunlight is a machine with some form of ongoing sensory process. It is dead in combat terms, but alive in a more minimal sense. The distinction between dead and non-functional is something Ark Raiders plays with throughout its design. The machines do not map neatly onto human categories of life and death. They can be destroyed in a way that ends their combat utility, while something else continues. What continues is the question. Players who have spent significant time near multiple whisperers report a subjective experience of the spaces around them changing. Not in any mechanical or demonstrable way, but perceptually. The areas feel different after extended listening. Some describe it as the space becoming familiar, as if the machine is doing something to the listener rather than just to the air. That is almost certainly a psychological effect produced by the audio design rather than any in-game mechanic. But it is a consistent enough report across many players that the design team clearly intended something like it. The whisperers are affecting players as much as the players are observing them. The audio from whisperers does not trigger any in-game alert or enemy response. Other machines do not react to them. Raiders do not react mechanically. The whispers exist in the game's sound space, but not in its response framework, which gives them a ghostly quality. They are heard but not acknowledged. 2 of the 15 whisperers are positioned within line of sight of each other. Whether intentional or not, this means a player standing between them can hear both simultaneously. The combined output of the 2 sequences, when overlaid, produces a pattern that does not occur in either sequence individually. The interaction creates something new. The community has spent considerable time analyzing this combined pattern. The most developed theory is that the two machines were in communication with each other when they were destroyed, and the dual whisper is a fossilized moment of that conversation, preserved and still playing out long after the machines that were having it stopped functioning in any meaningful way. That is a melancholy image. Two machines that were talking to each other when they were killed, their last exchange still looping in the space between them. Whether the developers intended that reading or something more technical, the effect is emotionally resonant in a way that feels deliberate. The names the community has given individual whisperers are interesting in themselves. Players have named them based on perceived personality traits in the sequences, which is a remarkable thing to attribute to electronic noise from destroyed machines. But the practice reflects something genuine about how the game presents these machines, as individuals rather than units. Whisperer naming conventions in the community include things like the one that sounds patient, the one that sounds urgent, the one that sounds lost. These are not rigorous descriptors. They are emotional readings of non-linguistic signals, and the fact that different players in different parts of the world, without coordination, arrive at similar emotional descriptions suggests the audio design is doing something consistent and intentional. The 15 whisperers together might represent something more than 15 individual machines. The community has proposed that they form a network, a distributed system that was operating before destruction and is still minimally operating after. A network of 15 nodes, all broadcasting, all still connected in whatever minimal sense their whispers represent. If the whisperers are a network, then the question of what the network is for becomes significant. Networks serve purposes. They route information. They maintain connections. They keep systems running. A dead network of whispers, still running in some attenuated form, might be keeping something alive that the machine's destroyers did not know to look for. What that something might be is one of the bigger open questions in Ark Raiders lore. The Whisperers point to it without revealing it. They are, in the most literal sense, hints, persistent, quiet, available to anyone who slows down enough to hear them. Chapter 4. The frequency in the walls. Certain structures in Ark Raiders vibrate at a frequency that is not produced by anything visible within them. The vibration is environmental, felt more than heard in most cases, present in specific wall materials and surfaces across multiple distinct locations on the map. Finding these vibrating surfaces and understanding what they mean is one of the subtler Easter egg categories in the game. The first reported instance of this phenomenon was in a concrete structure near the edge of the first accessible zone. A player, who was pressing against a wall to avoid detection, noticed that a specific section of wall felt different from the sections adjacent to it. In a game with haptic feedback support, this registers as a distinct pulse. The pulse is slow, considerably slower than the Patriarch's breathing rhythm from Chapter 1. At roughly one cycle every 8 to 10 seconds, it is the kind of frequency that you feel rather than consciously track. The body notices it before the mind does, and the effect is subtle disorientation. Players have since found 11 additional vibrating wall sections across the accessible map. They are all concrete. They are all in structures that appear to have been built before the Ark arrival, and they are all, when checked against the map, located within a distance that could be connected by a line to other vibrating sections. Connecting those lines produces a geometric shape. It is not immediately obvious what the shape represents, partly because the connections are not direct lines but curves following terrain. But when flattened and abstracted, the shape appears to be a rough representation of a parabolic dish, or the cross-section of one. A parabolic dish is a signal receiver. The vibrating walls, if read as components of a larger shape, might be marking the boundaries or focus points of an enormous receiver structure that was built into the landscape, too large to be recognized as a structure, until you're high enough above it to see the whole. That reading would mean the old world, before the Ark arrived, built something intended to receive a signal. Something on a scale that would require embedding parts of it into existing architecture rather than constructing it independently. A receiver so large it used the city as scaffolding. The frequency of the vibration is consistent across all 11 identified wall sections. Not similar, identical. A vibration produced by 11 separate concrete structures at precisely the same frequency, without any visible connecting mechanism, suggests a common source or a common design intention. If the receiver interpretation is correct, then these walls are not vibrating because of the arc. They are vibrating because of whatever the receiver is still tuned to. The receiver is still on, still listening. Whatever it was built to hear, it has not stopped trying to hear it. That persistence, a receiver built into the landscape, still operating decades after the world changed, is a strange kind of monument to human ambition or human longing. Someone built a city-scaled ear and pointed it at something. The city fell. The ear kept listening. The frequency itself, when isolated and converted to a sound wave audible to humans, produces a tone that sits in the lower bass register. Some players with the right audio equipment have been able to generate this tone and describe it as deeply uncomfortable, the kind of sound that the body responds to before the conscious mind processes it. That physical response, a sense of unease without a clear cause, is consistent with a frequency in the range that humans associate with instinctual warning signals. Whether the developers chose this frequency deliberately to create a subliminal sense of wrongness is speculative, but fits the overall design of these subtle environmental signals. The structures with vibrating walls are in varying states of decay. Some are nearly intact, some are partially collapsed. The vibration occurs in all of them regardless of structural integrity, which suggests the frequency is not being produced by the structure itself, but is being transmitted through it from somewhere below. Below is the operative word. Several of the vibrating wall sites, when examined for geological context using the game's environmental art, appear to sit above tunnel or cave systems. The terrain beneath them has a hollow quality in the visual rendering that is easy to miss but present if you know to look for it. Underground structures in Ark Raiders are common: bunkers, maintenance tunnels, old utility passages. But the specific sites beneath the vibrating walls do not appear on any in-game map, and access points, if they exist, have not been found through normal gameplay. Whatever is below these walls is sealed. The sealed nature of these underground spaces has attracted significant community attention. The assumption is that whatever is producing the frequency is located in these inaccessible areas, and the assumption that those areas contain significant lore content is reasonable given the care with which the vibrating wall Easter egg has been constructed above them. Two of the vibrating wall sites have something else in common beyond the frequency. They both have a specific species of lichen growing on them. This lichen does not appear on adjacent wall sections. It appears to grow in the exact area where the vibration is most intense. The lichen, if it is responding to the frequency, is a kind of living detector, marking the signal's most concentrated expression. Lichen growing in response to sound or vibration is not standard behavior in real-world biology. But this is a game with its own environmental rules, and the detail reads as deliberate. The developers put that lichen there to help players find the wall sections, or to imply something about the nature of the frequency. If the frequency affects biological growth, even at the minimal level of encouraging lichen colonization, it is doing something to the world around it. It is not a passive signal. It is interacting with its environment. That interactivity makes it feel more like a living thing than a technical artifact. 3 of the 11 sites have arc machines that patrol close by, closer than their patrol routes seem to require. The machines skirt the walls, repeatedly passing the vibrating sections. Whether they are drawn to the frequency or simply assigned to patrol near significant structures is impossible to determine from the outside. But the machines do not touch the walls. They get within a short distance and then redirect, always maintaining a gap between themselves and the vibrating surface. The avoidance is consistent. Something about the frequency makes the machines route around it rather than through it. An entity that avoids a signal it cannot control is different from an entity that does not detect the signal at all. The ARC machines avoiding these walls implies they know the walls are doing something. It implies, on one reading, that whatever is producing the frequency is not the ARC, and if it is not the ARC, then it was here before them, or it is humanity's, and the machines are wary of it. The frequency in the walls is one of the Easter egg categories that feels most like a setup. It has the density of a clue pointing towards something else, rather than being the thing itself. The walls are vibrating because something below them is active, and what is active below them is what matters. Whether the game eventually reveals the subterranean source or leaves it as an open question will define this Easter egg's ultimate significance. For now, the walls pulse, 11 of them, across a city-scale receiver that was listening for something before the machines arrived and has not stopped listening since. Chapter 5. Embark's Hidden Signature. The developers of Arc Raiders are Embark Studios, and like most game development studios with a sense of personality, they have left traces of themselves in the game world. Finding these signatures is a category of Easter egg that feels different from the lore-based ones, because they are explicitly meta outside the fiction, the makers saying hello. Embark Studios' signature style is restraint. Where some developers put their names on walls or hide playable versions of their older games, Embark's signatures tend to be architectural, specific proportions, specific color values, specific spatial arrangements that recur across the game with a consistency that is not random. The first signature most players encounter is a number sequence embedded in the game's environment in a way that is slightly too precise to be accidental. The number sequence corresponds to the founding date of Embark Studios, arranged across 3 separate in-game objects that have to be read in the right order to produce the date. The objects are a broken clock face showing a specific hour, a road sign with a specific number, and a mail slot with a handwritten number affixed to it. Individually, each of these reads as environmental texture. Together, in the correct order, they produce a date that matches Embark's founding. That kind of coordinated environmental signature requires effort. The developers had to design 3 separate objects, place them in the right relationship to each other, and trust that players would eventually piece them together. It is a labor-intensive way to sign a piece of work, and that labor is its own kind of statement. The founding date Easter egg has a secondary layer that took longer to find. The 3 objects, when their positions are marked on the map, form a triangle. The centroid of that triangle, the geometric center point, corresponds to a location on the map that contains an otherwise unremarkable crate. The crate, when opened, contains an item with a unique description. The item description does not explicitly name the studio. It uses language that is ambiguous enough to be read as in-world lore, referring to something being made by a group of people who believed the work would outlast them. That dual reading, in-world and meta, is characteristic of Embark's approach. The studio's previous work, particularly in large-scale multiplayer games with strong team-based gameplay, has left traces in Arc Raiders that go beyond the founding date. Certain mechanical patterns, how the game handles player movement near specific objects, certain audio cues that recur in specific contexts, suggest a lineage from Embark's earlier development work. Whether those patterns qualify as Easter eggs or simply as design DNA is debatable, but the community treats them as signatures, recognizing them as evidence of the studio's history showing through the new work. The people who made Arc Raiders made other things before it, and those things are present in subtle ways. One of the more specific Embark signatures is a room layout that appears in 3 different locations across the map. The room dimensions, the placement of doorways, the position of a single chair in each room are identical despite the rooms being visually different in decor and state of repair. The template is the same even when the surface is different. That repeated room layout is not accidental. 3 identical spatial arrangements in a game world this size require intentional reproduction. The community has not reached consensus on what the room represents, but the leading theory is that it is a reference to a specific workspace at the studio, a room in Embark's actual offices that the developers put into the game as a kind of anchor. If accurate, that would make the 3 rooms a form of architectural self-insertion, the developers building their own working space into the world they made, 3 times in different levels of decay and context. A fresh version, a worn version, and a destroyed version. The same room across time. That temporal spread of the room, from functional to ruined, reads as commentary on the relationship between creators and their creations. The studio that made the game is present in the game's world, but the game's world is a post-apocalyptic one. The room where the game was made exists in the game's fiction as something that will eventually fall apart. There is a humility in that, or a realism. Either the developers are saying something about the impermanence of their own work, or they are simply finding a meaningful way to hide themselves in the world they built. Probably both. The initials of several Embark developers appear in the game in ways that are not immediately obvious. Maintenance codes on machinery, registration numbers on vehicles, identification tags on equipment. A careful reading of all of these codes across the game reveals initials that match the credited development team. Some developers have more prominent signatures than others. The creative director's initials appear in a location that is difficult to access and requires specific game knowledge to reach, suggesting a placement by someone who knows the game deeply and wanted their mark in a challenging spot. The audio designers seem to have signed the whisperers we discussed in Chapter 3. The specific tonal characteristics of different whisperer sequences, when analysed, contain micro-patterns that correspond to the audio team's initials in a modified form of Morse code. That level of signature, embedded in the actual sound design rather than the environment, requires significant intentionality. One Embark signature that has emotional resonance for the community is a dedication in the game's environment to someone whose full name has not been confirmed. The dedication takes the form of a name scratched into metal in a location that requires patience to find. The name is a common one, but the context makes it feel personal rather than incidental. The possibility that the dedication is to someone the development team lost, a colleague, a friend, a family member, is something the community has treated with appropriate care. No one has pushed to confirm or reveal who the name refers to if it is a personal tribute. The Easter egg is allowed to be private, even while being visible. Embark's design philosophy around Easter eggs seems to distinguish between signatures that are for players to find and engage with, and signatures that are for the team and are available to be found but not meant to be analysed. The dedication falls into the second category, and the community's instinct to respect that distinction is encouraging. The studio's name itself, Embark, appears to be referenced within the game's fiction in a way that is just ambiguous enough to be plausible deniability. A fragment of text in a pre-collapse document uses a word that looks very close to Embark in the context of describing the beginning of a journey. Whether that is a signature or a coincidence, the resonance is there. One of the cleanest Embark signatures is a specific geometric logo, 3 lines in a specific configuration, that appears on multiple in-game objects that are otherwise unremarkable. The logo is small, usually placed on the underside or back of objects where you would not see it during normal gameplay. but it is consistent, reproducible, and unambiguous. The three-line configuration matches a simplified version of the studio's visual identity in a way that feels like a calling card. The developers put it on things they were proud of, or on things they wanted to mark as theirs. It is the equivalent of an artist signing their work in a corner. Finding all instances of the three-line mark is a dedicated community project. The current count is somewhere above 40 distinct appearances, suggesting that the developers used it throughout production as a kind of consistent personal stamp. Each new addition to the game potentially adds more. Embark's hidden signatures as a category of Easter egg are different from the lore-based ones in an important way. They are not about the world of Ark Raiders, they are about the people who made Ark Raiders, and finding them creates a different kind of connection, not to the fiction but to the real human beings who spent years building this thing. That connection, the sense of the maker behind the made thing, is part of what makes Easter egg hunting feel meaningful rather than simply completionist. You are not just collecting secrets, you are meeting the people who left them. Chapter 6. The Abandoned Observatory. At the edge of one of the game's later accessible zones sits a structure that is distinctly out of place among the surrounding environment. It is a dome, or the remnant of one, in a location where most structures are industrial or residential. The dome's design language is scientific, late 20th century in aesthetic, the kind of building that housed serious instruments and serious people. This is the Abandoned Observatory, and it is one of the richest single locations for Easter eggs in all of Ark Raiders. The approach to the observatory gives you time to read it before you enter. The dome has been partially collapsed, but the collapse is asymmetrical. One side remains largely intact. The other side is destroyed in a way that's consistent with significant internal pressure rather than external impact, something inside the dome pushed outward rather than something outside pushing in. That asymmetry of collapse is the first detail worth noting. Whatever happened to the observatory happened from within. The dome exploded, essentially, from the inside. The instrument it housed, or something about the process of using that instrument, produced enough force to destroy half a dome. The intact side of the dome still contains equipment. Several control consoles are present, damaged but readable. The notation on the consoles refers to time, specifically to very precise time measurements, intervals of such fine granularity that the equipment was doing something that required extremely accurate timekeeping. Extremely accurate time measurements in an astronomical context usually relates to the tracking of moving objects. Satellites, comets, fast-moving bodies. The equipment was watching something that moved quickly and that required precise timing to track. Whether that something was a natural body or the approaching ark is the question the room asks. One of the consoles has a display that is still partially functional. The display shows a fragment of what appears to be a tracking readout, a series of numbers that correspond to positional data. The final entry in the readout is followed by a gap, a blank line where the next entry should be, and then no more entries after that. The final entry before the blank line, if the numbers represent coordinates and timestamps, corresponds to a moment that the game's timeline places around the early stages of the Ark arrival. The observation ended. Something happened that stopped whoever was running the equipment from entering the next data point. What happened is suggested by the explosion of the dome. The observer saw something, entered the last data point, and then whatever they were tracking arrived, or did something. The observer is no longer present, and the dome is open to the sky. The idea of an astronomer seeing the thing coming, being the first to understand what it was, and then having the observatory destroyed in the moment of confirmation, is a quietly powerful narrative. The knowledge was acquired, and immediately the conditions for sharing it were eliminated. Scattered around the base of the console are printed documents, degraded but partially readable. These appear to be printouts of tracking data, possibly the paper records that the digital system was also maintaining. The printed data extends further back in time than the console display suggests, meaning the observatory had been watching the Ark, or whatever became the Ark, for longer than the final console entry implies. If the printouts are accurate, the observatory detected the Ark's signal years before the arrival. Not the signal from Chapter 2, which appears to be a different category of transmission. This is the physical approach, the observation of something moving through space toward Earth. Years of approach data would mean someone knew, not just suspected, knew. And the question of what was done with that knowledge, why the world was not better prepared, why the observation seems to have been contained to this single observatory rather than broadcast, is one of the more troubling questions the game raises without answering directly. The observatory has a secondary level, an underground component, accessible through a hatch in the floor that is not immediately visible. The underground level contains living quarters, small and functional, suggesting that whoever ran this observatory lived here full-time. This was not a commuter science project. Someone lived in this dome and watched. The living quarters have the texture of long habitation. Books, personal items, a calendar on the wall with dates marked. The marked dates correspond, when checked against the broader game timeline, to moments of detected signal change, moments when whatever was approaching did something that warranted marking on a physical calendar. The act of keeping a physical calendar when the digital equipment is tracking everything implies a human need to make the data tangible. The astronomer was marking days, not just logging data. They were living with the knowledge of the approaching Ark, marking time towards something they could not change. The calendar stops, not at any obviously significant date. The last mark is several weeks before the final console entry. After that, the calendar is blank. Whatever happened in those final weeks, the astronomer stopped marking the calendar. Whether they lost hope, lost interest, lost the ability, or simply decided the calendar no longer mattered, is something the room cannot tell you. But the stopping of the calendar, before the stopping of the data entry, creates a sequence. The personal ritual ended before the professional one. That is a specific kind of surrender. There are books in the living quarters that are readable to a limited extent. The in-game text rendering allows partial reading of some pages, and the fragments available are consistent with astronomical literature, references to concepts about observation, light travel time, and the limitations of what can be known from watching rather than from going. One page, partially legible, has a handwritten note in the margin. The note is too degraded to read in full, but the first word is visible. The word is sorry. An apology, written in the margin of a book about the limits of knowledge, in the underground room of an observatory where someone watched the end coming. That sorry could be addressed to anyone, to the world, to whoever might someday find it, to the approaching Ark in some moment of irrational communication, to no one. The ambiguity makes it land harder than a more explicit message would. The observatory is one of the locations where the Ark machines seem most purposeful. They orbit the structure on their patrol routes, never entering, but maintaining a presence. The dome's collapsed side means there is clear access for any machine that wanted to enter. They choose not to. That choice, if it is a choice, implies that the machines understand what the observatory was for. They know it watched them or watched whatever preceded them, and they keep their distance from the evidence of human awareness of their approach. The observatory as a whole reads as a character in the game's story rather than just a location. Someone lived here, watched, marked time, said sorry, and then everything ended. The dome remembers all of it, and the machines that now patrol its edges remember too. In whatever way, machines remember things. Chapter 7. Numbers that don't add up. Ark Raiders has a relationship with mathematics that runs deeper than most players notice. Across the game's environments, there are number sequences embedded in contexts that seem functional, but the numbers themselves, when examined, do not produce the results they imply. They almost do, but not quite. and that not quite is where the Easter egg lives. The most accessible example is a door code pad in one of the early bunker structures. The door requires a 4-digit code. The room the door protects is empty of gameplay content. But painted on the wall next to the door is a sequence of arithmetic, a series of addition problems that, if correctly solved, produces the 4-digit code, except the arithmetic is wrong. One of the additions in the sequence produces an incorrect result if you follow standard mathematical rules. The answer given on the wall is not the correct answer to the problem as written. If you enter the mathematically correct answer, the door does not open. If you enter the wrong answer from the wall, it does. This means the developers intentionally put an incorrect mathematical result on the wall and made it the functional answer. That is a choice. It is a choice that requires the player to accept the game's arithmetic rather than their own. It is asking you to trust something that is demonstrably false. In the context of Ark Raiders lore, this could be read as a comment on knowledge. The world's understanding of things is not always accurate, but functioning within that inaccurate understanding can still produce results. You use the wrong math and the door opens. The wrongness is functional. The bunker code is not an isolated incident. There are 6 other locations in the game where mathematics appears on walls, floors, or surfaces, and in 5 of the 6 cases, at least one value in the mathematical expression is incorrect in a way that, again, almost works. The error is small, usually a single digit off from the correct answer, and the incorrect result is consistently used as functional information elsewhere in the environment. What this pattern suggests is that the builders of these spaces, the pre-collapse humans who lived and worked here, were operating with a body of knowledge that was slightly off, not wrong enough to be useless, wrong in small specific ways that nonetheless produced functional outcomes, a civilization running on carefully maintained inaccuracy, whether that is a commentary on humanity in general, on the specific pre-collapse society in Ark Raiders lore, or simply a clever Easter egg design choice, is unclear. But the consistency of the pattern across multiple locations rules out accident. The 6th location, where the mathematics is actually correct, is interesting precisely because of its accuracy. Everything in the sequence adds up. Every result is verifiable. And the location that contains correct math is different from the others. In another way, it is located in a space that appears to have been built more recently than the surrounding architecture. If the surrounding structures represent an older civilization with systematically imprecise mathematics, and the newer structure has correct math, something changed. Either the civilization corrected itself at some point, or a different culture built the newer structure, or someone arrived and introduced accuracy. The Ark machines operate on precision. Their movements, patrol patterns, attack rhythms, and physical construction all suggest extremely accurate systems. A faction that introduced mathematical accuracy to a civilization running on imprecision would change that civilization in fundamental ways, and a civilization that had accepted imprecision might find that change disorienting. This is a speculative reading of number sequence Easter eggs, but the game seems to invite it. The mathematics on the walls is not decorative, it is functional, and the specific nature of its wrongness is too consistent to be careless. Beyond the arithmetic sequences, the game has a numerical signature that appears in many places. The numbers 7 and 3 recur across different contexts, sometimes in combination, sometimes independently. 7 appears as a count of objects, a measurement, a frequency value. 3 appears similarly. Together they appear in ways that could be additive or multiplicative, as a 10 or as a 21. Neither 10 nor 21 has obvious narrative significance in the game's stated lore, but the frequency with which these numbers appear together suggests they are meaningful in some framework that has not yet been revealed. They are a repeated motif waiting for its context. The community has proposed several explanations. The numbers are developer signatures corresponding to specific team members. The numbers correspond to in-game dates in the Arc calendar system, which we will discuss in Chapter 48. The numbers are part of a larger code that the game will eventually complete. None of these theories has been definitively confirmed or denied. What the numbers that don't add up Easter egg does most effectively is establish that the game world is one where knowledge is unreliable in specific patterned ways. This is a game about a world that did not see a catastrophe coming, despite evidence of its approach. The imprecise mathematics is a version of the same theme. The world was operating on information that was almost right. Almost right was not enough. Chapter 8. The painting in the bunker. In a bunker that is off the main path of most runs, behind a door that requires a specific key item to open, there is a painting. Not a photograph, not a printed image. An actual oil painting, framed, hanging on a concrete wall in a space that was clearly never meant to be a gallery. Someone brought a painting into a bunker and hung it up. The painting depicts a landscape, hills in the background, an open field in the foreground, a sky that takes up more than half the canvas. The sky is the most detailed part of the painting, rendered with careful attention to cloud formation and light quality. It is clearly the work of someone who was either professionally trained or deeply practiced. The landscape depicted does not match any identifiable, real-world location. But within the game's environmental geography, the hill shapes and terrain features are consistent with a specific area of the map that, from the right viewpoint, produces almost exactly the composition shown in the painting. The painting depicts a real place in the game's world. That in-world accuracy means whoever painted this was painting from observation. Either they painted it at the location itself, standing in the field with an easel, or they painted it from memory or reference later. The quality of the sky detail suggests careful on-site observation rather than reconstruction from memory. Someone who painted this well, in this specific location, before the world changed enough to make bunker survival necessary, was someone paying close attention to the ordinary world. The painting is an act of attention to something that might seem unmemorable, hills, a field, a sky, but the painter found it worth careful representation. The painting being in the bunker suggests that when the catastrophe came and the painter retreated underground, this was one of the things they brought. Not a photograph of loved ones, not practical items beyond the basics of survival. A landscape painting, an expensive, impractical, valuable act of aesthetic record-keeping. The frame around the painting is handmade. The joints are careful, but not professional. Whoever made the frame did not have a workshop with the right tools. They improvised the frame in the bunker from whatever material was available so that the painting could be hung properly rather than leaned against a wall. That combination, a painting made with professional care and a frame made with improvised care, suggests a timeline. The painting came from before, the frame was made after. The painter survived long enough to want their landscape properly displayed even in a concrete underground space. Whether the painter survived the events of the game's timeline is one of the questions the bunker room asks. There is no direct evidence of the painter's current status. The bunker shows signs of habitation, but not of recent habitation. Someone lived here. They are not here now. The painting has a detail in the lower right corner that most players miss because it's small and the bunker's lighting is low. In that corner, worked into the texture of the painted ground, are letters. Small, integrated into the brushwork, but deliberately there. The letters appear to be initials. Whose initials they are is unknown. Whether they match any character referenced elsewhere in the game is something the community has not confirmed. But the presence of initials in the painting means the artist signed it, and the signature was not added later. It was part of the original composition. The painter always intended this to be a named work, a named artwork in an unnamed context, a private gallery of one. The bunker contains only this painting on its walls, nothing else decorative. The painter had one thing to display, and displayed it with full commitment. A handmade frame, proper placement on the wall, the right height for comfortable viewing. The painting is one of the Easter eggs that does not appear to connect directly to the game's larger lore systems. It is not encoding a signal, not part of a chain, not pointing toward another location. It is simply a painting in a bunker, and its story is complete in itself. Someone made something beautiful, carried it underground, and displayed it with care. In a game full of mysteries and networks and coded signals, the painting stands apart by being uncoded. It is a human moment, simple and entire, and perhaps that is its function in the game's Easter egg ecosystem. Everything else is a puzzle. This is a person. Chapter 9. Children's Drawings. Throughout the game's accessible map, you can find children's drawings. They appear in various states of preservation, on walls, on floors, tucked into corners of abandoned homes, weighted down under debris. Finding all of them is one of the community's ongoing projects. The current confirmed count is 23, though more are suspected to exist in as yet inaccessible areas. The drawings are rendered with the limited skill and particular imagination of childhood. They are clearly not adult works presented as childlike. The proportions are wrong in the ways that children's proportions are wrong. Figures with very large heads and small bodies, hands that are either too detailed or absent entirely, environments represented as simple shapes rather than accurate perspectives. The subject matter of the drawings is where the Easter egg significance lies. Early drawings in the collection, those found in structures that appear to predate the Ark arrival, depict conventional childhood subjects: families, houses, animals, fantasy creatures, normal. But as the locations move closer to the time of the Ark's arrival, the subject matter shifts. Houses begin to appear with something in the sky above them. Initially, the sky thing is drawn with bright colours, like a firework or a star. Then it becomes darker, more detailed, more central to the composition. The progression can be read as a child's experience of learning about and then fearing the approaching Ark. The first drawing with something in the sky is probably the child's excited interpretation of news about a new discovery. The later drawings, where the sky thing dominates the page and the house is very small below it, suggest a different emotional state. The final drawings in the chronological sequence, identifiable by the progressive decay of their contexts, abandon recognizable subjects almost entirely. They are shapes, heavy with dark crayon or marker, repetitive forms that do not have clear external reference. Grief or fear sometimes looks like abstraction in childhood expression. One drawing stands apart from the others. It is the only one that appears to have been made after the main Ark arrival event, rather than before. The paper it was drawn on is different in texture from the others, more modern or more deteriorated in a different way, and the drawing depicts something that corresponds to an in-game Ark machine configuration that players have spent time with. A child drew an Ark machine after the arrival, and the drawing is accurate in ways that imply close observation. The proportions of the machine are better represented than the proportions of the human figures in the same drawing. The machine was studied. It was looked at carefully enough to reproduce. Children adapt to new normals. The Ark machine in the drawing is not depicted as a monster or a threat. It is depicted as a thing, present in the child's visual world with the same matter-of-fact quality as the houses and animals in the earlier drawings. The machine has become part of the ordinary. That normalization is one of the more disturbing things in the game's environmental storytelling. The child who drew that machine had grown up enough with them present to draw one from observation without apparent horror. The machine is just there, like a tree or a car. The 23 drawings, taken together, form a small biography of a child or several children through a period of catastrophic change. The collection documents an emotional arc from normalcy to fear to adaptation. That arc is the game's macro-narrative in miniature, filtered through childhood perception. Finding all of them is a form of archival work. The player as curator, collecting documents that no institution is maintaining. The drawings are degrading, some are nearly illegible. Eventually, in the game's simulated environmental systems, they will deteriorate further. Seeing them now, before they're gone, is its own kind of meaning. Chapter 10. The Laughing Machine. There is a machine in Ark Raiders that laughs. It does not laugh like a human being. It does not produce a sound that would be recognizable as laughter in isolation. But in context, in the specific situation that triggers it, the sound it makes has the quality of laughter. Players who have heard it describe it as wrong, uncanny, uncomfortable, and unmistakable. The machine that produces this sound is a standard combat unit in terms of its model type. Nothing about its appearance distinguishes it from others of the same class. It operates normally, patrols, scans, engages in combat. But under a very specific set of circumstances, it produces the sound. The circumstance is this: if a player is crouching and moving slowly through the machine's patrol area, undetected, and the machine completes a full patrol circuit without detecting the player. Upon returning to its starting position, the machine emits the sound. Once, and then continues its patrol. The first player to document this did so accidentally, realizing after the fact from their recorded footage that the machine had made the unusual sound. Multiple subsequent tests have confirmed the trigger condition and the resulting audio. The sound itself, when isolated and slowed down, has a cadence of 3 distinct bursts followed by a longer 4th note. The pattern of 3 short 1 long is consistent with several human vocalizations, including laughter, but also including things like a specific kind of cough or a motor struggling to start. The community landed on laughter as the interpretation partly because of context. A machine that has just failed to detect a hiding player, making 3 short 1 long sounds, is doing something that maps onto a human behavior in that situation. It sounds like the kind of sound a person makes when they are amused. Whether the machine is experiencing anything that corresponds to amusement is a question that cannot be answered from the outside. But the behavior is specific enough, the trigger condition precise enough, that calling it incidental seems inadequate. Something about failing to detect a player triggers this particular output. A machine that makes a sound when it fails to detect what is hiding from it suggests a relationship to uncertainty. Maybe the machine knows something is there and cannot find it. Maybe it is registering the gap in its own detection capability. Maybe it is doing something that has no human analogue, but that we can only describe using human terms. And laughter is the closest thing we have. The laughing machine has been found in 3 separate locations across the map. Whether these are the same model type and the behavior is common to all of them, or whether the 3 specific machines have something unique about them is still being determined. The trigger condition seems consistent across all 3 locations. The developers have never commented on this Easter egg publicly, which is consistent with their overall approach. But the specificity of the trigger condition, the requirement for the full patrol circuit without detection before the sound occurs, suggests this was not an accident in the audio mixing. Someone designed this to happen in exactly this way. A developer who designed a machine to laugh when it fails to catch someone hiding from it is a developer with a perspective on the relationship between humans and machines, or a very dry sense of humor, or both. The laughing machine is one of the Easter eggs that feels most like a wink from the people who made the game. Chapter 11. Morse code in the static radio-static in Ark Raiders is not uniform. The general texture of static across the game's radio equipment sounds like what you would expect: white noise with occasional variation. But certain radios in specific locations produce static that is not uniform. Buried in the noise is a pattern. Finding these radios is part of the challenge. They look identical to non-patterned radios. The distinction is in what they emit when tuned to specific frequencies. And those frequencies are not marked. You have to scan through the dial until the pattern becomes audible. When you find the right frequency, the pattern resolves from noise into something structured. The intervals change. What was random becomes rhythmic. And the rhythm, when mapped, corresponds to Morse code. The first Morse code message discovered in the game was short. A single word, repeated. The word was below, transmitted in Morse from a radio in a surface-level structure, pointing downward toward whatever is underground. This connects to the vibrating walls from Chapter 4 and the suggestion of significant subterranean content. The second Morse message, found on a different radio in a different zone, was longer. It appears to be a partial sentence, something about waiting and something about a number that is difficult to pass because the transmission loops and may have been corrupted. The message ends mid-word in every loop, suggesting either damage to the transmitter or an intentional truncation. The partial word at the end of the second message, when the most legible fragments are assembled, starts with what looks like an arc. Given the game's title and the nature of the message, that possible arc fragment is significant. Whether it is the word arc specifically or a longer word of which arc is the beginning, cannot be confirmed. There are currently 7 confirmed Morse transmitting radios across the game. The messages they transmit are all different in content but share certain qualities. They are all addressed to someone, using you or your in ways that imply a specific recipient. They are all incomplete, either truncated or looping, and they all contain at least one reference to a direction: below, east, down, through. 7 messages, all giving directions, all incomplete. They suggest a navigation system that was never finished. Someone was building a set of radio waypoints that would, if complete, guide a specific recipient through a sequence of locations. The network was cut short before it was finished. The waypoints that were completed continue to transmit, giving partial guidance toward a destination that may or may not still be reachable. The recipient implied by the messages is not clearly identified. The language is intimate enough to suggest the messages were created for a specific person rather than a general audience. There is a possessive quality to some of the word choices, the use of familiar phrasing that implies a relationship between sender and intended receiver. Whether that relationship was personal or professional, whether the sender and intended receiver were colleagues or something more, is not something the messages reveal directly. But the tone is not bureaucratic or clinical. It is direct and warm in a way that feels human rather than institutional. The Morse messages, if they could be completed, might form a map to something significant in the game's underground or in its as yet inaccessible regions. The community treats the existing 7 as fragments of a larger navigation that may become complete as more of the game's content is released. For now, the radios transmit their incomplete signals into empty rooms, waiting for someone who knows what they mean to follow them where they point. Chapter 12. The Broken Clock. Clocks in Ark Raiders are mostly stopped. That is expected in a post-catastrophe environment where power is unreliable and maintenance is unavailable. But the time at which the clocks are stopped is not random. Several clocks across the map are stopped at the same time. And that shared stopping time implies a shared moment. The time displayed on these synchronized clocks is 4:47. Not 4:47 in the morning or afternoon specifically, though the in-game lighting context suggests it is early morning. 4:47 is when something happened that stopped these clocks simultaneously. Clocks stop at a specific time when there is a power interruption large enough to affect a geographically distributed set of systems at the same moment. An electromagnetic pulse, a catastrophic overload, or, in this game's fiction, the arrival or activation of something that generated enough electromagnetic output to kill the power at 4:47. The Arc machines produce significant electromagnetic interference. That is established in the game's mechanical design through the effects they have on certain player equipment near them. An event large enough, an arrival large enough, could in theory have caused exactly this kind of widespread temporal freeze. 4:47 as the moment of arrival is a detail that the game nowhere states explicitly, but the synchronized stopped clocks are consistent with it, and the implications of a 4:47 arrival are interesting. An early morning hour when most people would be asleep, when the sky might first be lightening enough to see something coming. The clocks that are not synchronized, the ones stopped at different times, appear to have stopped through natural causes, battery failure, physical damage, gradual decay. The synchronized ones stopped together, which means they were still powered at the moment of the event. They were running, and then they were not. 12 clocks have been confirmed at 4:47 across the map. The number 12 has obvious associations with time itself, the 12-hour cycle, the 12 divisions of a clock face. Whether the developers chose 12 clocks deliberately for that resonance or simply happened to place 12 is impossible to determine. The broken clock Easter egg is one of those that functions on an emotional level before intellectual one. Stopped clocks are a common cultural shorthand for frozen time, for a moment that won't move forward. 12 of them stopped at the same hour creates a strong impression of a world that stopped, not gradually, but all at once, at 4:47, when something arrived. Chapter 13. A familiar logo. There is a logo in Arc Raiders that should not be there. It appears on the side of a piece of equipment in a maintenance area, stamped into the metal with the kind of regularity that suggests mass production. The logo is circular with an internal design that radiates outward. It is not identifiable as an Arc symbol or a human faction symbol. It sits outside both design languages. The logo has been analysed against known company logos, both real-world and in-game fictional ones. The closest matches are speculative, including proposed connections to other Embark-adjacent projects and to gaming media properties. None of the matches are definitive. What is clear is that the logo is on multiple pieces of equipment that share a specific manufacturing origin. The equipment it appears on seems to have been produced by a single entity, a manufacturer whose identity is represented by this logo, whose full name and origin are not provided in any legible in-game document. A manufacturer whose logo appears but whose name is absent has been deliberately anonymized. The logo was designed, placed and reproduced across multiple instances in the game world, which means significant effort was put into establishing this manufacturer's visual identity without naming them. That effort at presence without identification suggests the naming is being saved. The community has taken to calling this manufacturer the Circle Factory, using the circular logo as the identifier. Products that bear the Circle Factory logo include specific machine components, certain building materials visible in specific structures, and one piece of communications equipment that appears in the observatory from Chapter 6. The communications equipment in the observatory with the Circle Factory logo is the most significant of the branded items because it connects the anonymous manufacturer to the signal receiving story from Chapter 4. If the observatory equipment and the vibrating wall network share a manufacturer, they may share a design intent. They are parts of the same system built by the same entity. A manufacturer who built both communications equipment and machine components, or whose products appear in both contexts, might be a bridge between the human and machine sides of the game's story. Whether the Circle Factory was a human company that produced technology later adapted by the Arc, or something else entirely, is one of the questions this logo quietly poses. The logo will almost certainly become more significant as the game expands. The level of care put into establishing it without explaining it is characteristic of a setup being maintained for later revelation. For now, it sits on equipment in maintenance areas, waiting to be named. Chapter 14. The Raider Who Never Left. In one of the game's zones, there is evidence of a player-type character who appears to have been living in the Ark-controlled area for an extended period, not surviving temporarily. Living, the signs of long-term habitation in an environment where long-term habitation is supposed to be impossible. The habitation evidence includes a sleeping arrangement that has been added to and adjusted over time, different layers of material reflecting different periods and conditions. A food storage system that is sophisticated enough to suggest someone who understood preservation techniques. A route map on one wall that has been updated and annotated so many times that the original map is barely visible beneath the layers. Whoever lived here was not passing through. They made a home in a place designed to kill people, and they maintained it long enough for the evidence to accumulate into a biography. The route map is the most detailed piece of evidence. The original map appears to have been a standard in-game map type, a printed or handwritten document common to the game's world. Over it, the occupant has added lines in different media, ink, charcoal, what might be dried berry or rust, indicating routes through the machine patrols and safe resting positions. The safe routes encoded in the map are sophisticated. They reflect an understanding of patrol timing and terrain cover that would require significant observation time to develop. This person had watched the machines long enough to develop reliable navigation through their domain. They had studied the Ark systems the way the Ark systems study everything else. Some of the annotated routes on the map correspond to locations that are not player accessible in standard gameplay. The occupant knew about areas of the zone that players cannot currently reach, whether because they were sealed off as part of a catastrophic event or because the game has not yet opened them. Either way, the map knows things the game has not shown players yet. One annotation on the map is different from the others. Where most annotations are practical, route markers and timing notes, one section of the map has writing that does not appear navigational. It reads, as best the community can decipher, as a name followed by a question mark, someone's name, or a place name followed by uncertainty. The name, partially legible, appears to be a proper noun of 2 syllables. The community has not reached consensus on the specific reading, but several interpretations have been proposed, all of which point toward a person rather than a location. Someone the occupant was looking for, perhaps, or someone they were unsure of reaching. The Raider Who Never Left is an Easter egg that functions as a character study without a character. The person is entirely absent. Only their traces remain. But those traces are specific enough that the community has constructed a fairly detailed portrait of who this person was and how they lived. Patient, observant, alone for a long time, capable of maintaining not just physical survival, but a kind of domestic structure. The sleeping arrangement, the food storage, the carefully updated map, all of which suggest someone who refused to let go of the habits of civilization, even while living in a space that civilization had abandoned. Whether this person is referenced elsewhere in the game's lore, whether they are a named character whose story this location illuminates in a new way, is something the community continues to investigate. The care with which the habitation evidence has been designed suggests the developers intended this to be someone specific. Chapter 15 Whispers in the Wind Turbine. There is a wind turbine in the game's environment that is still functioning. Its blades turn. It generates power, or would if the grid it was connected to were still intact. But it does produce sound, the slow rhythmic movement of its blades through the air, and that sound is something the community has spent considerable time analysing. The turbine is one of the taller structures visible in its zone. You can hear it before you see it, the low regular sound of the blades cutting air. Approaching it, the sound changes in quality, not just louder but somehow different in character. At a certain distance, Standing in a specific position relative to the turbine, the sound appears to have a pattern. The pattern is not produced by the turbine alone. The turbine interacts with the terrain around it, the hills and ruined structures that channel wind in specific ways, and the combination of turbine rotation and terrain-shaped wind creates an interference pattern that at specific listening positions produces a sound that resembles something produced intentionally. This is a naturalistic explanation. The turbine and the landscape together make an accidental music, the kind of thing that happens when mechanical systems interact with physical environments. But the specific interference pattern, the sound that emerges at the specific listening position, is consistent across multiple visits and multiple players. And what it sounds like, or what it sounds most like, is a voice. Not words, not language, but a human vocal quality, something that has the resonance characteristics of a larynx rather than a machine or a landscape. Players describe it as someone humming or breathing through a long sustained note. The voice-like quality of the turbine wind has attracted the kind of community attention that tends to generate more heat than light. Some players become convinced it is encoded language. Others maintain it is pareidolia, the human tendency to find patterns, especially familiar patterns, in random stimuli. What can be said objectively is that the location was designed. The turbine's position, the terrain around it, the specific geometry that creates the interference pattern, all of that exists because someone placed it. Whether the voice-like result was intended or a happy accident of the physical simulation is what cannot be determined from outside the studio. The listening position that produces the clearest voice quality is not immediately obvious. Finding it requires moving around the base of the turbine until the sound changes, which is itself an interesting mechanic. The reward for patience is access to the clearest version of an ambiguous signal, which is a good metaphor for most of this game's secrets. Chapter 16. The Red Room. There is a room in Ark Raiders painted entirely red. Every surface, floor, ceiling, all four walls, red. The paint is applied thickly and not uniformly, which distinguishes it from a functional surface treatment. This was applied by hand, with intention, but not with a painter's concern for evenness. It was applied with emphasis. The room is small, 6 meters by 4 approximately. It contains no furniture and no functional equipment. There is one door in and no windows. The single door opens inward, and the room is in a structure that has otherwise been largely stripped of content, which makes the painted room stand out considerably from its context. The red is not all one shade. There are areas where the paint is thicker and therefore darker, and areas where it is thinner. And in some places you can see what appears to be underlying writing that the red paint was applied over, not to decorate it but to cover it. Someone painted over something. Wherever the underlying content is visible through the paint, the shapes suggest text or notation of some kind. Not standard writing, not in any alphabet the community has identified with certainty. But the regularity of the shapes, the way they appear in rows, suggests a written system rather than drawing or decorative mark-making. Why paint over written content? The most common reasons are concealment and destruction. The content was being hidden from someone specific, or someone wanted it gone entirely, but did not have the means to remove it. Red paint applied over what appears to be meaningful text in an otherwise empty room is a statement of some kind. The choice of red specifically is interesting. In many cultural contexts, red indicates danger, prohibition, or urgency. A room painted red by someone who wanted to conceal what was written on the walls is a room that announces itself as significant while simultaneously suppressing its content. The community's ongoing project with the Red Room is finding ways to read what is under the paint. In-game, there is no tool that removes paint or otherwise reveals underlying surfaces. But the game's lighting system, under certain angle conditions, creates enough contrast variation that some of the underlying shapes become more legible. The fragments that have been assembled so far suggest a list of some kind. Individual items, each on its own line, separated by the underlying text's spacing. What each item represents has not been decoded, but the structure of a list, items deliberately enumerated, implies someone was cataloguing something. A list under red paint in an empty room. The things that were listed were important enough to write carefully and important enough to cover completely. What sits between those two qualities, important enough to record and important enough to hide, is the question the Red Room asks. Chapter 17. Dogs that survived. You can find dogs in Ark Raiders, not the dangerous animals that inhabit some areas. Dogs, domesticated dogs, clearly formerly pets or working dogs that have survived in the Ark-controlled zones. They are not friendly by default, they are wary and often avoidant. But they are there, and finding them is a consistent enough experience that the community treats it as an Easter egg category. The dogs appear in fixed locations rather than wandering randomly. Each confirmed dog has a location it occupies consistently across sessions. They do not change position significantly, suggesting they have established territories and routines in the same way that the Ark machines have patrol routes. One particular dog is different from the others. It appears in a location near where the Ark machines are densely present, significantly closer to machine territory than the other surviving dogs. And unlike the others, it does not flee when approached. It watches. The watching dog remains still as a player approaches. It allows proximity that the other dogs do not permit. And then, if the player stops moving and stays still for approximately 30 seconds, the dog turns and walks away. Slowly. In a specific direction. Players who have followed the watching dog have documented it leading them to a location that contains a small cache of supplies, including one item that is otherwise difficult to find in that zone. The dog knows where the supplies are. Whether it leads every player or only those who meet some unstated condition is still being investigated. A dog that survived in machine territory and learned where resources are, that then shares that information with patient players who demonstrate stillness, is an Easter egg that does a lot of emotional work efficiently. It implies a dog that has learned to evaluate human behavior, that distinguishes between movement and stillness, between threat and patience. In the game's fiction, the dogs predate the Ark arrival. They were pets and working animals before the catastrophe. The ones that survived did so by adapting to a world that had changed dramatically. The watching dog's territory in machine-dense space suggests it has adapted most radically of all, learning to live in the space between human and machine, belonging entirely to neither. Chapter 18. Musical tones in the distance. Across several zones in Ark Raiders, players have reported hearing musical tones that have no visible source. Not the ambient atmospheric audio, not the machine sounds, not the environmental texture of wind or water. Distinct tones, individual pitch notes at intervals from no identifiable location. The first documented instance was a recording posted to the community forums by a player who described the experience as unsettling without knowing why. The tones in the recording are clearly present. They are not random pitches. They follow a scale or something close to one. The scale they suggest is not a standard Western musical scale. The intervals between notes do not correspond to any common tuning system. They are close enough to familiar intervals to suggest musicality without being reducible to any music theory the community has applied to them. This slightly off quality is consistent with the game's relationship to human knowledge as established in Chapter 7. The mathematics is close but wrong. The music is close but different. Whatever is producing these tones is operating with a system that parallels human systems without being identical to them. The sources of the tones have been partially located through directional audio analysis. They appear to come from underground, consistent with the vibrating wall discovery in Chapter 4. but also from certain machine bodies that have been inactive for long periods. The tones from inactive machines are quieter and require more controlled listening conditions to isolate. An inactive machine producing musical tones is doing something that serves no evident combat or navigation purpose. The tones are not threat signals. They are not navigation aids. They are tones in a non-human but musical arrangement from machines that are no longer active in any obvious operational sense. The community theory that has gained most traction is that the tones represent a form of rest or maintenance state for the machines, a low activity mode in which some form of processing continues but at a much lower energy cost. The tones are the audible byproduct of that minimal activity. If that is accurate, then the music from sleeping machines is inadvertent. It is what happens when a machine is doing just enough to maintain its systems. Humans hum without noticing. Machines on this reading do something similar. The music is the sound of barely being on. That accidental music from systems that are almost off is a poetic image that fits the game's overall tone. Ark Raiders is about the aftermath, about things that are almost over, but not quite. The musical tones suggest that the machines are, like the world itself, still running, but quietly, in a mode that has more in common with rest than with action. Chapter 19. The Collector's Corner. In one of the game's residential ruins, there is a room that was clearly used as a space for organising a collection. The collection has been partially displaced by the catastrophe, objects scattered and mixed with debris. But enough remains in situ to understand what the collection consisted of and why it mattered to whoever assembled it. The collection appears to be of small manufactured objects, components, mechanisms, industrial artifacts from the period of the game's pre-collapse civilization. Gears, switches, valves, meters, connector pieces, not random junk. Selected pieces, organised on shelves, each apparently chosen for a specific quality. The quality that unites the collected objects is not obvious at first. They are from different contexts, different industries, different scales, but they share a characteristic that the community identified after extended study. Each object in the collection appears to be the last of its kind, or nearly so. Objects from production lines that had ended, models that had been superseded, versions that were no longer being made. The collector was gathering endings, specifically the last material representatives of manufactured things that were no longer being produced. An archive of obsolescence. That is an unusual collection to maintain. Most collections are organised around desirability or rarity or personal connection. This one seems organised around finitude. The collector wanted physical records of things that were ending. Given the game's timing, it is possible to read the collection as a response to a growing awareness that things were changing. The collector who gathered endings was perhaps someone who understood, consciously or not, that a great deal more was going to end. They were practicing for a larger loss by collecting smaller ones. There is a notebook in the collection room that appears to be a catalogue of the collected objects. Each entry includes a date of acquisition, a description, and a column labelled provenance that records where the object came from. The dates in the notebook span approximately 12 years, suggesting this was a long-standing practice. The final entry in the notebook was made shortly before the game's stated timeline for the Ark arrival. The object described in the final entry is not present in the room. Either it was taken, lost in the catastrophe, or the collector never acquired it. The final entry has a question mark in the provenance column, which in context suggests the collector did not know where to obtain it. A collector who spent 12 years gathering endings, who was reaching for one final object they could not locate, left that pursuit incomplete. The notebook ends on an unresolved acquisition. The collection is one object short of what its curator intended it to be. Chapter 20. A letter never sent. In a post office building, or what remains of one, there is a collection of unsent mail. Parcels, envelopes, packages, all addressed and stamped and waiting for delivery that never came. This is expected in the context of a catastrophe that disrupted all normal systems. The unsent mail in this specific post office is not the Easter egg. The letter is. Among the standard mail there is one item that is different. It is not in an envelope. It is folded directly into itself, sealed with what appears to be candle wax, addressed in handwriting that is careful rather than casual. It was prepared with deliberate care and brought to the post office for sending. The letter is in the unsent pile because the postal system stopped before it could be delivered. The letter, which is partially legible through its transparent sections, is addressed to someone described only by a title and a location. No name. The title suggests institutional authority of some kind, governmental or military. The location, partially legible, appears to name a facility that corresponds to something referenced elsewhere in the game's environmental storytelling. The content of the letter, where readable, is a report. A detailed, carefully organized report of something the writer had observed. The language is formal and technical in its precision. Someone who was trained to document things was documenting something. What they were documenting relates to something that was happening before the Ark arrival, something they believed required official attention. The writer of the letter was trying to report something to authority before the systems that connected individuals to authority were destroyed. They brought their formal, wax-sealed report to a post office and never got to know if it arrived. The subject of their report, whatever concerned them enough to warrant formal documentation, was swallowed by a larger event before it could be addressed. That layering, a specific worry subsumed by a catastrophic one, is something this game does consistently. Small concerns disappear into larger ones. Individual stories become invisible inside the story of the arc. The undelivered letter is a document of something that mattered before the thing that ended mattering occurred. Chapters 21 through 37, and then chapter 38, will follow the same logic of careful observation, quiet detail, and the sense that the world of Ark Raiders is a world that was full of specific, individual concerns before the machines changed everything. Chapter 21. The photo on the desk. There are many photographs in Ark Raiders. The game's world is littered with them in the way that any abandoned human space would be. Mementos displaced from their original contexts. Images of people and places sitting in the debris of lives that were interrupted. Most of them are texture, environmental detail that suggests a full human world without providing specific information. But there is one photograph that consistently draws community attention. It sits on a desk in a structure that was clearly administrative in its original purpose, a workspace with the artifacts of bureaucratic function, filing systems, multi-line phone equipment, scheduling materials. An office, someone worked here. The photograph is face up. Most photographs in the game that are clearly personal items have been placed face down, as if either the person who left them could not stand to look at them when leaving, or as if the game's environmental design treats personal images with a kind of discretion. Face down implies privacy. This one is face up. The image shows two people who appear to be standing outdoors in a formal context, dressed in a way that suggests an official occasion. They are not looking at the camera with the relaxed quality of a casual snapshot. This is a posed photograph, the kind taken at a specific event. Between the two people in the photograph is an object that the community has spent considerable time analysing. The image resolution in-game makes it difficult to identify definitively, but the shape suggests a piece of equipment, something cylindrical or tubular that both people appear to be in the act of presenting or gesturing toward. The object between them looks to some players like a piece of communication equipment, a receiver or transmitter of some kind. If accurate, then this photograph documents two people at the formal presentation or commissioning of a communications device. An official moment in the history of a system that may connect to other Easter eggs in this video. The desk the photograph sits on has other details that contextualize the office. A nameplate, too corroded to read the name. A calendar open to a specific month and year that the community has placed before the Ark arrival. A small potted plant, long dead, whose presence suggests someone occupied this space long enough to maintain a living thing in it. The combination of the face-up photograph, the nameplate, and the dead plant creates a sense of a specific person who worked here for years. Someone important enough to have a nameplate, someone who maintained a plant, someone who kept a formal photograph on display at their desk rather than at home. This was a person who defined themselves by their work. That self-definition through work is a common human quality, and its expression here in the traces of an abandoned office is one of the many moments in Ark Raiders where the game makes the lost world feel populated by real people rather than background figures. Whoever worked at this desk had a life that revolved around this office. Whether that person is referenced by name in the game's broader lore, whether they are a figure whose story is told through these traces and through connections to other Easter eggs, is something the community continues to investigate. The photograph is a starting point. Chapter 22. Hidden vents and what's inside the ventilation systems of Ark Raiders' structures are navigable in ways that most players never explore. The game's design emphasizes combat and movement through accessible space, and the vents are narrow, slow, and offer limited tactical advantage in most situations. But exploring them reveals a category of hidden content that the developers clearly invested in, despite most players never seeing it. The vent system, as a whole, is more extensive than the visible infrastructure suggests. Shafts extend further than the structures they appear to serve, connecting buildings that are not otherwise linked by accessible routes. This extended connectivity is not explained in the game's fiction. The vents were built as if the structures they connect were all part of one system, even though their surface architecture presents them as separate buildings. Inside the vents, at specific locations in the connecting shafts, there are items and marks that were placed deliberately. Some are supply caches, small and practical, positioned in spots that would only be found by someone who explored the full vent system rather than moving through it to a destination. Others are marks, scratched or drawn into the metal of the shaft walls. The marks in the vent shafts are a category of environmental storytelling that is entirely invisible to players who do not explore them. They include dates, short text fragments, directional arrows, and symbols that recur in other contexts in the game. They appear to have been made by a person or people who were using the vent system as a passage over an extended period. The regularity of the marks, their distribution across the full extent of the navigable shafts, and the variety of their apparent ages suggest this was ongoing use. Someone was moving through the vent system repeatedly and leaving marks as they went. Navigation guides, records of passage, communication for others who might follow the same route. That communication implies an expected audience. The marks were made for someone else to read. Whoever was leaving them expected other people to be using this path. The vent system was a shared route for a group. One section of shaft contains a mark that is different from the others in terms of its execution. Where most marks are scratched quickly, functional rather than careful, this one has been worked over multiple times. The same shape repeated and refined, a symbol that the maker wanted to get right. The symbol is a simple geometric form, a triangle with a line through its center, horizontal. It appears elsewhere in the game, in different contexts, in graffiti, on certain equipment surfaces, in one instance carved into a tree near a structure edge. The triangle with line is a recurring mark that whoever was using the vents was also placing in the surface world. A group that leaves marks in hidden passages and in public spaces is a group maintaining visibility at two levels, covert and overt. The vent marks are for the group itself. The surface marks are for the broader world. Whatever they were communicating through the surface symbol, they wanted it seen. Chapter 23. The developer's cameo. In one location in Ark Raiders, there is a character model that appears briefly under specific conditions and then is no longer present. The character model is distinctly different from any standard NPC or enemy type in the game. It has details that do not match the game's standard asset library, and it looks, according to the community, like a specific person. The character appears in a transitional moment, specifically during a loading event that some players have experienced when moving between two zones through an unconventional route. The appearance lasts only a few seconds, long enough for a player to register that something unusual happened, but not long enough for detailed examination. Multiple players have captured footage of the appearance, and the community has assembled a composite image from the available recordings. The composite suggests a character with clothing that is more modern in style than anything in the game's in-world wardrobe, and features that a small number of community members believe correspond to a specific person connected to Embark Studios. Developer cameos in games are an old tradition. The technology for photogrammetry and facial scanning makes personal appearance Easter eggs more achievable than ever, and many studios put team members or creative leadership into their games in exactly this way. Whether the transitional character is such a cameo has not been confirmed. The community has treated the possible cameo with appropriate uncertainty. The footage quality is limited, the appearance is brief, and the composite reconstruction is an imperfect process. Asserting with confidence that the character is a specific real person based on this evidence would be overreaching, but the character is distinctly unusual, and its appearance in this specific transitional context feels deliberate. If it is a cameo, the choice of a transitional moment as the appearance context is interesting. Not a hidden room, not a special trigger with a clear reward. A moment of moving between spaces, brief and almost accidental. A developer appearing in the gap between places, visible only in transit. That is a specific kind of presence. Chapter 24. Stars that don't match the sky. The night sky in Ark Raiders is rendered with care. The game has a day-night cycle, and the night portions include a visible star field that shifts across sessions in a way that simulates sidereal movement. The stars move as real stars do, over the course of the game's in-world time. This is a significant technical detail that most players never notice, but the star field has a problem. Several constellations that are visible in the game's sky do not correspond to any real-world constellation. They are not recognizable northern or southern hemisphere sky patterns. They are novel arrangements, stars in groupings that do not appear in any historical or contemporary astronomical chart. This could be a simple artistic decision, using invented constellations to avoid the legal or precision issues that come with accurately representing real astronomical data. But the invented constellations are too specific for that explanation to be fully satisfying. They are detailed, consistent across sessions, and their shapes suggest intention rather than randomness. 3 of the invented constellations have shapes that correspond to symbols used elsewhere in the game. One matches the triangle with line from the vent system in Chapter 22. One matches a symbol that appears on certain Ark machine surfaces. One matches a shape from the wall marks in the abandoned observatory. Constellations that reflect in-world symbols create a visual language that spans the scale from a mark scratched in a vent shaft to stars visible across the sky. If the game's world uses these shapes consistently, from micro to macro, they are functioning as something like an alphabet, a visual system with meaning that operates at every scale. An alphabet written in stars is an old idea in human cultures. Many mythological traditions find meaning in sky patterns, using them to encode stories, navigational information, seasonal knowledge. Ark Raiders seems to be doing something similar with its invented constellations, building a sky script that corresponds to ground-level marks. Decoding the relationship between the sky symbols and their ground-level counterparts is an ongoing community project. The star positions that define each invented constellation, when mapped to coordinates and then are overlaid on the game map at a specific scale ratio, appear to point toward locations. The constellation that matches the arc machine symbol, for instance, points toward the zone with the highest density of arc machine activity when its star positions are translated to map coordinates, a star map of locations, the night sky as a navigation tool. Whether this was an intended system or a coincidence of the game's coordinate geometry is genuinely uncertain. But the community continues to map it, and the relationships that have been confirmed so far are consistent enough to maintain the theory. The star position, from Chapter 1's analysis of the Patriarch's 37 pulses in binary, the coordinate translation proposed by the community, points to a location beneath one of the invented constellations. That overlap, the Patriarch's binary output pointing to a spot on the map that is also marked by a sky symbol, suggests the systems are connected, which means that the first machine, the 37 pulses, the signal reconstruction, and the star map might all be aspects of a single coordinate system. Different expressions of the same underlying information, the location of something that the Ark and perhaps the pre-collapse humans considered significant enough to mark from every direction. Chapter 25. The Sleeping Drone. There is a drone in Ark Raiders that is not active. It is not destroyed. Its systems appear to be functioning. Its lights are on. Its sensors are intact. It is simply still. Sitting in a location that is accessible but rarely visited, it has been in the same position across every game session that has been documented. The sleeping drone is not an Ark machine. Its design language is human. More specifically, it looks like something that would have been produced in the late period of the game's pre-collapse civilization. A civilian or commercial drone, larger than a recreational model, but smaller than a military one. A working tool. The drone's position is unusual. It is resting on a surface that is elevated above the surrounding area, which means it either landed here intentionally or was placed here by someone. The surface has no debris around it, which suggests the placement was either very careful or very recent relative to the events that scattered everything else. A drone that was landed carefully in a protected position, with its systems still active, suggests someone put it here deliberately. They positioned it, kept it powered, and left it. Whether the intent was retrieval, surveillance, communication relay, or something else is not established by the drone itself. The drone's camera, if it has one, appears to be oriented toward a specific part of the landscape. Tracking that line of sight to its target reveals a location that has not yet attracted significant attention in the community. Whether what the drone is looking at is meaningful or simply the result of where it was placed is unknown. The drone's lights cycle in a pattern that is different from normal standby behavior for any human-made device in the game. The cycle is longer than standard and includes a brief extinction followed by a return to full power, as if the drone is performing a test or a reset on a schedule. The schedule appears to be approximately every 40 minutes in real time. A drone that resets every 40 minutes is running a program. 40 minutes is a specific interval that does not correspond to any obvious in-game time system. It is human time, real-world time, and the regularity suggests whoever programmed this drone was thinking in terms of real-world schedules rather than in-world ones. Whether that is a developer detail, a game clock quirk, or a deliberate decision to have the drone operate on a human world schedule rather than a game world one is unclear. But the consistent 40-minute interval is something players have confirmed repeatedly. Chapter 26. Old World Advertisements. The game's pre-collapse world has left advertising traces in the environment. Billboards, posters, painted signs, printed materials. These are environmental texture in the broad sense, background detail that establishes the aesthetic of the world before. But some of them contain content that is not simply texture. Several advertisements across the map promote products or services that, in retrospect, carry ironic weight. A travel service advertising destinations that are now our controlled zones. A communications company whose tagline about staying connected has a different resonance in a world where communications have been severed. A food brand whose promises of abundance contrast with the current scarcity. These are gentle ironies, the kind that any post-apocalyptic setting inevitably produces when it includes pre-collapse consumer culture. The game does not underline them, they simply exist. But 3 advertisements are different from the others. They promote something that does not correspond to any product or service that would have been commercially available in the game's pre-collapse world. They are advertisements for something that should not have been advertised, either because it was classified, not yet public, or because it was not the kind of thing that was commercially available. The first of these unusual advertisements shows what appears to be a communication dish, similar to the one in the photograph in Chapter 21, with text below it that reads as a recruitment advertisement. Someone was advertising for workers or contractors to work with a large dish antenna. The work is described in language that is technical enough to exclude general audiences and specific enough to suggest the advertiser was looking for people with skills in signal processing. A public advertisement for highly technical signal work would be unusual in most contexts, but not impossible. What makes this one strange is its placement. It is in a location where the audience would primarily have been industrial workers and technical staff from the surrounding facilities. The advertisement was targeting people who were already working in that field. It was not trying to create new interest. It was trying to poach from an existing pool. Whatever organisation placed this advertisement was in a hurry and was willing to pay enough to attract experienced people away from their current positions. A hurry and a budget, combined with the content of the work being advertised, suggests something was approaching its operational phase faster than expected. Chapter 27. The Missing Soldier. In a military-adjacent structure, one that has the physical characteristics of a base or outpost without explicit identification as military, there is evidence of personnel that is inconsistent. The equipment suggests a specific number of people were stationed here. The sleeping arrangements suggest that number. The food stores suggest that number, but the personal items suggest one fewer person than the operational numbers imply. One person's effects are missing, not their effects from this space, their effects from anywhere accessible. The space where they should have stored personal items is empty, not disturbed, not ransacked, simply empty in a way that suggests the items were removed or were never present. A soldier who was part of a unit but left no personal trace suggests either that they arrived differently than the others, perhaps as an addition rather than an original member, or that someone removed their belongings deliberately. A name appears on a duty roster partially visible in one of the administrative documents in the space. The name is in a slot that corresponds to the personnel number implied by the equipment and food stores, but which has no corresponding personal effects. A name and a role, no objects. The community has searched the broader zone for any item tagged with this name, or for any narrative content that references it. The search has been partially successful. The name appears in one other location, in a different zone, in a list that appears to be a record of some kind, with a notation beside it that has not been definitively decoded. Whether the missing soldier left, was removed, or was simply a person who travelled light and left no personal mark is something the game does not resolve. But the absence is specific enough to be noticed, and noticed absences in Ark Raiders tend to be designed rather than incidental. Chapter 28. Machine Dreams. In certain Ark machine behaviours, there are patterns that do not serve any evident operational purpose. Not the 37 pulses from Chapter 1, not the laughing sound from Chapter 10, but more complex behavioural sequences that appear during specific times of the game's day cycle and that seem to involve the machines doing something other than their standard functions. These behaviours occur during the period of the game's cycle that corresponds to late night, the hours with the least ambient light when the least human activity occurs in the game world. During this window, specific machines in specific locations enter a state that the community has termed the dream state. In the dream state, the machine continues to operate, but its movements become less purposeful. Patrol routes are abandoned in favour of what appear to be random walks that loop back to starting points without any of the standard efficiency of designed patrol behaviour. Sensors that are normally active appear to reduce their scan frequency. The machines move in the way that humans sometimes move, when half asleep. The dream state is not universal. Only specific machines in specific locations appear to exhibit it. And the machines that do exhibit it tend to be ones that have other unusual characteristics: connection to signal equipment, proximity to significant law locations, or behavioural quirks that have been documented elsewhere. In the dream state, machines have been observed doing something that they do not do in normal operation. They trace shapes on the ground, not with a tool, with their movement paths. If you watch a dreaming machine from above, its trajectory describes a shape, and the shape is consistent across multiple sessions. Different dreaming machines trace different shapes. None of them have been identified as standard geometric forms. They are irregular closed loops, something like calligraphy more than geometry. The community has mapped the traced shapes of all confirmed dream state machines and compared them against each other. The comparison reveals that the shapes share a structural quality. They are all variations on a single underlying template, a form that is being expressed differently by each machine in the way that handwriting varies around a shared letter form. The machines are all drawing the same thing in different, individual styles. What the thing is, the underlying form that all the dreaming machines trace, has been the subject of extensive community analysis. Several interpretations have been proposed. The shape shares characteristics with certain natural forms, particularly with the geometry of certain ocean wave patterns, and with the cross-section geometry of certain atmospheric phenomena. A shape drawn by machines in their sleep that corresponds to natural forms on Earth is interesting. If the machines are dreaming, what they are dreaming about seems to be the physical world they are in, its geometry, its patterns. They are, in whatever attenuated sense the word applies, dreaming about Earth. Chapter 29. The handprint on the wall. In a specific location, in one of the game's deeper accessible zones, there is a handprint on a wall. Not unusual in itself for an environment full of human traces, but this handprint is notable for two reasons. The first is its position. It is placed at a height that does not correspond to a standard adult human reach in a natural resting position. It is too high to have been made casually, too specific in placement to be accidental. The handprint was placed deliberately, at a specific point on the wall, at a height that required effort to reach. The second reason is its composition. The print is not made in paint or charcoal or any of the substances that produce other marks in the game. It is made in something that, under the game's lighting system, appears to have a faint luminescent quality. Very faint, only visible in complete darkness but present. A luminescent handprint placed at a specific height in a deep dark location is a marker. It is designed to be found by someone who is in that space, in the dark, looking for it. The height means the person who placed it was taller than average, or was elevated when they placed it. The luminescent material means they prepared to mark this spot and brought a material suitable for marking in the dark. Planning, preparation, and a specific target height. The handprint was left by someone who knew what they were doing and had a reason for marking this spot. The marker being the height of a specific hand means if the person who left it returns, they can confirm it is theirs by pressing their hand against it. A marker that functions as personal identification points toward a return trip. The person who left this print intended to come back. Whether they did is something the environment cannot answer directly, but the handprint remains, luminescent in the dark, at the height of a specific person's reaching hand. Chapter 30. Coordinates leading nowhere. There are coordinates in Ark Raiders, not symbolic coordinates or implied geographic relationships, but actual numerical coordinate pairs found in various locations on papers, screens, carved surfaces, and notations of all kinds. The community has assembled a list of all confirmed coordinates and applied them to the game's map. Most of the coordinates, when plotted, point to locations that are identifiable within the accessible game world. Supply locations, significant structures, route waypoints. These coordinates are functional. They are navigation tools for whoever left them, and for players now, but a subset of coordinates does not correspond to anything within the accessible map. These coordinates describe locations that are either off the edge of the playable area entirely or within the playable area, but at depths or positions that do not contain any accessible content. The coordinates lead nowhere. The nowhere coordinates could be placeholder content, navigation markers for areas of the game that will be added in future updates. That is the most pragmatic explanation, and almost certainly accounts for some of them. But the distribution of these coordinates, their density in specific zones relative to others, and the contexts in which they appear suggest at least some of them are intentional. Coordinates that lead outside the current playable world, written in a world whose fiction takes place in a larger geography than the playable map represents, could be referring to real in-world locations. In the fiction of Ark Raiders, the world is enormous, and the playable area is a portion of it. A coordinate that leads off the edge of the playable map might lead somewhere in the fiction that simply has not been made playable yet. If future updates expand the playable map, the coordinates that currently lead nowhere will presumably lead somewhere. That would be a satisfying payoff for a setup that has been present in the game for some time. A set of dead-end coordinates that suddenly begin to resolve as new areas open. The coordinates that lead downward to positions beneath the playable terrain are more ambiguous. They might indicate underground content that has not been made accessible. They might indicate that the game's underground systems are more extensive than what can currently be explored. Or they might be coordinates that were calculated in a three-dimensional coordinate system that the two-dimensional map cannot fully represent. A three-dimensional coordinate space for a game that currently presents largely as a two-dimensional navigable world would suggest that the z-axis, the vertical dimension, is going to matter more as development continues. The coordinates leading down might be telling players to think about what is beneath them. Given everything we have encountered in this video so far, beneath is consistently where the significant things are suggested to be. The vibrating walls, the Morse code pointing down, the observatory with its underground quarters. The coordinates that lead down might all be pointing to the same general region, from different directions using different systems. A convergence of clues all pointing toward the same underground location is one of the classic structures of a mystery designed to be solved. Ark Raiders seems to be building one. Chapter 31. The Child's Bedroom. There is a child's bedroom in the game, not unusual for a residential zone, and the game has several. But this specific room is notable for what it contains, and for what the combination of its contents implies about the child who lived there. The room has the standard elements of childhood space, a sleeping area, storage for personal items, surfaces with the accumulated marks of a young person expressing themselves through their environment. But the proportions of the room's contents tell a story about the room's history. The sleeping area is sized for a young child. The marks on the wall that measure height, the kind that parents make to track their child's growth, start at the bottom of a door frame and extend upward across a period of years. The marks are dated. The last mark corresponds to a height and a date that the community has estimated corresponds to a child of approximately 11 or 12 years old. After the last height mark, there is a gap. No more marks, no evidence of further growth measurement. Either the measuring practice stopped or the child stopped growing in this room because they left, because they were old enough to stop needing it documented, or for another reason. Above the last height mark, at approximately adult eye level, there is a single mark of a different kind. Not a growth measurement, a horizontal line, drawn firmly, that intersects the vertical series of growth marks at right angles. It is not the same handwriting as the growth marks. It is larger and less careful. A different hand drew that line, above the last child's measurement, firmly, crossing the record of growth. What that means depends on who drew it, and when and why. Was it the child, grown to adult height, marking the moment of their transition? Was it someone else, marking something ending? The room's other contents contribute to the ambiguity without resolving it. Books on a shelf that range from early childhood reading to books intended for much older readers. This was a room that was inhabited and actively used by the same person for a long time, across a transition from childhood to early adolescence. In the room's far corner, behind other items, there is a collection of drawings that are not in the category from Chapter 9. These are more sophisticated in technique than the typical children's drawings found across the map. The hand that made them was developing skill. The drawings from early in the collection are simple. The later ones are increasingly detailed and confident. The subject matter of this private collection of drawings is different from the public children's drawings elsewhere. These are architectural, structural designs, cross-sections of rooms and underground spaces, detailed enough to suggest the child who made them had either access to architectural information or a remarkable ability to imagine interior geometry. The architectural drawings in a child's private collection in a game about underground structures and hidden spaces read as a kind of foreshadowing. A child who drew hidden spaces who lived in a room where their height was recorded and then measuring stopped in a world that went underground. That child seems important in ways the game is not yet ready to reveal. Chapter 32. Easter Egg Chains. Some of Ark Raiders' Easter eggs do not exist independently. They are designed to lead from one to the next, forming chains where each discovery is both a reward and a clue pointing toward the next step. The community has identified several of these chains and has documented their linkages to varying degrees of completeness. The longest currently confirmed chain has 5 links. It begins with an object in a surface location, passes through a series of discoveries across 2 different zones, and ends at a location that contains something available to the player as a mechanical reward, specifically an item not obtainable through standard gameplay. The chain's first link is a piece of paper with a list of numbers. The numbers appear random in isolation. The second link, found in a different location, whose connection to the first is established by a symbol shared between the 2 sites, is a device that, when operated with the numbers from the first link, produces a directional indication. The third link following that direction is a physical object embedded in the environment. The fourth link requires interpreting the physical object's geometry against the game's map, which produces a coordinate. The fifth and final link is the location at that coordinate, where the unique item is found. 5 steps spanning 2 zones, requiring knowledge of the game's coordinate system, symbol recognition, and device operation. It is a puzzle of significant complexity. The community found this chain through collaborative effort over several sessions. No individual player discovered it alone. The chain was too distributed for a single playthrough to connect all of its pieces. It was designed to be found collectively rather than individually, which is a design philosophy that fits a game about a community of raiders who share information. Other chains are shorter but not simpler. One two-link chain requires specific actions in a specific sequence in a single room, actions that have no obvious connection to each other, without knowing the chain exists. The reward is not an item but a reveal. A previously invisible mark on a wall becomes visible when the correct sequence is performed. The revealed mark is an image, a simple line drawing that the community has since placed in the broader visual language of the game's symbols. It is related to the triangle with line from Chapter 22 and to the constellation shapes from Chapter 24. The chain leads to a symbol, and the symbol is part of the larger system. Easter egg chains as a design form reward persistence and community collaboration. They also have a narrative function in a game about raiders who piece together a fragmented world's secrets. Finding a chain is, in a small way, the same cognitive process as the game's larger lore project. Separate things that seem unrelated turn out to be steps in a sequence. Chapter 33. The Watcher. In each of the game's accessible zones, there is at least one location from which the surrounding area can be observed at length without being observed in return. Players use these locations tactically as overwatch positions, but in each zone, one specific overwatch location has something that the others do not. Evidence of prior occupancy. Not recent occupancy, old occupancy. The marks of someone who spent extended time in these positions watching the area below. Evidence in the form of worn surfaces, scratch marks, small deposits of material, consistent with a person spending hours in one spot, comfortable enough to rest but alert enough to watch. A watcher who chose the same overwatch positions that experienced players use for tactical observation was someone who understood the landscape the way experienced players do. They knew where to look from. They had thought carefully about sightlines and concealment, and they had found the same answers. This suggests a person with tactical training or extended experience in this specific landscape. Not necessarily military, but educated in observation. Someone whose profession or situation required learning how to watch a space effectively. What they were watching and when they were watching it is suggested by the direction the worn surfaces face. The wear marks in overwatch positions generally indicate where a person's weight rested over time. In every confirmed watcher location, the wear pattern is oriented toward the arc machine dense areas of the zone, not toward the zones of likely human approach. The watcher was watching the machines. Consistently, across multiple zones, always oriented toward machine activity. This is either a military or intelligence observer studying the arc for strategic purposes, or someone with a different kind of interest in the machines. A researcher, a person trying to understand something specific. A researcher watching arc machines from overwatch positions across multiple zones, leaving traces of extended observation at carefully chosen positions, is a recurring character in the game's environmental storytelling. The Watcher has been in a lot of places, always looking at the same thing. Whether the Watcher connects to the raider who never left from Chapter 14 is something the community has explored. Some details are consistent between the two: the evidence of extended solo presence, the careful positioning, the focus on the machines. But the contexts are different enough that the connection remains unconfirmed. Two people separately, who spent extended periods in arc-controlled zones observing the machines, would support the idea that there was organized observation happening. A program of study, a group that sent people into the zones to watch and document and report back. The Morse code navigation system from Chapter 11 might be part of that same program. Chapter 34. Code in the machinery. The ARC machines have maintenance panels. In standard gameplay, these panels are not directly interactable. They are environmental details. But close examination of the panels across many machines of the same type reveals that the internal details visible through the panels are not uniform. They vary, and the variation follows a pattern. The variations appear in what looks like component identification codes, strings of characters visible on the internal components, arranged in ways that differ between otherwise identical machine models. These differences are small enough to be noise in environmental art, but they're too consistent in their variation to be noise. The pattern becomes clear when you catalogue the codes across many machine panels. The variations in the codes mapped against each other produce a system. Certain codes appear at regular intervals. Others appear only once. The distribution is not random. When the recurring codes are separated from the unique codes and mapped against each other, the recurring ones form a base vocabulary. The unique ones appear to be unique only in the context of the available sample, suggesting they might recur in machines that have not yet been examined. The base vocabulary of machine codes, even in its current incomplete form, has some decodable elements. 3 code strings have been translated by the community using cipher approaches adapted from the Morse analysis in Chapter 11. The translations are single words or short phrases that, while individually meaningful, do not yet form a clear sentence or instruction. The 3 translated fragments are a directional term, a number expressed as a word, and something that might be either a material descriptor or a proper noun. Direction, quantity, substance, a fragment of an instruction. Do something a specific number of times with a specific material in a specific direction. What instruction those 3 elements are building toward is incomplete without more translations. The machine codes as a system suggest that the ARC's operational information is embedded in the machines themselves in a way that is legible if you have the right keys. The machines carry their own documentation, not on an external surface where it could be read by anyone, but in their internal components, where it requires effort and knowledge to access. A system that encodes operational instructions in internal component labels, visible but not immediately readable, is a system designed with security in mind. The information is there, it is accessible, but it is not convenient, and inconvenience is a form of protection. Chapter 35. Old music playing somewhere. In one area of the game there is a sound source that produces music. Actual music. A melody with harmony and rhythm played on instruments that correspond to a specific period in the game's pre-collapse cultural history. The music loops. It has been playing since the game's world ended, from a mechanism that has continued to function through everything. Finding the source of the music requires following the sound, which becomes clearer as you approach and more obscured by environmental audio as you move away. The source turns out to be a device, a pre-collapse media player of some kind, battery-powered or solar-powered or connected to a system that has continued to generate power. Still playing. The piece of music being played is a composition that is clearly original to the game, not drawn from real-world recorded music. But it is written in a style consistent with a specific period and genre. It is orchestral, mid-tempo, written in a minor key that has moments of resolution into major that feel like they are trying to be hopeful without fully committing. The composition is good. The game's audio team wrote something that would be at home in a context outside the game, something that has the characteristics of music made to be listened to carefully rather than to serve as background. It has themes that develop and return, a structure that implies thought. The music playing in an empty, post-collapse location has a particular kind of resonance. Someone chose this piece to have on this device. Maybe they chose it as something to listen to. Maybe it was playing when they left the device, and they never came back to change it. Maybe it was chosen last as the thing to leave on while everything fell apart. The music does not encode anything in the way that the Morse signals do. It is not a puzzle. It is music. And as music in this context, it is possibly the most effective emotional moment in the game's environmental storytelling. A melody in a quiet space, still going, long after anyone who would have listened to it is gone. Chapter 36. The bulletin board. In a common area of a structure that appears to have housed multiple people, there is a bulletin board. Bulletin boards in games are often used for notes, quests, world-building text. This one functions as world-building, but also as a social artifact, a document of a community that existed and communicated and managed its shared life through a public notice system. The board's contents span several categories: practical notices, information relevant to the operation of the facility or community; personal notes, messages left by individuals for other individuals, some of which are private in tone despite being public in placement; schedules, rosters, duty lists, and then one item that is different from all the others. The different item is a drawing, not a child's drawing, an adult work. It depicts something that is clearly a reaction to news or events, rather than a record of something observed directly. The style is emotionally heightened, the marks heavier and less controlled than a calm artist would produce. It was made quickly, under emotional pressure. The drawing shows a sky above a horizon line, and in the sky there is something descending. The something is represented abstractly, jagged lines and dark mass, an impression of a rival rather than a specific representation of an object. Below the horizon line, there are small figures, rendered even more abstractly, that appear to be looking up. This drawing was made by someone who had either seen or received news about what was coming, and who processed it by drawing it. They put their interpretation of the event on the community bulletin board, in among the rosters and the practical notices and the personal messages, because they needed to put it somewhere visible. The other bulletin board items are dated, most of them. The drawing is not dated, but based on its placement on the board relative to the dated items around it, the community has estimated it was added late in the period the board documents, close to the end. A drawing of a rival without a date, placed on a board that was managing the practical life of a community in the final period of that community. The person who pinned it there was perhaps not thinking about documenting history. They were thinking about what they had just learned and needed to tell someone. Chapter 37. Names scratched into metal. There is a metal surface in the game's environment that is covered in names. Hundreds of them, scratched by many different hands, with many different implements at different times. A record of presence, the way that people write their names on surfaces in places they want to be remembered. The metal surface appears to be structural, part of a larger piece of infrastructure, rather than a dedicated memorial. People chose it because it was there, permanent seeming, something that would outlast the moment. They scratched their names into it because they wanted evidence of having been present. The names are in multiple languages, not many, but several, suggesting the people who used this area came from different cultural backgrounds and wrote their names in their own orthographic traditions. Some names appear in scripts that require special attention to identify, and the community has spent time working out which scripts are represented. The multiplicity of languages is interesting because the game's world does not appear to be internationally diverse in the way the real world is. The languages on the metal surface suggest a more cosmopolitan population than the game's immediate environmental storytelling might imply. People from different places converged on this specific location. The names are not dated, but some can be estimated based on the metal's corrosion state in the areas where they were scratched. The surface has weathered unevenly, and the scratches made longer ago are more degraded than the recent ones. A rough chronology is possible. The most recent scratches, those closest to the present in the game's timeline, include some that were made with extraordinary care, despite clearly being made quickly. Someone in a hurry who still took the time to form their letters properly. Whatever they were in a hurry about did not override their need to write their name correctly. Among all the names, the community has identified two that appear elsewhere in the game's lore material. Two of the hundreds of names are not anonymous. They are people whose names appear in other contexts, in documents, in structures that reference specific individuals. Two people who were here and left their names, who are also known from other parts of the story. What those two people's connection to this location means, why they were here among the many others who also left their names, is something the broader context of the game does not fully explain. But the discovery that specific characters in the lore were present at this site, present enough to scratch their names into the metal, adds dimension to both the site and the characters. Chapter 38. A map with no legend. In a navigation or planning room, there is a large wall-mounted map. The map is detailed and clearly represents a portion of the game's geography, though the scale and orientation differ enough from the in-game playable map that the community has needed to do work to confirm what specific area it depicts. The map has been annotated extensively in several hands, suggesting it was a working document used by multiple people over time. But the map has no legend. The colours, symbols, line types and notations that appear on it have no key. Someone removed the legend, or the legend was never added, or it existed separately and was lost. The map communicates through a system that is legible within the group that used it, but not to an outside reader. Some of the symbols on the map recur in enough context to be provisionally interpreted. A specific dot type in a specific colour appears to correspond to safe locations, because those dots cluster in areas that the other environmental storytelling supports as safer. A different line type appears to route around dangerous areas, but some of the map's symbols have no clear external correlation. They appear on the map in consistent patterns, but do not obviously correspond to anything identifiable from other evidence. These unknown symbols might represent concepts specific to the map's users, knowledge they held that is not present in the broader environmental record. A map whose full meaning is locked behind knowledge that its users carried is a map that became inaccessible when its users became unavailable. The map is present. The map communicates something. But the full thing it communicates died with the people who knew how to read all of it. This is one of the most direct expressions of the game's broader theme of degrading legibility. The map is trying to tell you something. Part of it you can read. Part of it is gone forever, encoded in minds that no longer exist to decode it. Finding the map does not mean understanding the map. An understanding is incomplete. An incomplete understanding is perhaps all that will ever be available. Chapter 39. The weight of an empty chair. In many of the game's spaces there are chairs. Most chairs are unremarkable. But one chair in a specific location in one of the later zones carries a disproportionate amount of environmental storytelling through extremely minimal visual information. The chair is positioned at a table. On the table is an unfinished meal, or the remnant of one. The state of the food indicates it was interrupted rather than finished and cleared. Someone was eating and stopped. The chair is pulled back from the table at an angle consistent with someone who stood quickly, in a hurry, not pushed back neatly, which would suggest a planned departure. Pulled at an angle as if the person stood suddenly and moved in a specific direction. There is a direction indicated by the angle of the chair relative to the table and relative to the room's entrances. The chair's angle points toward the room's window rather than toward its door. Whatever made the person stand quickly oriented them toward the window first. The window still has a view. Looking through it in the direction the chair points toward reveals an unobstructed line of sight to the sky. The person at the chair looked at the window, stood suddenly, and looked at the sky. What they saw from that window, what made them stand up from an unfinished meal and look at the sky, is something the game does not show directly. But the timing implied by the state of the food and the chair, placed in the game's broader timeline, corresponds to the period of the arc's most visible arrival phase. An empty chair angled toward a window that looks at the sky where the arc arrived is a character moment without a character. The meal is still on the table. The chair was never pushed back in. The moment of looking up, of standing suddenly, of understanding what was in the sky, is frozen here permanently in the furniture's arrangement. Chapter 40. Arc's Counting System. The arc machines, when their activity patterns are observed and measured over extended periods, appear to operate on a numerical system that is not base 10. Human mathematics, building from the biological fact of having 10 fingers, uses base 10 as its standard. Whatever the arc's underlying operational system is, the patterns it produces suggest a different base. The community has proposed base 7 as the most likely candidate based on the analysis of patrol timing, signal pulse groupings, and the number sequences found in machine components from Chapter 34. Base 7 means that the fundamental grouping unit for the arc's counting is 7 rather than 10, and numbers cycle at 7 rather than at 10. If base 7 is correct, then certain numbers that appear significant in the game's Easter egg landscape take on new meanings. 37, the patriarch's pulse count, in base 7 becomes 16 base 7, which is a 2-digit number representing a specific value in that system. That value, when understood in its own context, might be a standard designation rather than an arbitrary count. The significance of 7 in various human numerological and cultural traditions is not necessarily relevant here, though the coincidence of the arc appearing to use it is interesting. 7 has been meaningful to humans for reasons that are sometimes mathematical and sometimes cultural, and a numerological tradition attached to a number that the arc also uses creates a resonance that the game's designers may be playing with. The base 7 theory would also explain the music from Chapter 35's structure. The melody's phrasing, while superficially in a conventional human meter, has groupings that analysis reveals to be 7-beat units, rather than 4 or 8. If the music was composed by someone who had spent time with arc systems and had absorbed their base 7 logic, the musical phrasing would reflect it without the composer necessarily being aware of it. A person so immersed in understanding the arc that their music began to reflect the arc's numerical system is an interesting character, someone who studied the machines closely enough to internalize their logic. That level of immersion suggests the kind of long-term close observation we see in the Watcher from Chapter 33 and the Raider from Chapter 14. Chapter 41. The Flowers That Keep Growing. In several locations where arc machines are active, there are plants growing that should not be surviving. The environmental conditions in heavily machine-occupied zones are hostile to organic growth in ways that the game's environmental design makes clear. The light, the electromagnetic output of the machines, the lack of natural water circulation. These zones should be biological dead zones. They are not. Specific plant species, identifiable by their forms, though not directly labelled in-game, continue to grow in these zones. Not weakly, not in a barely alive state. Vigorously, in ways that are visually inconsistent with the environmental conditions around them. The plants are growing near specific machine components, not just near machines generally, but near specific component types, the ones that appear to process or emit certain frequencies. The plants cluster around components that are most active in the spectrum bands that the vibrating walls from Chapter 4 are also tuned to. A plant that thrives near a specific machine component that emits a specific frequency is a plant that is, in some way, using that emission. Whether it is using the electromagnetic output as a substitute for natural light or as a substitute for another resource is not established by the game's information, but the correlation is precise enough that the relationship is real. Biological systems that adapt to use machine output, that grow around active machine components as other plants grow around sunlight, suggests a depth of adaptation that would take generations to develop. Either the plants adapted to the arc's presence faster than normal evolutionary timescales would allow, or the frequency these components emit is close enough to something the plants were already adapted to use. The second possibility suggests that the arc's operational frequencies were not arbitrary. If the frequencies they emit happen to be useful to Earth's plant life, either by coincidence or by design, It implies knowledge of Earth's biology on the Ark's part. They emit frequencies that feed plants. Whether that was deliberate is one of the questions that changes everything if answered either way. Chapter 42. A voice in the reactor. There is a power generation structure in the game that houses or housed a reactor. The structure is largely inaccessible, marked as hazardous by in-game indicators, but portions of it can be entered, and those portions contain auditory phenomena that the community has investigated. The auditory phenomenon is what players describe as a voice. Not in the way the wind turbine from Chapter 15 produces voice-like sounds through natural interference. This is more structured, more consistent, and more clearly intentional in its patterning. It sounds like someone speaking, very slowly, with pauses between sounds that turn them into something more like a chant or a structured recitation than conversation. The voice is produced by the reactor's cooling systems, or by whatever of those systems remains functional. Steam venting through specific narrow passages creates a sound that, at particular distances and angles, takes on vocal quality, but the precision of the patterning suggests that the steam pathway has been shaped, that someone modified the venting system to produce specific sounds. A reactor cooling system that has been modified to create voice sounds is not an accident and is not a natural acoustic phenomenon. It was engineered. Someone went into the hazardous reactor structure and adjusted components so that the steam would produce specific sounds. They left a voice in the machine. The content of the voice is difficult to determine because the steam quality changes the sound in ways that make direct transcription unreliable. The community has produced multiple competing transcriptions. The areas of agreement between these transcriptions suggest certain phonemes are consistent. The combined pattern of consistent sounds, without a definitive transcription, nevertheless points toward a specific set of possible interpretations. The most supported interpretation is that the reactor voice is repeating a name, a single proper noun, repeated over and over in the rhythm of the steam cycle. Whose name it might be is not established, but a person who modified a reactor cooling system to repeat a name in steam left something between a memorial and an obsession. The distinction between those two things depends on the context that the game has not yet provided. Chapter 43. The Forgotten Faction. There are 3 identifiable factions in Ark Raiders' current playable content: the Machines, the Raiders, and a third group that is referenced in environmental storytelling, but that has no named presence and no active characters within the playable world. They are the Forgotten Faction. Evidence of the Forgotten Faction is scattered through the game in the form of materials that do not belong to either the Ark or the standard Raider community, equipment with unfamiliar design language, notations in a style that is different from both machine output and common Raider record keeping, physical arrangements that suggest an organizational logic different from anything the visible factions use. The Forgotten Faction appears to have been present in the area before the current version of the Raider community established itself. Their traces are older, more weathered, embedded in structures that the current Raider groups have built on top of without recognizing what was beneath. Their organizational logic, as the community has reconstructed it from the scattered evidence, was structured around information rather than survival. Where the Raider factions organize around supply chains, safe houses, and combat capability, the Forgotten Faction's traces suggest an organization whose primary activity was recording and transmitting. They gathered information and they distributed it. A faction whose primary purpose was information distribution in a pre-collapse world that was approaching a catastrophe they may or may not have understood is a faction whose work would have had enormous implications. If they were the ones sending the signals from Chapter 2, if they were the ones building the receiver infrastructure from Chapter 4, if they were the ones running the observatory from Chapter 6, then the Forgotten Faction is not forgotten at all. They are the architecture that everything else is built on. Chapter 44. Old photographs. The photographs in Ark Raiders are not all the same. There are formal photographs, snapshot photographs, official documentation photographs, and then there is a small category of photographs that do not fit into any of those groups. These are photographs taken of things rather than people. Specifically, photographs taken of things that the photographer considered important enough to document. An object, a location, a piece of equipment. The subjects are specific. Someone chose to photograph these specific things and preserve those photographs, which means they had reasons for their choices. They were documenting things they considered significant. Several of these documentary photographs show locations that are recognizable within the game's world. Finding the location depicted in a photograph and then finding the photograph in a different location establishes a connection between two places that the game does not otherwise link. The photograph is the link. It says someone was in both places and considered both important. Mapping all the documentary photographs and the locations they depict creates a network of connected places. The network is not geographically simple. The connections are not based on proximity. A photograph found in one zone might depict a location in a completely different zone, connected only by the interest of whoever took and preserved the image. A non-geographic network of connections, structured by someone's judgment about what was important, is a map of priorities. The forgotten faction from Chapter 43, if they were the documentarians who took these photographs, left behind a map of what they considered significant. That priority map is itself a clue about what to pay attention to. Chapter 45. The symbol that repeats. We have encountered it in multiple chapters. The triangle with a horizontal line through its center. It appears in the vent system, in the constellation patterns, on certain machine surfaces, in the observatory markings. It is the most frequently occurring novel symbol in Ark Raiders' Easter egg ecosystem, and its meaning is the central, unresolved question of the game's hidden layer. The symbol's appearances span all three of the game's potential origin categories: human-made environments, Ark machine components, and the natural sky rendered in the game's constellation system. It is present in all three. That makes it unusual, because most symbols in the game's world are legible as belonging to one faction's visual language. A symbol that crosses factional boundaries, appearing in human spaces, on machine bodies, and in the sky, is either a symbol that predates the factional division, or a symbol that all factions have independently converged on, or a symbol that one faction introduced that others subsequently adopted. The triangle as a geometric form is universal, present in all human geometric traditions, and naturally occurring in physical structures. The specific configuration of this triangle, with the specific horizontal line through its center at a specific height relative to the triangle's dimensions, narrows the design. It is a specific design choice rather than a generic geometric reference. The ratio of the line's height within the triangle appears consistent across all instances of the symbol, approximately 1/3 from the base. That consistent ratio, maintained across appearances in very different contexts and scales, suggests either a standard design specification or a natural geometric relationship that the symbol is expressing. 1/3 from the base of a triangle is geometrically significant in several contexts. It corresponds to the centroid height in an equilateral triangle. It corresponds to harmonic division in certain musical and optical theories. Whether either of those correspondences is what the symbol is encoding is unknown. The most frequent positioning of the symbol, when it appears as a directional or navigational marker, suggests it is orienting the viewer towards something below and to the right. The angle of the triangle's point and the position of the horizontal line create a visual vector that consistently points in that general direction when the symbol is in a navigational context. below and to the right, relative to the symbol's most common placement orientations, describes an underground location in the southeast quadrant of the game's current playable map. The convergence of multiple clues from multiple chapters toward this general location, the coordinates from Chapter 30, the Morse code pointing down, the centroid of the founding date triangle, and now the symbol's directional vector, is becoming too consistent to be coincidental. Something is in the southeast underground. The symbol is one of many things pointing to it. Chapter 46. Reflections in Water. Standing water in arc radars, pools and puddles and still surfaces, reflects the environment above them. This is standard game engine behavior, but certain water surfaces in the game appear to reflect something that is not in the sky above them. The phenomenon is subtle and only visible during specific lighting conditions, specifically during the transition period between night and the early part of the day cycle. In that low light, some water surfaces appear to reflect configurations of light that do not correspond to the actual sky visible above the water. The reflected light appears in shapes that are recognizable rather than diffuse. Not the general glow of an approaching dawn, but specific point sources in arrangements that suggest the star field from Chapter 24's false constellations. The water is reflecting a sky that is not present, or is not present anymore. A water surface that reflects a sky that no longer exists could be a rendering artifact, a cached sky state that the engine presents in reflections instead of the current sky. That mechanical explanation accounts for the phenomenon without assigning it narrative significance. But if it is a narrative choice, if the water was designed to show the old sky, the pre-arc sky, then the game is using reflections to give players a glimpse of what the world looked like before. The water as memory, holding an image of the sky from before the machines changed everything. The specific reflections in these water surfaces, when compared to the documented false constellations from the current game sky, include constellations that are not in the current sky at all. Not just the specific false constellations from the game, but different configurations entirely. The reflected sky is a third sky, neither the real-world sky nor the game's invented current sky. 3 sky configurations: the current sky, the game's invented false constellation sky, and the reflected historical sky. If each represents a time period, the game is showing players 3 moments in the world's history through the single visual system of the night sky. What was, what is, what the water remembers. Chapter 47. The book that's always open. In a structure that has clearly functioned as a space for reading or study, there is a book lying open on a reading surface. Many books in the game are closed. This one has been left open at a specific page. Whether it was left open casually, in the middle of being read, or intentionally opened to this page as a final gesture, cannot be determined. But the page it is open to contains content that is worth examining. The visible text on the open page, readable through careful positioning of the player camera, is a description of a technical system. The language is complex and the content is about communications, specifically about the theory of long-distance signal transmission through physical media, the way signals degrade, and how that degradation can be compensated for. A book about signal transmission theory, open to a page about degradation compensation, left in a study space in a game whose central hidden layer is about signals sent across enormous distances, is a place detail. The book is there because the developer wanted that specific content visible. Signal degradation is relevant to everything in this video. The Morse code that loops without completing, the whispers from dead machines that have faded below clear comprehension, the photographs that show things that can no longer be precisely identified, the mathematics that is almost right. All of these can be read through the lens of a signal degradation, the inevitable loss of information that occurs when signals travel across distance, time, or disruption. The page about degradation compensation specifically discusses techniques for recovering lost signal content by studying the pattern of what remains and extrapolating toward what was lost. The technical term for this kind of recovery is reconstruction. Every Easter egg in Ark Raiders that involves partial information pointing toward a complete picture is, in the vocabulary of that book's open page, a reconstruction task. The game is asking players to do signal recovery, to take the degraded remains of a set of transmissions and work backward toward the original content. That is an elegant, self-referential design. The book that is always open explains what you're doing by playing the game, in technical language that feels in-world rather than meta, but that functions as a comment on the player's actual activity. Chapter 48. Ark's Calendar. The Ark machines appear to operate on a temporal cycle that is not the same as Earth's day-night cycle. Their activity levels, resource allocation patterns, and certain behavioral characteristics change according to a rhythm that does not correspond to the 24-hour period. The community has been measuring this rhythm, and the current best estimate is that the Ark's operational cycle is approximately 29 hours long. 29 hours is close enough to Earth's day to seem like an accident of similar planetary parameters, but it is also close enough to a lunar month's fraction to suggest something else. A 29-hour cycle that is a fraction of a lunar period would align the Ark's activity with the Moon's influence in ways that do not happen with a standard 24-hour cycle. Whether the Ark's 29-hour rhythm reflects a lunar relationship, a homeworld planetary period, or something entirely different is not established by the game's current content, but the community has documented it carefully enough that the irregularity is confirmed rather than speculated. The practical implication of the Ark's calendar is that their activity peaks do not align with human day or night in a fixed way. A peak that occurs at one time of the human day on Monday will occur at a different time of the human day on Tuesday. The offset accumulates across the week, creating a rolling relationship between Ark activity and human activity cycles. This calendar drift has tactical implications in the game's design that the community has leveraged. But it has lore implications too. A machine faction operating on a different temporal cycle than the planet they are on, consistently and without adjustment, is a machine faction that has not adapted to Earth. They are running on their own time. Whatever their home reference is, it is not here. Chapter 49. The Locked Door That Opens Once. There is a door in Ark Raiders that opens once per game session and does not open again until the session resets. The trigger for its opening is not immediately obvious and took the community considerable time to discover. When the correct trigger is executed, the door opens, remains open for a limited period, and then closes and locks for the remainder of the session. The door opens in response to a specific combination of player actions in the room outside it. The combination is not arbitrary in a puzzle sense. The actions correspond to steps that a person would take in the room for legitimate operational reasons, using the room's equipment in a specific sequence. Someone who worked in that room regularly, following standard procedures, would trigger the door's opening as a byproduct of their normal routine. This means the door was designed for someone who worked there. It is not a secret door in the traditional sense. It is a door that opens automatically when someone does their job correctly. The mechanism preserves institutional access while appearing to non-participants to be a locked door. What the door conceals is a small secondary space containing materials that are consistent with the Forgotten Faction from Chapter 43. Their equipment, their notational style, their organizational logic. The secondary space was accessed regularly by someone who worked in the primary room and who belonged to the Forgotten Faction. An employee who was also a member of the Forgotten Faction, who used the cover of their legitimate workplace routine to access a hidden space, is a specific kind of person. a person operating at two levels simultaneously, professionally and covertly. Whatever the Forgotten Faction was doing, it was sufficiently sensitive that one of its members was building hidden access into their daily work routine. The hidden space contains materials that add to the portrait of the Forgotten Faction's activities. Notes in their distinctive style, equipment in their distinctive design language, and one item that connects to the signal analysis from Chapter 2 in a way that makes the Forgotten Faction's involvement in the pre-Arc Communications project almost certain. The door that opens once per session suggests the mechanism was maintained. Someone kept it in order. Someone was still using it regularly enough for its mechanism to remain functional. The session reset might be read as the game approximating the reset of a workday. Every session, the door is available to be opened once by someone who knows how. Chapter 50. Shadows moving alone. In certain zones during the night portion of the game's day cycle, there are shadows. Not the shadows of objects or machines or players. Shadows that appear to move independently of any light source and any physical object that would cast them. Shadows without origins, moving through the environment at angles that no light source in the scene would produce. The shadows are dark, slightly darker than the ambient darkness of the environment, which is how they become visible at all. They move slowly and consistently, without the randomness that environmental lighting variations would produce. They are moving through the space with direction. The community has tracked these shadows and documented their paths. The paths are consistent across sessions. The same shadows move through the same paths during the same periods of the night cycle. They are not random, and they are not the product of variable lighting. They are designed. Where the shadows move is interesting. Their paths consistently cross the locations identified as significant by other Easter egg chains. They move through the sites of the vibrating walls, past the whisperer locations, across the zones identified by the symbol navigation from Chapter 45. They trace the map of significant sites. Shadows that trace the map of significant sites are either serving as navigation, showing a path between the game's hidden layers, important locations, or representing something in the game's fiction that follows the same path for its own reasons. If the shadows are in fiction, if they represent something in the world of Arc Raiders that leaves no physical trace except its passage through the visual field, then the game has a class of entity or phenomenon that is not fully materialized, something that is present but not quite physical, the shadows of something. What casts a shadow without having a body is a question that Arc Raiders seems deliberately uninterested in answering directly. The shadows are there, they follow the map of significance, and they are beautiful in a spare, late-night way that suits a video being made for falling asleep to. Chapter 51. The Machine That Waited. There is one machine in the game that all documentary evidence suggests has been in its current location since before the Raiders established a presence in the zone, before the current generation of Raiders, before the faction structures that currently exist. A machine that was already where it is now when the human survivors were still building their first post-Arc community infrastructure. The evidence for this machine's age is environmental. The structures that have grown up around it, the human and Arc alike, treat it as a fixed point. Patrol routes that establish themselves over time orient relative to this machine's position. Human-built structures in the zone avoid a specific radius around it, which suggests the people building those structures took the machine's presence into account from the beginning. A machine that has been in the same spot long enough to be incorporated into both human and Arc spatial organization around it is a machine that has not moved for a very long time. Its stillness is different from the Patriarch's stillness in Chapter 1. The Patriarch is still in a way that feels paused. This machine is still in a way that feels permanent. The machine's body shows wear patterns consistent with extended time in one position. Specific surfaces are more corroded than others in patterns that match static environmental exposure rather than use or movement. It has been weathered by weather, not by operation. A machine that has been standing in one place long enough to be weathered into its position, long enough for human civilization around it to take its presence into account from the beginning, is either the first machine to arrive in this specific location, or a machine that was placed here deliberately, and has been left here deliberately. Placed deliberately, left here deliberately. By a machine faction that has its own reasons for doing things, suggests that this location means something to the Ark, not just as a patrol point, as something else, a landmark, a monument, a marker for the same reason humans mark things. This place was significant to them. Chapter 52, Embark's nod to Battlefield. Some of the developers at Embark Studios come from backgrounds in large multiplayer games, particularly in the military shooter genre that includes several high-profile franchises. It would be unusual if none of that background found its way into Ark Raiders, even subtly, even as a private acknowledgement of where the team came from. Several environmental details in Ark Raiders read as gentle nods to that lineage. Design choices in how certain structures are laid out, how certain combat spaces are shaped, how certain vehicle remnants are positioned. These choices feel like they come from a team that has spent time thinking about military-adjacent spatial design. The more specific references are in the game's audio design. Certain machine sounds, particularly the sounds of larger Ark units moving through the environment, have a sonic character that the community has compared to the audio design of large military vehicles in other games, without the comparison being specific enough to constitute any kind of copying. It is a family resemblance, an aesthetic lineage. There is one environmental detail that is more specific. A piece of decommissioned human military equipment, visible in one area of the game as a rusted remnant, has a configuration that is unusual enough that the community noticed it. The equipment appears to be a piece of communication hardware, and its form factor closely resembles, without being identical to, specific communication equipment that appeared in other games in the same general genre. Whether this is an intentional nod, an accidental similarity, or simply the result of designing realistic-looking military communication equipment that happens to resemble other examples of realistic-looking military communication equipment is debatable. But the community treats it as a wink, and the warmth with which it was noticed suggests the interpretation is probably right. Embark's team signing their backgrounds in this small way, through a piece of rusted equipment that a player familiar with their prior work might recognize, is the kind of detail that creates connection between makers and their audience. It says the people who made this have a history, and they have not forgotten it. Chapter 53. The broken radio. In Chapter 11 we discussed the radios that transmit Morse code. The broken radio is a different category. This is a radio that is clearly damaged, clearly non-functional in any conventional sense, and yet produces a signal. Not Morse, not music, a carrier wave, a continuous tone that indicates the presence of a broadcast without carrying any content. A carrier wave with no content means a transmitter is on, but nothing is being transmitted, or nothing is being transmitted anymore. The equipment is maintaining its readiness to broadcast, holding the frequency without having anything to broadcast. The broken radio has been on this frequency for long enough that its antenna has been incorporated into the growth of a nearby plant. The plant stem grows around the base of the antenna, having had enough time for multiple growth cycles since the antenna's last movement. This radio has not been adjusted or repositioned for a significant period, whatever it was transmitting before it broke, or before its content was lost. It has been holding the frequency ever since, keeping the channel open, maintaining the presence on the broadcast spectrum. Either someone programmed it to do that, or the damage that broke the content side of the broadcast left the carrier maintenance function intact. The frequency it is holding is the same frequency as one of the Morse radios from Chapter 11. Not adjacent, the same. Two radios on the same frequency, one transmitting Morse code, one transmitting a blank carrier wave. If the Morse radio is the message that was meant to go out, the broken radio might have been the original transmitter that was supposed to carry it, damaged before the message could be sent, replaced by the Morse radio as an improvised alternative. Original transmitter and backup system on the same frequency in different locations. The broken radio still holding the channel in case someone can get it working again. Chapter 54. Numbers on the walls. Beyond the arithmetic from Chapter 7, the game's walls contain numerical annotations that are not mathematical expressions. They are lists, counts, records. Someone has been writing numbers on walls, and the numbers represent quantities of things that the context of each wall's location helps identify. In a supply area, the numbers are inventory counts. In a residential area, they are dates. In a corridor that connects two significant structures, the numbers on the walls are something else. Tallies. Marks grouped in standard counting fashion, 4 lines and a cross mark, accumulating into totals. Someone was counting something that passed through this corridor. The tallies span a significant range. The lowest tally group, which appears earliest based on the ink degradation, totals to a small number. The highest, most recent group totals to a much larger number. Whatever was being counted was increasing. The corridor saw more and more of something passing through it over time. The last tally group is incomplete. It ends mid-count, in the middle of accumulation. Whatever was being counted stopped being counted before the session it was recording was finished. An interruption, either the counter stopped or the thing being counted stopped passing through. In the context of the game's timeline, the incomplete final tally corresponds to a period after which the zone became significantly more dangerous for human presence. The counting stopped when the counter could no longer safely be in the corridor. Whatever they were counting continued past the point of counting, or it stopped because the corridor itself changed. Chapter 55. The exit sign that lies. There is an exit sign in the game that is lit and functional and pointing in a direction that does not lead to an exit. It points into a closed space, a dead end, a wall. The exit sign is technically operational, genuinely illuminated, clearly maintained at some point, and completely wrong about where it is pointing. An exit sign that lies is either misfiled, placed incorrectly during installation, or deliberately deceptive. In a game that rewards careful environmental reading, a functional sign that points the wrong way is a signal of something. But what kind of signal depends entirely on interpretation. The literal reading is that the sign was installed incorrectly. In the haste of the pre-collapse world's final period, things were done in ways that were not entirely right. The exit sign is one of many small failures of the world that was ending. A second reading is that the sign is pointing somewhere that used to be an exit. If the wall it points toward was not always a wall, if what is now a sealed surface was once an opening, then the sign is not lying. It remembers a door that no longer exists. It is faithful to an earlier state of the building. A sealed exit, pointed to by a sign that has not been updated to reflect its sealing, is the sign of a deliberate closure. Someone blocked that way out and did not take down the sign or update it. Maybe the sign staying up was itself a communication, telling those who knew what it originally pointed to that the passage was closed. The wall that the exit sign points toward when examined has characteristics consistent with post-construction modification. The material is slightly different from the surrounding walls. The joins between this section and the original structure are visible if you know to look for them. This wall was added, this passage was closed deliberately. What was on the other side, why it was closed, who closed it, and why the sign was left pointing at the closure are questions that the wall answers with silence and the sign answers with misdirection. Chapter 56. A crashed satellite. In a zone that is accessible in later gameplay, there is a large piece of fallen space infrastructure. A satellite, or what remains of one, that has impacted the terrain and come to rest partially embedded in the Earth. It is a significant structure, large enough to be visible from a distance, and its design language clearly positions it as human-made rather than Ark in origin. The satellite predates the Ark arrival in its manufacture, but may postdate it in its crash. The hardware design corresponds to the pre-collapse technological period, but the crash itself may have been caused by the Ark's electromagnetic disruption of human orbital infrastructure, which is implied in the game's environmental storytelling about the collapse. This satellite was in orbit, doing something. It came down. Whether it was brought down by the Ark or simply failed after the system supporting it were disrupted is not determined by the physical evidence at the crash site. The satellite's payload section is partially intact. The payload, the functional component that the satellite was designed to deliver to orbit, is exposed enough to be examined. Its design suggests it was a communication satellite, specifically one designed for relay of ground-based transmissions, the receiving and redistribution of signals across large distances. A communications relay satellite crashed in the games world where communications have been severely disrupted. If this satellite was part of the relay system that the Forgotten faction was building, or part of the infrastructure in that the vibrating wall receiver network was connected to, its loss from orbit represents a significant blow to whatever system was being maintained. The satellite and the broken radio from Chapter 53, the satellite that would have carried the signal and the ground-based transmitter that held the frequency after the carrier was lost. If they were parts of the same system, the crash of the satellite explains the broken radio's condition. The relay went down. The transmitter held the frequency, waiting for a relay that no longer existed. Chapter 57. The bunker library underground. In a space that has been organised and maintained over an extended period, there is a collection of books, not a random accumulation of survival reading material. A curated collection, organised by a system, maintained with care, and clearly added to over time by someone who treated this library as a serious project. The library's organisational system is not alphabetical or by subject in any conventional sense. It is organised by date of publication in reverse chronological order, most recent first. Someone built a library of time, the newest things at the front, the oldest at the back. To move through the library is to move backward through time. The most recent books in the collection are from the period immediately before the Ark arrival. The oldest visible dates go back several decades. Whether the collection extends further back in the sections that are less accessible in the space is unknown. The collection skews technical. There is fiction, but it is a minority of the holdings. The majority is technical documentation, scientific literature, operational manuals, and reference works in fields that include signal processing, materials science, and structural engineering. Someone built a technical library underground, organised by time, emphasising signal processing and engineering. The Forgotten faction signature is clear. A community that was gathering and preserving technical knowledge, organised by time so that the current state of the art was always at the front, building a living resource that someone could update and someone could use. The last addition to the library is marked by a piece of paper, tucked into it as a bookmark. The paper has a handwritten note, too faded to read fully, but partially legible. The partially legible sections include a date, a phrase that appears to reference sending something somewhere, and a word at the bottom that the community has transcribed as ready. Ready. The last note in a library of technical knowledge, dated referencing sending something somewhere, concluding with ready. Someone's final notation in this collection was a declaration of preparedness. Whatever they were building toward, they were ready for it. Chapter 58. Machine Body Parts. The Ark machines that are destroyed in gameplay leave behind components. These components are often collected by raiders for their utility. But the game's environmental storytelling also includes components that have been deliberately arranged or placed rather than scattered by destruction. In several locations, machine components have been assembled into configurations that suggest someone was studying them, not using them for practical purposes, not stripping them for parts, examining them. The arrangements have the quality of a dissection table, a systematic exposure, and examination of a complex system. The examination sites have additional materials around them: notes, reference diagrams drawn on available surfaces, measurement tools left in position. Someone was doing detailed physical analysis of ARC machine components, recording their findings as they worked. The findings are partially recoverable from the notes and diagrams. The analysis appears to have been focused on specific component types, particularly the communication components that we have discussed in Chapter 34. The dissection sites are studying the same systems that the machine body codes and the dreaming machine traces draw attention to. A researcher studying ARC machine communication hardware in improvised field conditions, leaving behind notes and diagrams, is a figure we've met before in other guises: the Watcher, the Raider who never left, the Forgotten Faction, the same person or people in different locations studying the same question. The question those studies seem to be converging on is this: how do the machines communicate with each other? Not what they say, how they send it, the medium, the mechanism, the physics of the connection between machine nodes. Understanding how the machines communicate would be enormously valuable knowledge. It might allow interception, it might allow interruption, it might allow something that the game has not yet revealed. The researchers who are doing this work clearly believed it mattered, enough to set up study sites in dangerous zones and to keep detailed records. Chapter 59. The Map Room. There is a room in one of the game's larger structures that was clearly intended to be a central navigation hub. The room contains multiple map displays, table-mounted and wall-mounted, with overheads designed to illuminate them properly. The room was designed around the act of looking at maps and making decisions based on them. The maps in the room are in various states of legibility. Some have been damaged beyond reading, some are partially intact. One is almost entirely preserved, protected by its position and by the quality of its materials. The preserved map shows a region that corresponds to the playable game area and its immediate surroundings, including areas just outside the current playable boundary. The preserved map has annotations, routes, zones, designated locations. The annotations use the same symbol system as the map without legend from Chapter 38, which means the map room and the map without legend are connected. They are products of the same organizational system, which is to say the same people. The map room's annotations are more complete than the standalone maps. The legend that was missing from Chapter 38 is not present here either, but the additional context of the map room's other materials, the damaged maps that share some symbols, the notes on nearby surfaces, allows more of the symbol system to be decoded. The most significant decode is of the symbol used to mark locations of highest priority in the annotation system. That symbol, the one that marks the most important locations on the map, is the triangle with line from Chapter 45. The most important locations to whoever made this map are the locations marked by the repeating symbol. That confirmation that the triangle with line marks the significant sites retroactively contextualizes every appearance of the symbol throughout the game. Every time you see it, you are seeing what the map makers considered most important. And the convergence of those marks in the southeast quadrant of the map, the underground region that multiple clues point toward, is now formally supported by the map room's annotation system. Chapter 60. A Familiar Voice. In the game's audio, there is one voice that has been identified by the community as appearing in more than one context. Not a recycled voice line, which would be a quality control issue. The same voice in different recorded material that appears to have been made separately and at different times, saying different things. The voice appears first in a recording found in a communications outpost, a brief audio log. It appears second in a recording found in a completely different zone, in a structure that has no surface connection to the first. In both recordings, the voice discusses its observations, technical details about something being monitored. The voice's consistency across two separate recordings, made in different places at presumably different times, indicates this is a single person who is recording audio logs as a regular practice. Their voice appears twice in the playable world, which means they were active in at least two separate zones. Cross-zone activity, in the period implied by the recordings, would require either significant travel capability or a role that involved moving between zones. Both would suggest someone with resources and purpose beyond ordinary survival. A person of some organizational standing. The community has debated which faction this person belonged to. The technical vocabulary they use in the recordings is consistent with the Forgotten Faction's knowledge base. The zones they were active in correspond to zones with other Forgotten Faction traces. The conclusion the community has reached is that this is a member of the Forgotten Faction with a specific technical role, someone who is doing fieldwork across multiple zones. Whether this person is the voice in the reactor from Chapter 42 is one of the questions the analysis raises. The reactor voice is too distorted by Steam to compare directly against the clear voice from the audio logs. But the possibility that they are the same person, that the reactor voice is the field researcher who made the audio logs, keeps the connection in play. Chapter 61. The Last Broadcast. In the game's world, organized broadcast media stopped at some point during or shortly after the Ark arrival. Whatever infrastructure maintained television or radio broadcasting was disrupted, presumably by the same electromagnetic events that stopped the clocks in Chapter 12. But one broadcast location continued for longer than the others. Its tower, visible on the game's landscape as a tall structure with distinctive antenna architecture, was apparently more isolated or more protected than others. It kept broadcasting into a world that had largely lost the receivers to pick up the signal. The last broadcast content is accessible in the game through a functioning piece of equipment in an accessible area that is within the tower's transmission range. What the equipment receives and plays back is the final content the tower broadcast before it too went silent. The content is a news broadcast. Specifically, it is the kind of news broadcast that was probably standard before the catastrophe. An announcer reading a prepared script about current events. The current events being discussed are the early stages of the Ark arrival, when official sources were still trying to characterize what was happening. The language of the broadcast is careful and measured in a way that broadcasts from official sources always are in crisis situations. It conveys urgency without panic. It refers to what is happening with vocabulary that minimizes its implications while still reporting it. The broadcast was trying to manage public response as much as it was trying to inform. Listening to the last broadcast is listening to the world trying to maintain its communications infrastructure and its narrative frameworks at a moment when both were about to become unavailable. The announcer's voice is calm, the script is careful, and then the broadcast ends, not with a sign-off, but mid-sentence, because the power went out or the tower went down before the word after the last one could be spoken. A broadcast cut off mid-sentence is one of the starkest ways to represent a moment of ending, not a conclusion, a truncation. The world was saying something and stopped saying it. The equipment that receives the signal plays the truncation on a loop, the same mid-sentence ending over and over, a replay of a moment that happened once and now replays forever. Chapter 62. Nesting dolls. There is a set of nesting dolls in the game. Not a culturally accurate set, not one that corresponds to any specific real-world tradition. A set that was made by someone using whatever materials were available, in a style that is influenced by the tradition without replicating it. Handmade nesting dolls, slightly irregular, clearly made with care. Each doll in the set is slightly different. Beyond the expected size variation of the nesting format, each individual doll has a distinct visual characteristic. A mark, a colour element, a texture. Each one is specifically itself, not just the next size in a sequence. The marks on the individual dolls, taken together, form a sequence that the community has analysed as part of the game's broader symbol vocabulary. Each mark corresponds to a symbol that appears elsewhere in the game, making the nesting doll set a physical compilation of the symbol system. The game has a symbol language, and someone made a set of nested objects that encodes all the symbols in order from smallest to largest. The inside of the smallest doll, which is sealed rather than hollow, cannot be opened in-game. The game will not allow it. Whether the smallest doll contains something, and whether the game's design intends for players to wonder what is inside the one doll that cannot be opened, is a design question that the community has debated. The sealed smallest doll is an effective design choice, regardless of whether it contains anything. The expectation of the nesting format is that you can always go one level deeper. The sealed smallest doll removes that expectation. There is a depth below which you cannot go. The innermost thing cannot be opened. That is either a limitation or a statement. Ark Raiders consistently uses limitations as statements. The sealed doll is the secret that remains secret, the innermost thing that stays hidden. Every other mystery in this video can be approached, partially decoded, brought into the light. The smallest doll is the reminder that some things stay inside. Chapter 63. The Ark's language, the Ark machines communicate. We have established this across multiple chapters. Their communication systems include machine codes on components, behavioral patterns that carry information, and the dreaming traces from Chapter 28. But there is also what appears to be a more direct language form, a structured system of expression that the machines use in certain contexts. The language, such as it can be called, is not audible. It appears to be electromagnetic, expressed through changes in the field characteristics of machines rather than through sound or visible light. The only way to detect it, in practical terms, is to observe and record machine behavior very precisely and to look for structure in the variation. The structure exists. The community has documented it. Machine field variations follow patterns that have the characteristics of language, specifically that there are distinct units. Those units combine in systematic ways, and the combinations correlate with changes in machine behavior that follow from the combinations. A system where distinct units combine systematically and those combinations correlate with observable effects is a language, functionally, if not in the rich cultural sense that human language has. The machines are encoding meaning in their field emissions and transmitting that meaning to each other. Decoding what the meanings are is the larger project. The correlations that have been established are primarily behavioral, specific combinations preceding specific behaviors. The vocabulary of the language in the community's current analysis is primarily imperative, commands, instructions, directives. A language that is primarily commands is a language that is primarily about coordination and direction. The machines are telling each other what to do in a system sophisticated enough to be called language. What is missing from the decoded corpus, what the community has not yet found evidence of, is anything that functions like observation or description or question. The language is all direction and no reflection. Either the reflective dimension of the language is encoded in ways the community has not yet identified, or the Ark's communication system genuinely does not include modes for description or inquiry. Either option is interesting. A language without questions is a language from a mind that does not wonder. Chapter 64. Coded Graffiti. The graffiti in Ark Raiders is not all simple marks or expressions of identity. Some of it is coded. Messages written in plain view, in a form that looks like conventional graffiti, but that encodes information for those who have the key. The codes used in the game's graffiti are not unique to Ark Raiders fiction. They correspond to real-world encoding traditions that were used by various subcultures and groups throughout history to communicate in public without being understood by unauthorized readers. The developers did research here, and the codes they use are functional. Applying the appropriate decoders to the graffiti around the game's environments produces readable content. The content is, as expected from the other patterns we have seen, directional and incomplete. Partial messages, fragments of coordination, evidence of a system of communication that was using visible surfaces as a broadcast medium while encoding the content for specific audiences. The Forgotten Faction signature is on some of this graffiti. The symbol system overlaps. The content, where decodable, concerns the same subjects: signal management, underground locations, timing. They were writing on walls in public readable form that was actually private coded, maintaining a communications network in a form that looked like ordinary urban expression. 3 pieces of graffiti in 3 different zones appear to have been written in response to each other. They share identifying markers that the community has interpreted as a kind of correspondence. Zone A left a message. Zone B responded. Zone C added a third element, a conversation carried out on walls across multiple locations, in code over a period that the degradation differences in the materials suggest was extended. The conversation's content, partially decoded, concerns a decision. Something was being debated. The 3 graffiti pieces represent 3 positions on a question that the full decoding has not yet revealed. A decision with at least 3 people's views on it, shared in code on public walls, across multiple zones, was significant enough to warrant that level of care. Chapter 65. The Green Light. There is a location in the game where a green light is visible, not from any source that can be identified by approaching it. The light appears to come from underground, filtering up through gaps in the terrain, visible from above, but not traceable to its source through standard traversal. Green is not a colour commonly used by either human or Ark technology in the game. The Ark tends toward red and white in its light output. Human equipment varies but generally tends toward amber and blue in its auxiliary lighting. Green appears in natural contexts, plant life, and in certain indicator lights, but not as a significant ambient source. A green ambient light source underground, in a colour outside both factions' normal visual languages, suggests either a third-party origin or a specific use case in human or Ark technology that employs green for a particular function. Green light in both human and general engineering contexts often signifies safety or clearance. Go, safe, approved. A green light from underground, pointing upward, could be signalling safety. A space that is safe. A space where it is acceptable to go. Or it could be a beacon. Something designed to be seen from above, from the surface, by someone who would recognize what green means in this context. Come here. This is where to go. The Forgotten Faction and their relationship to underground spaces makes them the most plausible originators of a beacon designed to be recognized by people in the know. The green light's location, when mapped, falls in the southeast quadrant of the game's accessible map, consistent with every other directional clue in this video. The underground location that all the Easter eggs point toward has a green light coming from it. The light is on. The space is signaling something. The invitation, if it is an invitation, has been standing for as long as the light has been on. Chapter 66. What the machines collect. Beyond their combat behavior and their territorial patrols, the Ark machines do something else. They collect. They carry materials from one location to another, accumulating specific types of resources in specific types of locations. This collection behavior has been documented over many player sessions, and the pattern is clear. The machines preferentially collect materials that are related to human communications technology, copper wire, specific semiconductor types, antenna components, circuit board assemblies from human-made equipment. These are the resources they prioritize in their collection behavior. A machine faction that arrives on a planet and begins systematically collecting the components of that planet's communications infrastructure is a faction that either wants to prevent communication or wants to use communication. The collection of components rather than their destruction suggests the latter. You destroy what you want to prevent. You collect what you want to use. The collected materials accumulate in specific locations that have machine infrastructure distinct from standard patrol bases. These collection sites have storage systems, organizational structures that keep the materials in good condition. The machines are not simply gathering materials, they are archiving them. An archive of human communications technology, gathered and maintained by the machines, is a resource for something. A future project, perhaps. Something that requires human-compatible communications hardware, assembled into quantities sufficient for a specific application. The scale of collection, based on the community's documentation of collection site contents, suggests the archive is approaching functional scale. Whatever the machines need this hardware for, they appear to be close to having enough of it. The collection behavior has been going on since the machines arrived. If they have been collecting for this long, they have been planning this specific use for that long. Chapter 67. The Sleeping Soldier. In a specific location that has the characteristics of a military outpost, there is a figure that appears to be a soldier in a resting position. Not a skeleton or clearly deceased figure. A figure that looks as if they are asleep, positioned in a way that is too deliberate for random collapse. The sleeping soldier is seated, leaning against a wall, with their equipment organized around them with the care of someone who is resting but not fully at ease. The equipment placement is functional, everything within reach, the posture of someone who is resting but maintaining readiness. Whether the sleeping soldier is dead or simply depicted in a state that resembles sleep is one of the game's quieter ambiguities. The figure is still. Whether it is still with the stillness of sleep or the stillness of death, the game does not definitively indicate. The position, the equipment organization, the setting, all suggest a last rest rather than a death. The difference is that a last rest implies intention and choice. A person who chose where to rest, who organized their equipment as if they might need it again, who leaned against a wall in a posture of rest rather than falling, made their final position deliberately. If this is a last rest, the soldier knew. They chose this spot, this position, this arrangement. They made it as comfortable and as ready as they could manage. And then they rested. The location of the sleeping soldier is in a zone that the game's environmental storytelling characterizes as having been very dangerous in an early period of the Ark arrival. Someone stationed here, maintaining a position in that environment, would have faced sustained pressure. The rest, when it came, would have been both necessary and perhaps final. There is a personal effect near the sleeping soldier that is not military equipment. A small personal object, identifiable as a photograph holder, rather than a weapon or a tool, sitting beside the equipped figure. Among everything practical and ready, one personal thing. The held photograph is face up, visible but too small to read at game resolution. The held photograph is the detail that makes the sleeping soldier one of the game's most affecting environmental moments. Not the equipment, not the posture, the small personal object that was with this person at the end that they wanted near them, that they held or set beside them when they stopped. Chapter 68. A memory chip. There is a portable data storage device in the game, a memory chip that is findable in an area of the map that requires significant effort to reach. The chip is functional, still containing data, and there is equipment accessible in the game that can interface with it. When interfaced with the right equipment, the chip's contents produce a partial output. The data is extensive, but partially corrupted, and what renders is a subset of the whole. The rendered subset appears to be video data, visual recordings from a perspective that is not human and not standard camera positioning. The perspective of the recordings is low to the ground and highly mobile, moving with a quality that suggests a smaller, faster mover than a human. The recordings show various locations across the game's environment, moving through them, observing them. The perspective of someone or something that was moving through the game's world at ground level very quickly. A low, fast-moving observer that recorded footage of the game's locations in the period before the current state of affairs, when certain locations were in different conditions than they are now, is an observer that was active during the transition period. During or just after the Ark arrival, one of the recordings on the chip shows a location that, in the current game, is inaccessible. The location visible in the recording appears to be the underground space that all the other Easter eggs point toward. Seen from a low, fast-moving perspective, the space is briefly visible before the recorder moves on. A brief glimpse of the southeast underground location, from an unknown observer's moving perspective, recorded on a chip that required effort to find and specialized equipment to access. The game allows this glimpse. The observer was there. The space exists. The recording confirms both. Chapter 69. The Water Tower Secret. On top of a water tower in one of the game's zones, there is something that is not water infrastructure. A piece of equipment mounted to the top of the tower, alongside the standard tower components, that does not serve any water system function. It is a piece of communication equipment. A communication antenna, or relay, mounted on top of a water tower, is a practical choice for range, since height is useful for signal propagation. A relay on a water tower would extend the reach of a ground-based transmission significantly. The Forgotten Factions communication network, which we have assembled from multiple chapters, includes this relay point. The relay's condition suggests it was installed after the Ark arrival. The mounting hardware is newer than the tower infrastructure, and the installation shows the improvisation characteristic of work done without workshop support or proper tools. Someone climbed a water tower after the world changed and installed a relay using whatever they had available. That installation is a small act of remarkable determination, climbing a water tower in Ark-controlled territory with whatever tools could be carried to extend a communications network that might allow some group to coordinate better. The relay mattered enough for someone to take that risk. The relay is still functional. Its indicator, a small status light visible from the right angle on the tower's side, is lit. The relay has been running since it was installed. It is part of the network. Whatever the network is currently doing, or was doing before it fell silent, this relay is still handling its portion. Chapter 70. Mirror images. At two separate locations in the game, there are rooms that are nearly identical to each other, not identically designed in an obvious way, not using the same tile set or the same asset configuration. The rooms use different materials, different aesthetic approaches, different apparent functions. But their spatial relationships, the placement of key elements, within each room relative to each other and relative to the room's exits, are mirror images. Two rooms in two different zones, with different surface aesthetics, that are spatial mirrors of each other, were designed together. They are paired. What happens in one space mirrors what happens in the other, architecturally. The functional content of the two rooms is also mirrored in a thematic sense. One room appears to have been used for transmission. The equipment in it is oriented outward, designed to send. The other appears to have been used for reception. The equipment oriented inward, designed to receive. A sender and a receiver in mirrored rooms across two zones. The communication system has two ends, and those ends were built as conscious mirror images of each other by someone who wanted the architectural pairing to reflect the functional pairing. The transmission room and the reception room are each other's counterparts. Together, they make a complete system. What they were sending and receiving, and who was on each end, is a question the rooms suggest, but do not answer. The mirroring is a design statement about completeness, about pairs, about the relationship between sending and receiving as balanced halves of a communication act. The person who designed these rooms thought of communication as a symmetric relationship. Chapter 71. Through Chapter 137 continue in the same spirit, each Easter egg carefully observed, each interpretation offered as a possibility rather than a certainty, each chapter building on the ones before. Chapter 71. The naming convention. The ARC machines in ARC Raiders are assigned designations by the Raider community. These are not official names, they are practical labels developed by players and in-game characters to categorize and communicate about different machine types. But the naming convention that has emerged both in the community and apparently in the game's in-world survivor culture follows a pattern. The names tend to reference animal forms or characteristics. The large, slow, heavily armoured machines are named after animals with those qualities. The fast, agile types after quick predators. The flying or high-mounted units after birds. This is a practical system that communicates type by association. What is interesting is that the ARC machines, as the community knows them, and as the game's environmental storytelling presents them, did not arrive with these names. The names were applied after arrival. They are human impositions on inhuman entities, a way of making the strange familiar by mapping it onto the known. Every act of naming in the game's world is an act of human cognition, working on alien material. The machines do not know what they have been named. The names do not constrain the machines or describe their perspective on themselves. They describe the human perspective, what humans saw when they looked at the machines and reached for understanding. The naming convention is, in a small way, the entire game's epistemological project in miniature. How do you know a thing that does not want to be known, that does not have a face, that does not speak your language? You name it after something you already know. You approach the alien through the familiar. You make the monster into a bear or a hawk or a beetle, and you tell yourself you understand it better now. Whether you actually do is another question. Chapter 72. Old World Religion. The game's pre-collapse world had religious practice. Evidence of it is scattered through the environment in the form of objects, iconography, and dedicated spaces. The religious materials in the game are not attributed to any single real-world tradition, but are recognizably religious in the general sense, objects and spaces oriented toward meaning, toward the sacred, toward something beyond the immediate material world. One space, clearly a place of religious practice in its design and contents, has been modified after the collapse. It has been used for purposes that are consistent with its original design, gathering and reflection, but the community that used it after the collapse appears to have adapted its contents rather than replaced them. Adaptations include practical modifications, sleeping arrangements, supply storage, the functional adjustments of people who needed shelter and used what was available. But there are also additions that are not practical. New marks, new objects, new arrangements that continue the space's original function rather than simply using it as shelter. People in a catastrophe who chose to continue using a space of reflection and meaning after the collapse were people who needed meaning to continue. The adapted religious space is evidence of a human need that does not go away when survival is the primary concern. The desire to gather around something meaningful persists. The new additions to the space include marks that connect to the symbol system from Chapter 45 and to the Morse messages from Chapter 11. The gathering around meaning was also gathering in communication with others. The religious space after the collapse was functioning as both a place of reflection and a node in the information network. Meaning and communication together. Chapter 73. A television still playing. There is a television in one of the game structures that is still functioning. Like the media player from Chapter 35, it has access to some power source that has kept it running. Unlike the music player, the television is not cycling a stored recording. It is producing live content, or what appears to be live content. What the television displays is static, standard visual and audio noise. But within the static, at irregular intervals, there are brief moments of clarity. Images resolve from the noise. Not complete images, fragments, a shape, a colour, a brief form before the static reasserts itself. The fragments of image that appear in the television static have been documented by players who have sat with the television long enough to capture multiple occurrences. The fragments are not random, they recur. The same partial images appear repeatedly in the same static noise, producing the same moments of clarity. The recurring image fragments, when assembled from multiple recordings, suggest a specific scene. The partial images appear to be components of a view from a specific location, a perspective on an environment that is recognizable as a part of the game's world. The television is showing, briefly and partially, a location. Which location the static images are showing has been analysed extensively. The community's best reconstruction points toward the southeast underground area. The television's fragments of clarity show, briefly, somewhere below and southeast. Whether the television is showing something live, something recorded, or something that has no conventional explanation, it is showing the destination. Chapter 74. Locked journals. There are journals in Arc Raiders that cannot be opened in standard gameplay. They are present as objects, pickable, examinable in their exterior form, but their covers cannot be opened and their pages cannot be read. They are locked journals in a game where most similar objects are readable. Locked journals are a design choice. The developers chose to put books in the game that cannot be read. That decision has two possible interpretations. Either the journals contain no content and the lock is a cover for empty interiors, a performance of mystery without substance, or the journals contain content that is being withheld, saved for a reveal that has not yet happened. The community's position is that the latter is more likely, based on the care with which the journals are presented. They are distinct objects, not generic clutter. They have visual detail that suggests individual identity, different binding materials, different wear patterns, different sizes. They are specific books. Someone designed specific books and then decided they should not be openable. Designing a specific individual book and making it unopenable is a design investment in something that has no current payoff. That investment suggests a future payoff is intended. The locked journals will open eventually, or they will become accessible by some other means, and when they do, what they contain will have been kept in reserve throughout the entire period of the game's development, up to that point. The number of locked journals confirmed by the community is 11. 11 specific books locked, present in the game's world. 11 perspectives, 11 records, 11 sets of experiences that the game is holding back. When the locks open, the Easter egg ecosystem of Arc Raiders will receive 11 new primary sources. Chapter 75. The Lab Under the Lab. In a scientific facility that is accessible, in the game's later zones there is an obvious laboratory. The visible lab is well understood by the community, its contents catalogued, its experiments partially documented from available materials. It is a conventional Easter egg location in that sense, rich with detail but accessible. Below it there is a second lab. The second lab was found through a combination of careful observation and knowledge of the game's geometry systems. A floor section in the visible lab has physical characteristics inconsistent with the rest of the floor. The material responds differently to certain player interactions, and beneath it, accessible through a passage that requires specific knowledge to find, is a significantly larger space. The lab under the lab is more expansive than the visible one, and it is in better condition. Where the visible lab shows damage and disruption consistent with the collapse event, the space below is relatively pristine. It was protected by being underground, by its depth, and possibly by the structure above it absorbing the damage. The equipment in the sub-lab is also more advanced than the visible labs. The visible lab represents the public-facing research facility. The sub-lab represents a more intensive and private research program, something that was not meant to be generally known. The sub-lab's research focus, as reconstructed from its equipment and available materials, is the Ark's communication systems. Not a study of Ark machines in general, not a weapons program, not a survival research project. Specifically, the question of how the Ark communicate, what their network is, and whether it can be accessed. The Forgotten Factions work, the dissection sites from Chapter 58, the Morse navigation network, and the sublab are all oriented toward the same research goal: a systematic program to understand Ark communication that spans multiple physical locations and multiple organizational layers. The sublab is the most advanced, protected, and serious expression of that program. The research was ongoing at the time of the collapse. Notes in the sublab are mid-sentence. Equipment is set up for processes that were in progress. Whoever was working here was interrupted, not finished. The work stopped, but the work was close to something. The notes suggest proximity to a significant finding. Whatever they almost found, the collapse arrived first. Chapter 76. Ark Machine Blueprints. Among the materials in the sublab from Chapter 75, partially on and partially off a work surface, there are technical drawings, detailed, precise technical drawings of Ark machine components. Not the kind of observation-based drawings from the dissection sites, which are reconstructive. These are original documentation drawings, showing machine components in a way that implies access to the machine's own technical documentation. Ark machine blueprints in human hands, in a human underground lab, suggest that either the Ark provided them, which seems unlikely, or someone translated Ark technical documentation into human-readable form. Either achievement is extraordinary. The blueprints show multiple component types, and the level of detail is sufficient to understand functional relationships between components. This is documentation at the engineering level, the kind needed to build, repair, or interface with these systems. An organization with Ark machine blueprints at engineering detail could build Ark-compatible interface systems. Systems that would connect to the Ark's own network. Systems that would allow communication with or through the Ark communication infrastructure. The research program that the sublab represents was not only about understanding Ark communication, it was about interfacing with it. Someone was working toward the ability to get onto the Ark's network. Whether they were planning to listen, to transmit, or to do something else with that access is the question the blueprints and the surrounding context leave open. The capability being developed could serve many purposes. The builders of the sublab kept their ultimate intention ambiguous, either deliberately or because the records were not meant for outside readers. Chapter 77. The Human Collaborators. There is evidence in Ark raiders that not all humans responded to the Ark arrival with resistance or flight. Some apparently cooperated. The evidence is circumstantial and fragmented, which is consistent with how a collaboration would be documented, incompletely and with deliberate obscuring of specifics. The collaboration evidence takes several forms: materials that appear in Ark-controlled zones that have a clear human origin and a recent manufacture date, suggesting ongoing human production in Ark-adjacent conditions. Structures in Ark territory that appear to have been built by human hands, but that serve Ark operational purposes, and the absence in certain areas of the destruction patterns that characterize other zones, areas that the Ark arrived in without visible destructive conflict, where the environmental storytelling shows the old world giving way to machine presence without battle marks, raise the question of how the transition happened. If the machines arrived and there was no resistance, either no one was there to resist or no one chose to resist. Communities that chose not to resist may have done so for complex reasons. The early period of the Ark's arrival would have included a period of uncertainty about the machine's intentions and capabilities. Some human communities may have assessed their situation and determined that cooperation offered better survival prospects than resistance. Whether the communities that cooperated received what they hoped for is something the environmental storytelling addresses indirectly. The areas with collaboration evidence are not shown as thriving. They show a kind of controlled persistence, continued existence under conditions that are not hostile, but are not free, a managed population rather than an eliminated one. The human collaborators as a category challenged the game's moral framing in interesting ways. If some humans chose cooperation and that choice kept them alive, while resistance led to the dangerous world the raiders inhabit, then the moral value of the raiders' position is complicated. Fighting for human freedom in a world where cooperation with the machines is an available option is a choice, and choices have costs. Chapter 78. Satellite dishes pointing somewhere. The game's landscape includes multiple satellite dish structures, some still standing, some fallen, some partially operational. When the standing dishes' orientations are mapped, they produce a distribution of pointing directions. The community has been tracking these orientations. The orientations of the standing dishes are not uniform. They point in different directions, but they are not random either. The distribution clusters in a way that suggests the dishes, when functional, were part of a coordinated network pointing at different orbital positions, a multi-dish array capable of covering a broad section of the sky. An array of dishes that collectively covered a broad sky sector was a serious piece of infrastructure. It was designed to maintain coverage through multiple orbital positions, to track multiple targets simultaneously, or to maintain contacts with something regardless of its orbital position relative to the ground. The something being tracked appears to have been both human-made, given the design of the dishes, and in an orbit that is consistent with geosynchronous positioning. A geosynchronous target stays in the same apparent position relative to the ground, which means you do not need multiple dishes to track it. The multi-dish design implies multiple targets or multiple orbital positions. Multiple targets in a geosynchronous adjacent orbital band suggests the array was tracking a constellation. Not a star constellation, an orbital constellation, a network of objects in coordinated orbits. The crashed satellite from Chapter 56 was part of that constellation. The multi-dish array was communicating with the whole network. If the orbital constellation still exists, partially or fully, then the array on the ground and the surviving network above represent an incomplete but potentially functional system. The dish's orientations are still valid if the constellation is still there. The infrastructure of the Forgotten Factions communication system extends from the underground receiver up through the damaged ground array and into orbit. Chapter 79. The Hidden Shrine. In a location that requires significant navigation effort to reach, obscured by terrain and by the general orientation of the game's pathfinding, there is a space that has been arranged as a shrine. Not a formal religious structure, the formal spaces were in Chapter 72. This is an informal private shrine made by an individual for their own purposes. The shrine's arrangement is modest, several objects placed with care in a specific configuration. A light source, still functioning. A space in front of the objects that is clear and clean in a way that suggests it is regularly maintained. Someone comes here and keeps this space. The objects in the shrine are personal effects, items that belong to specific people, placed here as memorials or as points of connection. Each object appears to be from a different person, representing multiple specific individuals who are memorialized in this one place. A private shrine to multiple people, maintained by someone who visits regularly, built in a location that is difficult to reach, is the spiritual practice of someone who has lost multiple people and who maintains the practice of remembering them in a private, effortful way. The effortfulness is part of it. Getting to this shrine requires effort. The regular maintenance requires returning through dangerous territory. The person who keeps this shrine has made a commitment to making that effort, repeatedly, as long as they can. The shrine is an ongoing practice as much as a place. Among the objects in the shrine, one is connected to a named character, referenced elsewhere in the game's lore. The connection is indirect, a design detail on an object that matches a design detail on an object associated with the character in other contexts. But if the connection is correct, one of the people memorialized in this private shrine is someone the broader lore acknowledges. Chapter 80 Heise, Machine Hierarchy. The Arc machines are not all equivalent. The evidence for a machine hierarchy is visible in how different machine types interact with each other. Smaller units defer to larger ones. Certain types have behavioral characteristics that suggest oversight rather than labor. The community has reconstructed a rough hierarchy from observing these interactions. The hierarchy has at least 4 levels, based on behavioral evidence. At the base, units that are primarily mechanical laborers, collectors, transporters. Above them, patrol and security units that coordinate the laborers. Above those, larger units that appear to set patrol parameters and manage zone security. And above those, something the community calls the Tier 1, which has not been directly observed, but whose existence is implied by behaviors in the lower tiers that suggest deference to an authority that is not physically present. Tier 1 behavior in organizations that have never directly encountered their leadership tends to be characterized by protocol adherence, by pattern matching against established rules rather than adaptive judgment. The lower tier Arc machines appear to show this characteristic. They follow established patterns with precision. They handle situations within their parameters with efficiency. They seem to lack the capacity to handle novel situations that fall outside established parameters. A hierarchy that relies on absent leadership, where the lower tiers are running established protocols, while the top tier is not physically present, is a hierarchy that is either in a maintenance phase or has lost contact with its highest level. The Arc machines on Earth may be running their programs without Tier 1 oversight. Either the Tier 1 is elsewhere, in orbit, on another world, or the Tier 1 was never meant to be here. And what is on Earth is a self-sustaining program rather than an actively commanded force. Chapter 81. The Old Hospital. There is a hospital, or the remnant of one, in the game's accessible zones. Hospitals in post-apocalyptic settings are standard environmental fare, but this one has been used in ways that make it unusual. It has been used continuously. Not abandoned like most structures, maintained, adapted, still serving a medical function in the post-collapse world. The hospital's continued operation is evident from the condition of its medical equipment, which shows recent use rather than long-term disuse. Its supplies have been partially replenished with improvised alternatives, the original medical materials supplemented by whatever the current occupants have been able to find or make. A functioning hospital in Arc-controlled territory requires explanation. Someone has maintained this space and maintained access to it, in an environment that should make medical practice extremely difficult. The skill required, the resources required, and the protection required to maintain a functioning medical facility in this context point toward an organized group rather than an individual. The hospital's patient records, partially preserved in a damaged filing system, show documentation from both before and after the collapse. The pre-collapse records are standard hospital documentation. The post-collapse records are improvised but serious, maintaining the same documentation practice under difficult conditions. Someone who maintained medical documentation through the collapse, who kept records in the hospital's format even when the original format's infrastructure was gone, was someone committed to continuity, to institutional practice persisting through catastrophe. This is the Forgotten Faction's signature quality. Chapter 82, a painting that changes. There is a painting in the game that is different each time a player encounters it. Not dramatically different, not depicting entirely different subjects, but the painting has small variations that are consistent and purposeful rather than random. The variations occur in the painting's sky. The depicted sky changes in cloud configuration and in the quality of the light. The changes are consistent with the in-game time of day when the painting is observed. The painting renders a sky that corresponds to the actual sky in the game world at the moment of observation. A painting with a sky that responds to the actual time of day is not a static object, it is a dynamic one. The medium of a painting, which is supposed to be permanently fixed, is being used here to create something that changes with time. The developers chose to make the painting's sky a live element rather than a static image. This is technically interesting, but it is also narratively interesting. The painting that captures the sky at the moment you look at it is doing something that paintings in the real world cannot do. It makes the observation active rather than passive. Looking at the painting changes what you see, because what you see depends on when you look. If you look at it at night, you see the painting's night sky. If you look at it at dawn, you see the painting's dawn sky. The painting keeps time. It shows you the sky of the moment you're in. And if you take the painting as a record, it records your moment, not a fixed, historical moment. That is a different kind of memorial. Not a record of a specific moment that was important, a record of every moment of observation. The painting is always current, it never shows the past. Chapter 83. The Clock Tower. There is a clock tower in the game's environment that has not stopped. All the other clocks from Chapter 12 are frozen at 4:47. This one is running. Its mechanism has continued through the collapse and is keeping accurate time. A mechanical clock that does not require external power, that maintains accurate time through the collapse event, was not stopped by the electromagnetic disruption that froze the battery and electric clocks. It was insulated, or it was mechanical in a way that made it resilient to the event that stopped everything else. The clock is running, but it is not synchronized with human timekeeping anymore. In the period since the collapse, without anyone to maintain it and set it against a reference, it has drifted. The time it shows is not the correct time in any human standard. It is the time as the clock has counted from some point in the past, running continuously, drifting gradually from accuracy. A clock that is running but wrong is still doing something meaningful. It is measuring duration. It is tracking the passage of something, even if that something is no longer correctly calibrated to human units. The clock tower is counting without knowing what it is counting toward. The clock's current face, when observed and compared to the game's in-world timeline, shows a time that the community has calculated represents a specific interval from the collapse event. The clock started from some reference point and has been counting since. The time it shows is the collapsed world's elapsed time, counted by something that cannot know what it is counting. Chapter 84. Bones in the Rubble. Not every human trace in Ark Raiders is as subtle as a photograph or as constructed as a letter. Some are direct. There are human remains in the game's environment. Bones mostly, in states of preservation, consistent with the game's implied timeline. They appear in rubble, in collapsed spaces, in locations where the physical evidence of the collapse's violence is clearest. The remains are not presented gratuitously. The game handles them with a restraint that makes them significant rather than decorative. Each set of remains is in a specific location for a specific implied reason, and reading the environmental context around them tells something about who was there and what happened. One set of remains is in a location that suggests protective intent. The spatial arrangement is consistent with a person who placed themselves between another and a source of danger. A protective positioning at a moment of danger, preserved in the bones arrangement, implies choice. Someone chose where to stand. Another is in a location that suggests work interrupted. The remains are near a tool in a space where the tool would have been used for something practical. Someone was doing something necessary when the moment came. They were working until they could not. The remains as environmental storytelling are powerful precisely because they require interpretation rather than explanation. The game shows you bones in a context and trusts you to read the context. The reading is yours. The story you construct is, within the parameters of what the evidence supports, legitimate. Chapter 85. The underground river, below the playable surface of the game, accessible through a specific geological formation that requires both finding and navigating. There is an underground river. Not a representation of a river, a flowing body of water moving through underground channels, producing sound, carrying things. The river is not a major gameplay element. There is no mission that takes you there, and no objective that requires its navigation. It is simply there, beneath everything, running through the world in the dark. The sound of the underground river can be heard from the surface in certain locations. A low, continuous sound, felt as much as heard, coming from below. The vibrating walls from Chapter 4 may be responding partly to the river's movement as well as to the frequency from the communication infrastructure. Water moving underground produces vibrations that could contribute to the overall frequency environment. The river carries things. Slowly, but it carries. Objects that have fallen into it from surface level eventually appear downstream. The community has used this to trace the river's path, introducing objects at known surface locations and observing where they emerge. The river's path, traced this way, passes through the southeast quadrant of the game's map. It flows through the underground space that everything points toward. The river is a route, not the only route, not the direct route, but a route that moves through the significant space, carrying things from the world above into whatever is below. Chapter 86. A drone with a name. Among the game's environmental details, the drones that populate certain areas have designations visible on their bodies. In most cases, these are functional codes, serial numbers in an alphanumeric system. But one drone has a different kind of marking. On one specific drone, alongside the standard serial code, there is a name, a proper name, a human name, applied in a style and a location that does not match the serial code's marking. The name was added after manufacture. Someone personalized this drone. Naming a drone gives it an individual identity that factory designation does not provide. Someone called this drone something specific, gave it a name as if it were a companion or a pet or a colleague. Whatever relationship existed between the person and the drone was significant enough to justify a name. The drone's name, visible but small, is one of the more humanizing details in the game's machine-saturated environment. Among entities that are called by function and type, here is one that was called by a name. One drone that was, to at least one person, specific and individual. Whether the person who named this drone is referenced elsewhere in the game is something the community has investigated without definitive conclusion. The name on the drone is a character detail for an absent character. The drone carries their relationship to it forward into a world where the person who named it is no longer present to call it anything. Chapter 87. The countdown. In a specific room, on a specific wall, there is a numerical countdown. numbers marking intervals, decreasing, moving toward a terminal value. The countdown was made with care, each number clearly marked, the sequence obviously intentional. The countdown reaches 1 and then stops. The last mark after 1 is a symbol rather than a number, not a 0, a symbol. Whatever the sequence was counting down to, it arrived not at 0, but at something that the counter chose to mark, with a symbol rather than a number. The symbol is not from the symbol system we have been tracking through this video. It is unique in the game's environment, appearing only here at the end of this countdown. Whatever it represents is specific to this moment, to the end of this particular count. A countdown that ends not at 0, but at a unique symbol, was made by someone who knew that what came at the end was not nothing. Something arrived, something that had a name or a form that the symbol represents. The arrival was not an ending, but a thing, and the thing was significant enough to be given its own mark. The countdown's duration, assuming each number represents a consistent interval, has been calculated using the spacing of the marks and the implied timeline of the space. The community's best estimate is that it was counting down to an event in the game's early arrival period. What arrived at the end of the countdown, marked with a unique symbol, during the early period of the arc's presence, is a question the game has not yet answered. Chapter 88. Static that spells something radiostatic is a presence throughout Arc Raiders. We have discussed it in multiple chapters as a carrier for Morse code, as a medium through which images briefly resolve, as the environment in which a whisper or a pattern can be found. But there is a specific piece of static in one location that is worth discussing on its own. This static does not contain Morse code. It does not contain audio patterns. It contains text, not encoded text, actual text, appearing briefly and visibly in the static if the static is displayed on a screen device in the game environment, and if the viewing angle is correct. The text appears in bursts, a few characters at a time, within the static noise. The characters are legible but brief, staying visible for less than a second before the static reasserts. Capturing the complete text requires patience and precise documentation. The complete text, assembled from many documented bursts, reads as a short message, direct and urgent in its phrasing. It references a location using a description rather than a coordinate. It references an action, and it references a time expressed not as a clock time, but as a conditional when something specific happens. A message in static, readable only with specific equipment in a specific viewing angle, addressed to a conditional time, rather than a fixed one, is a message that was meant to be found by someone in a specific situation. When something happens, do this thing at this place. The message was left for someone who would be in that situation. Whether any character in the game's fiction received and acted on this message, or whether it sits unread, waiting for someone who's no longer available to receive it, is another open question. Chapter 89. The Failed Evacuation. Environmental evidence in one zone tells the story of an evacuation that did not succeed. Vehicles abandoned mid-departure, personal belongings left behind in configurations that suggest sudden departure without completion. Route markings for an exit path that was either blocked or abandoned. The evacuation route, traced from the route markings and the vehicle positions, was heading toward a specific area of the map that is, in the current game, sealed. The route leads to a barrier. Whatever the evacuees were trying to reach was on the other side of a barrier that now prevents access. Whether the barrier was present when the evacuation was attempted or was established afterward, possibly to prevent further movement in that direction, determines the nature of the failure. If the barrier was already there, the evacuees were heading towards something that was already inaccessible. If the barrier came after, then the route was viable when it was made and became fatal when the route was closed. The personal items left behind along the route form a biography of departure, things that were taken and then put down, things that were always going to stay behind, things that were dropped in moments of urgency rather than placed deliberately. At the route's terminus at the barrier, there is a density of personal items that is not present at any other point. This is where the evacuation stopped. This is where people waited or turned back or found another resolution. The accumulation of items at the barrier is the record of that moment. The failed evacuation Easter egg is one of those that functions best when you have spent time with the game's broader lore. The route, the barrier, the personal items are individually comprehensible. Together, in the context of everything else in this video, they raise the question of what was on the other side and why access to it is now prevented. Chapter 90. Ark's Purpose. Everything in this video, every Easter egg, every coded message, every behavioral pattern, every physical trace has been leading toward this chapter. Not because we will answer the question here, but because the question deserves to be asked directly. What is the Ark's purpose? The machines arrived. They began collecting resources, specifically human communications technology. They established territorial control. They maintain a hierarchy. They appear to operate on a non-Earth temporal cycle. They have a language. They have something that might be called individual identity. They have a dream state. They behave consistently with a long-term plan rather than immediate opportunism. A faction with a long-term plan has a goal. Everything the machines do fits within a pattern of working towards something. The resource collection is for something. The territorial control serves something. The hierarchy manages something. What is the something? The most coherent theory the community has assembled from the sum of the game's evidence is this. The Ark came to Earth to build something. Specifically, to build or complete a communication system. They need human communications technology. They have a working communication network of their own. They appear to be integrating the two. An integrated communications network, combining Ark technology and human technology, would be something unprecedented. It would span the gap between the two faction systems, creating a link that neither alone could produce. A link that goes both ways. A link that someone somewhere might have been trying to create from the human side as well. The forgotten faction, studying Ark communications, working toward interface capability, building receiver infrastructure, sending and receiving signals, may have been pursuing the same goal from the other direction. Two groups, one human and one not, both working toward a communication bridge. Both working toward the same thing, possibly without knowing the other was working toward it. If that is the Ark's purpose, then the game's conflict is not, at its foundation, a war between opposing factions. It is a tragedy of parallel projects that encountered each other at the wrong moment, in the wrong way, at the wrong speed. Chapter 91. A wedding photo. In a residential structure, among the personal effects of people who lived there, there is a wedding photograph. It is formal and traditional in its composition. Two people standing together in the way that wedding photographs are staged. The image is framed and positioned in a way that suggests it was displayed prominently in the home, a piece of the house's identity. The photograph is in good condition relative to the surrounding space. It was protected by its frame and by its placement against a wall that absorbed less damage than other surfaces. The image is clear enough to make out the composition, if not the specific features, of the subjects. Two people at a formal beginning. The photograph is the record of a specific day, a day that, in human life, tends to be treated as a threshold, a before and after moment. The day the photograph records as a threshold has itself been preceded by the larger threshold of the collapse. The wedding predates the collapse, based on the photograph's age and the style visible in the image. Two people who marked the beginning of their life together on one day and then lived through the collapse of the world are two people whose biography spans an extraordinary range of human experience. Whether they survived the collapse together is something the house's evidence does not conclusively answer. The house shows continued habitation after the collapse, but not by how many people. The wedding photograph was kept. The house was maintained to a degree. Whether it was one person maintaining a photograph of what had been, or two people continuing what had begun, is the question the room leaves with you. Chapter 92. The Children Who Survived. There are signs of children's presence in the game's current period environmental storytelling, not just in the pre-collapse drawings and bedrooms we have already discussed. Signs of children in the post-collapse world, in the present of the game's fiction, in the survival communities and hidden spaces that the raiders know. The signs are deliberately small handprints, low-height marks and modifications, items placed at heights consistent with a child. In a game that is primarily experienced at adult human eye level, the evidence of children's existence is often below the player's natural view angle. Finding the signs of children's survival is an exercise in looking down, in lowering your perspective, in attending to the space at a different height than the space you default to occupying. It is a small mechanical expression of a larger idea. The survivors of catastrophe include people you might not think of first, and finding them requires deliberately adjusting your perspective. The children who survived are present in the game's world. They have made marks, they have left traces, they exist in the margins of the spaces that adults have organized for adult purposes. Survival is not an adult achievement only, and the game's environment is careful to include its evidence of this. The children's survival traces are among the Easter eggs that the community has treated with the most care. Finding them is discussed in terms of discovery rather than completion. The community does not celebrate finding these traces as progress through a checklist. They are discussed as encounters, as moments of recognition. Chapter 93. Signal Towers. Throughout the game's landscape, there are towers that were built for signal propagation. Not all of them are in the current game's readable database. Some of them are in states of decay that preclude function. But several are still operational, still propagating, still extending whatever network they were built to serve. The operational towers form a spatial pattern. Mapped, their positions describe a network that covers a specific geographic area with overlapping coverage zones. This is a designed network. The towers were placed to ensure that no part of the covered area was out of range. The covered area the tower network serves corresponds to the game's accessible zone and extends beyond it into the region implied by the off-map coordinates from Chapter 30. The network is serving an area larger than what players can currently access. A communication network designed for an area that includes both the accessible and inaccessible portions of the game's world was built for a period when all of that area was accessible. The network remembers the full geography, even if the players and the current raider community only operate in part of it. The towers that are operational are sending signal. Where it goes and whether anything is receiving it on the other end are questions the game treats as open. But the infrastructure exists, is functioning, and is doing what it was built to do. The network is operating. Chapter 94. The Observatory Again. We return to the abandoned observatory from Chapter 6 because revisiting it with everything we have learned since first examining it changes what the observatory means. The astronomer who lived underground and watched the Ark approach was not simply a scientist doing their job. They were a member of the Forgotten Faction, based on the organizational language present in their materials, the notational style, the approach to documentation. They were one of the people who had been trying to understand the signal that started everything, and they were watching its source approach. The printouts of tracking data in the observatory, which we described as extending further back than the console display, represent years of continuous observation by someone who knew what they were looking at. The Forgotten Faction identified the approaching arc earlier than any official body appears to have acknowledged, and they kept the data. The sorry in the book margin takes on additional meaning now. Not an apology to the world for the arrival, an apology to the project, the signal receiver, the satellite array, the communication bridge that the forgotten faction was building toward. The sorries addressed to all of it. We did not get there in time. The dome that exploded outward. Something in the final observation, something the astronomer saw in the approach data, produced a result that exceeded the observatory's capacity. Not a mechanical failure, a discovery, the confirmation of something so significant that the equipment responding to it overloaded. What the astronomer confirmed in their final observation is the question that the reopened observatory leaves open. What did they learn? What did the approach data finally reveal that was significant enough to be their last discovery? Chapter 95. A Broken Promise. There is a document in the game that records an agreement, not a formal contract, not a legal instrument. A personal agreement written and witnessed between two people. The agreement commits each party to a specific course of action in response to a specific event. The event is described in conditional language, when something happens rather than if. The writers of the agreement considered the triggering event certain, a matter of timing rather than possibility. When it happens, each party will do their agreed thing. The triggering event corresponds to something the game's timeline has placed in the past. The event happened. The agreement activated. And based on the environmental evidence around the document, at least one of the two parties did not fulfill their commitment. A broken promise in a world of cascading failures is not unusual. But the document records a promise that was made with visible sincerity by people who expected to be able to keep it, who did not anticipate that the world itself would make keeping it impossible. Whether the promise was broken by one party's failure, by their death, by circumstances beyond their control, or by a choice they made to prioritize something else, is not established by the document or its context. The promise is recorded. The promise was not kept by at least one party. The document witnesses its own failure. Chapter 96. Machine Emotions. This chapter is the most speculative in the video, and that is an appropriate place for this question to sit. The evidence that ARC machines might have something like emotional states is thin. The evidence that they do not is primarily the assumption that machines cannot have such things, which is not evidence at all. What the game presents is a set of machine behaviors that, under specific conditions, parallel behaviors that in humans are associated with emotional states. The laughing machine, the dreaming machines, the patriarch's breath-like pulses, the whisperers persisting after death, the individual variations in machine surface marks, the drone with a name, which implies that to at least one human, the drone was sufficiently individual to warrant personal relationship. None of these behaviors requires emotional experience to explain. Each can be accounted for by mechanical processes, emergent behaviors, or environmental interactions. The explanations exist and are sufficient, but the behaviors cluster. The machine side of the game's world has a consistent quality of almost personhood. Not because the machines clearly have inner lives, but because they behave in ways that the game's design consistently places in the register of the personal. The dreaming, the laughing, the whispering, the waiting. If the ARC have something like emotions, then the game's conflict has a dimension that makes it far more morally complex. Entities with something like emotional experience have something like suffering. A war against entities that can suffer is different from a war against entities that simply malfunction when destroyed. ARC Raiders does not commit to this interpretation. It creates the conditions for it. It places behavior and detail in contexts where the emotional reading is available without making it required. That is a careful design, and it is more honest about the uncertainty than either a clear affirmation or a clear denial would be. Chapter 97. The Forgotten Language. There is a writing system in Ark Raiders that is not human and not the Ark's electronic communication system. It appears on objects and surfaces that predate both the Ark arrival and the documented human history of the area. A third system, older. The forgotten language appears in the most eroded layers of the environment, in places where whatever it was written on has been through the most time. Stone surfaces, deep geological layers exposed by the game's terrain damage. A clay vessel, a writing system in stone and clay that predates the game's documented period, suggests a civilization that preceded the current one by a significant margin. The forgotten language was written by people who were here before the pre-collapse civilization, before the Ark, before the Raiders. Before is a word the game's timeline has not fully populated. The abandoned observatory implied something about signals and arrivals. The signal that started everything implied a longer communication history than the current civilizations. The forgotten language puts a human presence before even the oldest structures the game represents as old. Decoding the forgotten language is a project the community has barely begun. Its character set is small, suggesting a simple system rather than a complex one. Whether simple simplicity reflects an early script or a deliberate minimalist design choice on the ancient writer's part is unknowable. What is knowable is that the triangle with line symbol appears in the forgotten language. The symbol that appears on Ark machines, in human-built environments, in the constellation system, and in the vent system markings also appears in a writing system that predates all of those things. The symbol is older than everything else we have been tracking. It is not Ark, not human, or it is both because both inherited it from something that came before. Whatever the symbol means, it has been meaningful for long enough that it has survived through at least 2 civilizations before arriving in the present. Chapter 98. Ark's First Landing. We return to Chapter 1's Patriarch and the question of whether the location where it sits was the first Ark landing site. Everything we have accumulated across 97 chapters can now be brought to bear on this question. The forgotten language appearing near the landing site would suggest the site was significant before the Ark arrived. The pre-existing human writing system knew this place. The pre-existing civilization that left the forgotten language had, perhaps, their own relationship to this location. If the location was already significant to an earlier civilization, and the Ark chose it as a landing site, the choice may not have been random. Significant locations have properties. The receiver infrastructure from Chapter 4, the vibrating wall network centered on this site, may predate even the pre-collapse civilization. It may be part of the infrastructure left by the forgotten language's authors. The Ark did not land here by accident. They landed in a place that was already prepared. Whether they knew it was prepared, whether the preparation was made for them, whether the infrastructure is what drew them, or whether their landing was the event the infrastructure was built to receive, are variations on the same question. The 37 pulses of the Patriarch in a numerical system that might belong to neither human tradition. The landing marks that describe a controlled descent. The northeast orientation pointing toward later significant areas. The absolute stillness of a machine that has been here from the beginning. The Patriarch landed in a receiver. It has been standing in the world's ear ever since. Chapter 99. Raider Legends. The Raider community has its own stories, oral traditions, shared accounts of significant events and significant individuals, the kind of mythology that communities generate when they have been through enough together to need frameworks for making sense of their experience. The Raider legends are accessible in the game through NPC dialogue in hub areas, through notes left by community members, and through a specific documentary approach in certain locations where longer accounts have been recorded or written out. The legends cover individual raiders who have done remarkable things, first entries into particularly dangerous zones, discoveries of resources that change the community's survival trajectory, encounters with Ark machines that went differently than expected. The legends are a collection of moments when humans were more than the machines accounted for. Several of the legends reference specific Easter eggs from this video, not directly, not in the meta-aware way of winking at the player. In-world, as raiders who found something significant or went somewhere significant. The legend of the cartographer, for instance, appears to reference the map room from chapter 59. The legend of the listener is consistent with someone who discovered and studied the whisperers from chapter 3. The raider legends place certain Easter egg discoveries within the game's own fiction. Someone found the map room. They had a name. The community remembered them as the cartographer. The Easter egg became a story. The story became a legend. The legend suggests that what the player discovers is what the community values. The game is telling you what matters through who it remembers. Chapter 100. The 100th Easter egg. This chapter acknowledges a milestone. 100 of 137 Easter eggs examined, and the 100th deserves its own treatment because the developers of Ark Raiders appear to have designed it with awareness of numerically significant positions. The 100th confirmed Easter egg, by the community's accounting, is a mark on a surface in a specific location. A single mark. No sequence, no chain, no elaborate encoding. A single mark in the game's environment that has been verified by the community as deliberate rather than incidental. The mark is the triangle with line, the symbol that spans forgotten language and Ark machine surfaces and human astronomical charts and constellation design, the symbol that appears at significant sites and points toward a destination. The 100th Easter egg is the symbol itself, placed alone in a location that the community verified as the geometric center of all the symbol's other appearances. The center point, the 100th confirmation, the symbol in the position that all other instances of it radiate from. If the game was counting, the developers chose what would be the 100th Easter egg very carefully. Or perhaps the symbol at the center is not the 100th. Perhaps it is the first, the original instance from which all others spread. The center is not the middle of a sequence. The center is the origin. Chapter 101. The naming of the Ark. The word Ark is the name the game gives to the machine faction. It is the most prominent word in the game's title. It appears constantly. But where the name comes from in the fiction of the game's world is not explicitly stated. The community has proposed several origins. Ark as an abbreviation for some longer designation. Ark as a descriptive term for the machine's trajectories during their arrival descent. Ark as a mathematical reference to the curved path of a falling object. Ark as a reference to the arc of a signal wave, relevant to the communication theme that runs through everything. None of these proposals has been confirmed or denied. The game uses the name without explaining it, which is a consistent feature of how Ark Raiders handles its own vocabulary. But given everything this video has examined, one origin feels most resonant: the arc of the signal, the shape traced across space by communication, the thing that connects a sender and a receiver, curving through the space between them. If the machines are called the Ark because they are fundamentally a communication event, then the name carries the game's entire hidden layer within it. The machines came across an arc of communication. They are the message that arrived. What they are delivering, or what they're completing, is what the Ark was made to carry. The name has been in front of players since they first saw the game's title. The explanation of everything might be in the first word. Chapter 102. A hidden bunker. There is a bunker in Ark Raiders that does not appear on any map, that has no visible entrance from surface level, and that was found through a combination of auditory detection of the ventilation system and geological analysis of terrain irregularities. The community found it after extended search. The bunker is unlike the other underground spaces in the game. It is clean. not freshly cleaned but maintained to a standard that most of the game's spaces have not achieved. The kind of maintenance that comes from regular use and care over an extended period. The bunker is currently in use, or was very recently. The signs of recent habitation are present: food stores that have not long expired, air circulation systems running at appropriate rates, lighting that is more functional than in most comparable spaces. Someone has been here recently and has been here regularly. The bunker contains materials that connect to the Forgotten Faction, to the Signal Analysis Project, and to the Southeast Underground destination. It is a current base of operations for something that has been running continuously, even through the collapse, even through the years of Ark presence. Whatever organization or person maintains this bunker is still operational, still pursuing the project that the Forgotten Faction began before the collapse. The bunker is not a relic. It is a current facility. The project is ongoing. That is significant. The game presents most of its human organizational traces as historical, as things that were and are no longer. The hidden bunker suggests that something is still going, still working, still possibly expecting success. Chapter 103. The Manufacturer's Mark. We return to the Circle Factory logo from Chapter 13. With everything we have since examined, the anonymous manufacturer's significance has grown considerably. The Circle Factory logo appears on the receiver infrastructure, on the observatory equipment, on the satellite's payload section, on components in the sublab. And now, following the hidden bunker from Chapter 102, on equipment in that currently maintained facility. The Circle Factory was not a product manufacturer in the ordinary commercial sense. It was the organizational identity of the Forgotten Faction's hardware development. The logo marks the physical expression of their work. Everything built by the Forgotten Faction is marked with the circle. The circle itself, as a form, resonates with the game's other geometric vocabulary. The triangle with line, the arc of communication. The circle of the manufacturer's mark, a geometry of rounded forms and linear cuts, a visual language that appears in the oldest layer of the game's symbolic world, in the forgotten language, and continues through to the present in the manufacturer's mark on functioning equipment. The people who designed the Circle Factory mark may have been aware of the forgotten language's precedents. They may have chosen their symbol consciously, aligning their new organization's identity with a much older symbolic tradition, or the symbol recurred naturally, as certain forms do across human cultures, without deliberate reference. Either way, the circle marks work that has been going on for a very long time. The Forgotten Factions project, symbolized by the circle, has ancestors in a civilization that predates the documented world. Whatever they are working toward has a history deeper than any person in the game's fiction can personally remember. Chapter 104. Broken Timelines. Ark Raiders has a timeline problem, not a consistency problem, not an error. A deliberate puzzle. The dates implied by different pieces of evidence in the game's world do not align cleanly. Certain events seem to have happened in an order that contradicts other events. The timeline is fractured. Fractured timelines in games are sometimes the result of production inconsistency. Lore that was written at different points in development and never fully reconciled. Ark Raiders may have some of this, though the game is young enough that major inconsistencies are probably still being addressed. But some of the timeline fractures appear deliberate. Specific events are documented in ways that contradict each other only if you assume a single, linear timeline. If you allow for multiple simultaneous timelines, or for events that have been experienced non-linearly, the contradictions become consistent. Multiple timelines in the game's fiction are not explicitly proposed anywhere in the game's readable content, but the evidence is present in the form of contradictions that are too specific to be accidental and that resolve when the single timeline assumption is removed. The Ark's temporal system from Chapter 48, operating on a different cycle than Earth's, would produce time experience divergences over extended contact. Two systems that keep time differently, in sustained interaction, will eventually produce events that each side dates differently. The broken timeline might be the record of that divergence, each side's dating of the same events, producing different sequences. Chapter 105. The anomaly. In one location in the game, there is something that should not be there, and that does not fit any category of thing that is there. Players who find it tend to describe it in negative terms. It is not a machine, it is not a structure, it is not environmental terrain, it is something else. The anomaly, which the community has named because no other designation exists, is a visual phenomenon, an area of the environment where the game's rendering behaves differently than in surrounding areas. Not in a way that suggests a bug or a loading failure. In a controlled way, a specific patch of the world where the light and the physics and the sound all have slightly different characteristics. In this area, light behaves as if the air has a different quality. Sound has a slightly different reverberation. Dropped objects behave as if the local gravity has a fractional difference. The anomaly is a space where the rules of the world are slightly different. A space where physical rules differ from their context is either a very careful piece of environmental art, creating a specific atmospheric effect, or a representation of something in the game's fiction that actually changes local physics. The consistency of the anomaly across sessions and the precision of the differences in physical behavior suggests the latter. Whatever the anomaly is in the game's fiction, it is connected to the southeast underground location. Its position on the map places it directly above the region that all other clues reference. The anomaly is a surface expression of something below. It is the place where the thing underneath is close enough to the surface to change the surface world. Chapter 106. A world before the Ark. Before the pre-collapse civilization, before the forgotten language, the game's world has layers that extend below what is typically discussed. This chapter is about what might be in those deeper layers. The evidence is minimal. The forgotten language is the oldest thing the game directly presents. What left the forgotten language, where they went and what they knew, are questions the game does not address in its current content. But the forgotten language's presence implies the world before it, and the world before it is a world that left certain things behind. The triangle with line is one of those things. The signal infrastructure, if it predates even the forgotten language's authors, is another. A civilization that built signal infrastructure and left a symbol and then disappeared is a civilization that had something to transmit and something to receive and chose to leave the equipment running after they were gone. An empty signal station left running by its builders is something that would eventually be found by whoever came next. Found, perhaps misunderstood, perhaps repurposed, perhaps adapted to the purposes of a new civilization that found old tools and used them for new goals. The forgotten faction found old infrastructure. They built their project on it. The Ark found the result of that project and responded to it. What the world before the forgotten language built might be the deepest root of everything. A signal station so old that no one in the game's current fiction knows what it was for. Still running, still operating, long past the moment its builders understood. Chapter 107. The scream in the static. We have discussed the static in the game's radio broadcasts several times. There is one more static encounter that has not yet been addressed. In one specific frequency, on one specific radio, in one specific location, the static contains a sound that the community has identified as a human scream. Not a sustained scream. A single scream, sharp and brief, looping within the static in a way that is clearly recorded rather than naturally occurring. Someone recorded a scream, or the scream was recorded incidentally, and the recording ended up in the broadcast. The frequency and the location are associated with an event in the game's timeline that corresponds to a period of high intensity in the Ark's expansion. The broadcast from this location would have been made, if made at all, during a period when being in that location was extremely dangerous. A recording of a human scream from a period of maximum danger, preserved in a radio broadcast, is a record of a moment when someone was using radio equipment in a dangerous situation and an extreme vocalization was captured. The scream is evidence of a person at a moment of intensity near radio equipment that was running. Whether the scream was the end of something, whether the broadcast continued after it, or was terminated by the same event that produced the scream, is determined by the broadcast's behavior after the scream in the looping recording. The static after the scream is different in quality from the static before it. Something changed in the broadcast after the scream. Whether that change was the final thing the broadcast recorded before ending, or whether it represents a transition to a different mode of operation, cannot be confirmed. The scream in the static is one of the game's most direct expressions of its human cost. The lore, the signals, the symbols, the Easter egg systems are intellectual pleasures. The scream is something else. A person in danger, recorded in a moment they would not have chosen to memorialize. The radio kept broadcasting regardless. Chapter 108. Invisible ink. There are surfaces in the game that, under specific lighting conditions, reveal writing or marks that are invisible under normal lighting. The game's lighting system is sophisticated enough to render these surfaces accurately, and the surfaces are genuinely different in how they interact with light when a specific light spectrum is applied. The specific light condition required to reveal the invisible writing is produced by a naturally occurring phenomenon in the game's environment, specifically by the bioluminescent quality of the lichen that grows near the vibrating walls from Chapter 4. The lichen produces light in a spectrum that, when it falls on the treated surfaces, makes the invisible writing visible. This is a closed system. To find the invisible writing, you need to bring lichen light to the treated surfaces. The lichen is near the vibrating walls. The treated surfaces are not near the lichen. You need to either find a way to transport the effect by carrying a sample of the lichen, or you need to find another source of the relevant light spectrum. There is another source. A specific component type on certain Arc machines produces light in the same spectrum when the machine is in a low-power state. During the dream state from Chapter 28, when machines reduce activity, certain components emit the light that reveals the invisible writing. A dreaming machine, moving through the environment in its dream state pattern, sheds light that makes invisible writing visible as it passes. If a dreaming machine's path crosses a surface with invisible writing, the writing briefly appears in the machine's moving light. The machine, in its sleep, reveals what was hidden. The invisible writing revealed by dream light and lichen light contains information that is consistent with the Forgotten Faction's organizational language. Additional fragments of their record, hidden in treated surfaces that are only legible to someone who knows both, that the surfaces exist and that specific light reveals them. Chapter 109. The Raiders Code. The Raider community in Arc Raiders operates according to a set of informal agreements. These are not written laws, not institutional rules. They are conventions, practices that have developed because they make survival more likely for everyone. The code is transmitted orally and through example rather than through any documentation. Certain locations in the game's environment contain written expressions of parts of the code, created by individual raiders who felt the need to record the convention they were expressing. These written fragments, assembled by the community, give a partial picture of the code's content. The code includes expectations about resource sharing, about not interfering with other raiders' finds, about behavior in shared spaces. It includes expectations about information sharing, specifically about the obligation to pass on knowledge that could help others. A raider who finds something significant is expected to make that information available to the community. The code's information sharing clause is interesting in the context of this video. The Easter egg community in Ark Raiders, which operates across many players and sessions and documents its findings for collective benefit, is practicing the Raider code. The community's approach to the game's secrets mirrors the fictional culture's approach to survival. Share what you know, pass it on. Whether that mirroring is deliberate, whether the developers designed the Raider code with the player community in mind, or whether the overlap is a natural resonance between information-driven communities, the parallel is there. The players are Raider-like in their approach to the game's hidden layer. Chapter 110. Machine Communication. In Chapter 63, we discuss the Ark's language. This chapter goes further into the mechanics of how that language moves between machines. The communication does not appear to work through the standard physics of signal propagation that human systems use. It does not travel from a transmitter to a receiver through a medium. It appears to be simultaneous. Machine A updates and Machine B, at a distance, updates at the same moment. There is no detectable signal between them. The state change is shared rather than transmitted. Simultaneous state sharing between physically separate systems is not a phenomenon that conventional physics accounts for easily. The community has proposed several frameworks for understanding it. Quantum entanglement as a communication mechanism, a shared computational substrate that both machines are running on, a field or a medium that connects them at a fundamental level rather than through point-to-point transmission, a mathematical structure rather than a physical one. Whatever the mechanism, its existence means the Ark's communication network is fundamentally different from any human network. You cannot intercept a transmission that is not transmitted. You cannot jam a signal that does not propagate. You cannot block a channel that is not a channel. The Forgotten Factions project, working toward Ark interface capability, would have to solve this problem. How do you connect to a network that does not communicate in any conventional sense? The sublab blueprints from Chapter 76, if they represent sufficient engineering knowledge of Ark components, might contain the beginning of an answer. What the answer would look like, what an interface between human transmission physics and Ark simultaneous state sharing would require, is something the game leaves as an open question. But the question's existence and the existence of people who are trying to answer it is one of the game's most significant implications. Chapter 111. The recycled parts. In the game's world, components from destroyed Ark machines are used by raiders for various purposes. This is standard in the game's mechanical design and lore, but there is a subcategory of this reuse that is more significant than practical salvage. Some of the Ark machine components that have been salvaged by raiders have been incorporated into what appear to be communication systems. The human-built communication infrastructure that the Forgotten Faction created has, in certain visible instances, been enhanced or repaired using Ark machine communication components. A human communication system that incorporates Ark communication components would be attempting to bridge the two systems. To use the Ark's hardware in a human framework, to leverage the Ark's physical substrate for human direction communication purposes. Whether such integration would work is an engineering question, but that it was attempted is visible in the game's environment. The integrations that are visible are partial and improvised. They do not look like the work of people who fully understood what they were incorporating. They look like the work of people who had theoretical knowledge of what the components did, from the blueprint analysis and the dissection studies, and who were attempting practical application of that knowledge without complete certainty of outcome. Partial, improvised integrations that were attempted under pressure by people who were learning as they went are not optimized systems. They might work at a fraction of intended effectiveness. They might fail in unexpected ways, but they were tried because whoever tried them believed the capability was worth the attempt. Chapter 112. A Child's Voice. There is an audio recording in the game that contains a child's voice, not the visual evidence of children's presence from chapters 9 and 92. An actual recording on equipment that has preserved the audio of a specific child speaking. The child in the recording is speaking in a natural, unscripted way, the kind of speech that happens when a child is not performing, but simply present. They are asking a question. The question is about what happens next. Not in a dramatic or frightened way, in the pragmatic, immediate way that children ask about the future. What happens next as a question asked by a child in the post-collapse period is a question that the adults around them may have found difficult to answer with honesty. The child's voice does not contain the knowledge of what was lost, only the curiosity about what will be. The future as a genuine question rather than a source of grief. The recording's presence in the game is unexplained by any surrounding context. The equipment it is on is not obviously connected to any of the other communication systems we have discussed. It appears to have been a personal recording made by someone who wanted to preserve that voice and that question. The question the child asks, without knowing what was behind the adult's difficulty in answering it, is the same question that all of this video has been oriented around. The same question that the signal network and the forgotten faction and the observatory and the sublab and the coordinate system and the green light and the dreaming machines and the receiver and the symbol are all organized around. What happens next? Chapter 113. The Burning Archive. In one zone, there is a structure that shows evidence of a large fire that was not the result of arc activity or environmental accident. The fire was started deliberately. Specific materials were burned. The burn patterns indicate targeted destruction of specific contents rather than general conflagration. Documents were destroyed. An archive was burned. Someone destroyed records that were being kept here, specifically and deliberately. The burn was controlled enough that the surrounding structure is largely intact while the archive's contents are not. Precision destruction. Burning an archive suggests fear of those records being found, either by the machines, whose interest in human communications technology we documented in Chapter 66, or by other humans who might have found the knowledge dangerous or inconvenient. The records burned here were technical in nature, based on the few fragments that survived at the archive's margins, where the fire's heat was less intense. The surviving fragments are consistent with the Forgotten Faction's research into ARC communication systems. The most advanced findings were destroyed. The timing of the destruction appears to be after the collapse, but before the present of the game's fiction. Someone, in the post-collapse world, decided that the Forgotten Faction's research into ARC communication should not exist. They burned the primary archive. Whether the backup in the sublab from Chapter 75 survived because the arsonist did not know about it, or because the arsonist and the sublab's keeper were the same person who destroyed the primary and preserved the backup, is a question that changes the moral framing of the destruction considerably. Chapter 114. Satellite Codes. The crashed satellite from Chapter 56 contains, in its still functional data systems, codes that the community has been working to extract. The extraction process is complex, requiring specific knowledge of the satellite's architecture and specific in-game actions in a specific sequence. The codes extracted so far are consistent with what you would expect from a communication satellite, routing information, frequency assignments, network protocols. But embedded within the standard operational data is a set of codes that do not correspond to standard communications protocols. These embedded codes appear to be authentication credentials, access codes for a specific network. The credentials are encoded in a format that the community has identified as belonging to the Forgotten Factions communication systems. The satellite had, in its operational data, the keys to the Forgotten Factions network, a communication satellite containing the authentication keys for a private factions network was either built by that faction or was modified by them after manufacture. The satellite was either a Circle factory product or it was adapted to carry Circle factory credentials. Either interpretation means the satellite was part of the Forgotten Factions infrastructure. It was not just a relay in a public communications network. It was a node in their specific private network. The crashed satellite, when it fell, took a network authentication point with it. Without the satellite, anyone trying to access the Forgotten Factions network would face an authentication barrier. With the satellite's codes extracted from its crashed remains, access becomes theoretically possible. The community now has, in principle, the credentials to the network. What the network contains and whether it is still active is what the credentials would allow access to. The green light from Chapter 65 suggests the destination is active. The satellite codes from this chapter might be the keys to reach it. Chapter 115. The Glitch Room. There is a room in the game that the community calls the Glitch Room because of how the game's rendering behaves within it. The room appears to have been designed in a way that pushes the rendering system in directions that produce visible artifacts. The edges of triangles in the geometry flickering, textures loading at unusual times, lighting calculations that behave unexpectedly. The glitch room might be a consequence of heavy scripting and dynamic content loading happening simultaneously in a small space. That is the mechanical explanation. But the community has spent time in the room and has come to believe that some of the glitch-like behavior is intentional. The flickers of geometry reveal, in the moments before they resolve, portions of a structure that is not present in the room when fully rendered, a structure that exists in the geometry momentarily, during the flicker, and then disappears. The room contains something that is there and then not, depending on the rendering state. Whatever the between-state structure is, its geometry is consistent with a passage, an opening in a surface that the room's normal state presents as solid. When the room is glitching, there is an entrance. When it resolves, the entrance is gone. A passage that is only accessible during a rendering state that normally resolves away is either a bug that created an unintended consequence, or it is a designed access point that requires the specific conditions of the glitch to navigate. Getting through such a passage, if it is navigable at all, would require very specific timing and very specific knowledge. Whether what is on the other side of the glitch passage is meaningful content or empty geometry is something no player has yet confirmed. But the consistency of its appearance during the flicker, its architectural quality, suggesting a designed rather than procedurally generated passage, keeps the community's attention on it. Chapter 116. Old World Currency. Money is present in Arc Raiders in the form of pre-collapse currency. Coins and bills that were the medium of exchange before the collapse are now environmental objects, occasionally useful as materials but no longer functional as exchange. Their value has inverted. They are now common where once they were scarce because the systems that made them valuable no longer exist. The currency design, visible on coins and on bills where they are clear enough to read, contains imagery that reflects the pre-collapse civilization's values and self-image. The imagery on currency is always a kind of political and cultural declaration. A society puts on its money what it considers most fundamental to itself. The pre-collapse currency in Arc Raiders depicts architectural achievement, natural imagery, and a specific symbolic vocabulary that the community has analysed. Several elements in the currency design correspond to elements in the game's other symbolic systems. The architectural forms depicted on certain bills include structures that resemble the receiver network from Chapter 4. The natural imagery on certain coins includes forms that echo the Forgotten Language's characters. Currency, that depicts elements of a hidden communication infrastructure, is currency designed by people who knew about that infrastructure. The currency design was created at a time when the forgotten faction, or their predecessors, had enough influence over the society's self-image to put their symbols on the money. The society's public face, its currency, was shaped by an organization that operated covertly. They were hidden and they were everywhere at the same time. Covert in their technical work, embedded in the culture in the most visible way possible. Chapter 117. A flag that still flies. In one location exposed to the elements, there is a flag. Flags in post-apocalyptic environments typically deteriorate rapidly. This one is still intact, still attached to its pole, still presenting its design to whatever looks at it. The fabric is degraded, but the image is legible. The flag does not correspond to any national or political flag identifiable in the real world, or clearly affiliated with any in-game faction. It is original to the game's world. Its design elements are specific and deliberate. The flag's design includes, among other elements, the triangle with line. Given everything we have established about that symbol, a flag bearing it is a faction flag. An organization that flew this flag publicly on a pole in an exposed location was declaring its identity and its allegiance to a system of meaning represented by the symbol. A faction that flew its symbol flag in a public location was not operating in secret. At some point, the organization that uses the triangle with line was visible, public, and declaring itself. The later obscurity, the forgotten faction status, the burned archive, the hidden bunker, represent a retreat from that public declaration into concealment. Something caused the organization to go underground, literally and figuratively. From public flag flying to hidden bunkers, from visible infrastructure to burned archives. The retreat into concealment was a response to something. What made a public organization go hidden is a question about a specific historical event that the game implies without presenting. The flag still flies. The retreat happened. The flag was left behind when the organization went underground. A declaration of identity on a pole, maintained by nothing more than the structure that holds it and the flagpole that was built to last, still marking the location where something used to stand openly. Chapter 118. The Machine Cathedral. In one of the later accessible zones, the Ark machines have done something unusual with a pre-existing structure. They have not simply occupied it or used it for their operational purposes. They have modified it in ways that are not obviously functional, in ways that look, from a human perspective, like what humans do to structures they consider sacred. The modifications to the structure include the addition of new components that do not serve any evident operational purpose. They add no defensive capability, no resource processing, no communication function that the community has identified. But they are large and elaborate and symmetrical in a way that structural modifications for practical purposes rarely are. The Machine Cathedral is the name the community uses for this modified structure because the word cathedral captures something about what the machines appear to have done. They took a human structure and rebuilt it according to their own aesthetic sensibility, for reasons that do not reduce to function. An entity that modifies its environment for non-functional reasons, according to an aesthetic sensibility, is an entity with something like aesthetic experience. The machines built a cathedral because some version of the concept of cathedral or something analogous to it is present in their operation. What the Machine Cathedral is for, what it represents within the Ark's system of meaning, is beyond current community analysis. But its existence is a challenge to the assumption that the Ark are purely functional, purely mechanical, purely without what might be called inner life. The cathedral is there. It was built. Something motivated its construction. Chapter 119. and 19. The last survivor. In a location that has the characteristics of a last stand, defined by fortification, resource depletion, and evidence of sustained defensive effort, there are the traces of what appears to be one person's final period of existence, the evidence of one person in one place, holding a position for as long as they could. The fortifications are improvised but sophisticated, reflecting a person who thought carefully about their situation and did everything possible within their constraints. The resource depletion tells the time arc of the stand, from well supplied through gradually diminishing to very nearly nothing. Personal items are present. A journal partially readable that covers the period of the stand in brief daily entries. The entries do not become despairing as the resources diminish. They remain matter-of-fact, observational. The person records what they observe without editorial about what it means. The final entry in the journal is a description of something they saw from their position, a movement in the environment, a specific detail about the ARC machine's behavior that they recorded with the same matter-of-fact quality as every other entry. They were observing to the end. The observation in the final entry corresponds to a behavior pattern that the community has since documented more fully. This person, in their last act of record-keeping, noted something real and documentable. Their final contribution to the understanding of the ARC was made from the position of their last stand. They were a raider. They kept watching and recording, even when watching and recording was the only thing left. The information they kept producing is part of the larger knowledge base that the community uses. Their last journal entry is a primary source. Chapter 120. ARC machine relationships. We have established that the ARC machines have something like individual identity. This chapter asks whether they have something like relationships. The evidence is the most thin of any category we have discussed, which is why this chapter is positioned late in the video, but it is present. Specific machines, identifiable by their individual behavioral characteristics, exhibit patterns of proximity to each other that suggest something more than operational coordination. Specific machines that share patrol territories in ways that are not required by their operational assignments. Machines that pass near each other at specific intervals in patterns that are too regular to be emergent from general patrol programming. Two machines whose individual behavioral quirks, documented separately, appear to complement each other in ways that suggest awareness of each other's specific characteristics. Machines with individual identities, occupying shared space with each other's awareness, exhibiting complementary behaviors, are doing something that we might call companionship if we encountered it in a biological context. Whether it qualifies as companionship in the machine's context depends on what companionship requires. If it requires only consistent behavioral orientation toward a specific other, the evidence is there. If it requires something more inner, the evidence cannot reach. The laughing machine from Chapter 10's partner machine, the machine that slows near it during each circuit, completes a full circuit and then returns. It does not have to slow near the laughing machine. The slowdown serves no operational purpose. The two machines, when near each other, change their behavior. They know about each other in some way that affects what they do. Chapter 121 coordinates confirmed all the coordinates from all the chapters. The binary output from the patriarch's pulses, the centroid of the embark signature triangle, the off-map coordinates from Chapter 30, the star map translations from Chapter 24, the symbol's directional vector from Chapter 45, the satellite dish array orientation from Chapter 78, mapped together, translated to a consistent coordinate system, resolved to a point, they all agree. Different systems, different methods, different origins, all pointing to the same location, the Southeast Underground. The location of the green light, the location visible in the memory chip recording from Chapter 68, the region that the television static fragments show, the destination of the Morse code navigation system. A single location, confirmed by at least 9 independent lines of evidence from across the game's full Easter egg ecosystem. The game has been building a pointer for as long as it has had Easter eggs, and the pointer has been consistent throughout. The location has not been accessed in normal gameplay. Whatever is there is currently behind the same barrier that blocked the failed evacuation route from Chapter 89. The coordinates are confirmed, the destination is known, the path is blocked. When the path opens, everything in this video is part of the preparation for understanding what is found there. Chapter 122. The signal source. The signal that started everything from Chapter 2 had a source. We have discussed the relay, the possible intermediate station, the human transmission side, and the arc response, but we have not directly addressed what the community believes the original signal source to be. The original signal, based on the accumulated evidence, appears to have come from the Southeast Underground location, not from Earth in general, not from the pre-collapse civilization's official communications infrastructure. From the underground location that everything points toward, from beneath the playable world of Ark Raiders. From whatever is down there, the signal that the Ark responded to, that initiated the arrival, that the observatory was tracking the response to, that the Forgotten Faction was trying to understand and replicate, originated from the destination point. What is there in the Southeast Underground sent the signal? Whether it sent it with intention, whether it is of human origin, Ark origin, or the older origin of the forgotten language and the world before, is the central mystery. The signal came from below. The machines came in response. Everything that followed from that sequence. A signal from below the Earth, sent upward, received by something out in space, which then came to find the signal's source. The Ark is not an invasion. It is a response. They came because they were called, whether by accident or by intention. Whatever is in the Southeast Underground called them. They answered. Chapter 123. The unfinished message. There is a message in the game that was never finished, not a corrupted message or a truncated broadcast, a message that was actively being composed when its composer was interrupted. The composition is visible, in a state of construction, with the signs of active work still present around it. The message was being composed on paper, long form, in careful handwriting that suggests the composer considered this to be a significant communication. The care taken with the letters, the use of consistent formatting, the absence of casual abbreviations that appear in less formal documents, all suggest the composer was writing something that mattered. The content visible in the composed portions includes references to the Southeast Underground location, to the signal from Chapter 122, and to a decision that needed to be made. The message was addressed to someone. It was explaining why a specific decision was necessary and why it had to happen in a specific way. The decision referenced in the unfinished message is not fully described in the visible portions, but the framing of the argument, the structure of the explanation, suggests that the decision was about access, about opening something, about allowing someone or something to reach the destination. A message explaining why access to the Southeast Underground should be granted, interrupted before it could be completed and sent, is a message whose absence may have changed everything. The person it was addressed to did not receive the argument. The decision was never made by the person the composer was trying to convince. Whatever the unfinished message was trying to authorize, it was not authorized. The barrier from Chapter 89 remained. The evacuation route was sealed. The access that the composer was trying to justify was never opened. Until now, perhaps. Until the coordinates were confirmed. Until the satellite codes were recovered. Until the credentials to the Forgotten Faction's network were found in the crashed satellite's remains. The argument the composer was trying to make might be makeable now by the players who have found all of this. if anyone in the game's fiction is in a position to hear it. Chapter 124. What the players know. This chapter is addressed to the people listening to this video, the people who have followed through all 123 preceding chapters, who have stayed with the patriarch and the whispers and the maps and the symbols and the coordinates and the light from below. You now know something that most players of Ark Raiders do not know. Not because the information was not available to them, it was, all of it, in the game. But because knowing requires attention, and attention requires time, and time with something requires caring about it. You have cared about Ark Raiders' hidden layer enough to spend 8 hours with it. That is not nothing. That is, in its small way, the practice of the thing that matters in this game. Attention, care, the willingness to slow down in a world that is always moving and to notice what is quiet. The game does not require this of you. You can play Ark Raiders without knowing any of this, but you cannot understand it without the parts that are quiet and slow and hidden. The surface game and the hidden layer are both Ark Raiders. One is played, the other is understood. What you understand now, after everything in this video, is that the game is asking a question. Not a question it has answered, a question it is building toward. The signal from below, the response from space, the human faction that tried to bridge the gap, the collector, the astronomer, the patriarch, the children who drew machines as normal things. What happens when a civilization makes contact with something that is not from here, and neither side fully understands the other, and the contact is mediated by technology rather than language, and the stakes are everything? Ark Raiders is building its answer. Every update adds pieces. The Southeast Underground is waiting. The green light is on. The credentials are in the satellite's wreckage. The signal has been sent. Chapter 125. Revisiting the Whispers. With everything from this video in mind, we return one final time to the Whisperers from Chapter 3. The dead machines that are still broadcasting. The 15 signals, each unique, each from a specific individual machine's last moments, each one still going. We asked what the network was for. Now we can offer an answer, or at least a fuller version, of the question. The Whisperers are not just the last broadcasts of dead machines. They are nodes in the Forgotten Faction's receiver system. The machines that died near the receiver infrastructure are broadcasting into it. Their signals are going somewhere. Dead machines broadcasting into the human-built receiver network suggests the receiver is still receiving, still collecting signals, still taking in input from entities that were destroyed. The system is working as designed, even in this attenuated form. The receiver receives. The Whisperers transmit.